Ladies and gentlemen, I am so happy to bring you the May Royal Invitational, and I am not alone in this endeavor. Of course, I have this crazy community, but I also have a Vikaner. What's up, Vik?
Hi, what's up? I'm really hyped to see some games, and with very many new names.
Absolutely,
New
absolutely,
people.
yeah.
The community is growing at a pace that I'm not able to keep up with. I barely know new people now. I only know their names from the castovers, so
There you go. There you go.
pretty cool. Pretty happy to see so much interest, and I can't wait to see those games.
Yeah. I mean, we can just zoom right in onto Group A here, which is going to include the old guy, Art of Turtle, been around the Starcraft 1 scene for a long time, representing Acropolis #1 Throneroom. But he's got two challengers who have never debuted in a tournament before. Krankendau, also a Zerg player, and ECalipso, who is a Protoss player. And Art versus ECalipso is our opener. We're going to kick things off on Maxiom, which is the 4-spawn variant of Axiom by BiddyB, and it is our group stage starter. And that kind of nicely moves me along into the map pool, which I know you were curious about, Vik. You were just looking over it moments ago. You'll see that we still have a healthy number of desert maps, obviously Derelict, Fata Morgana, and Oblivion being there, but Oblivion is new. It's by the Beaver. I'm excited to see that one in play if we get to it. But the whole lower row is all beautiful 4-spawn maps. Blackwater Bastion, Maxiom, Paradise, and Star-Shorn Sepulchre. All 4 of those maps being new to the pool alongside Oblivion as before. So, you know, we like to use these invitationals to test out new maps and to get some competitive games going on them. I'm happy about that. And yeah, I'm very excited to see how these games look, especially on a map as seemingly as macro-sided as Maxiom actually is. What do you think?
Yeah, I kept my sound for a little bit, but I'm definitely excited about seeing all the new maps.
Yes, sir.
Having so many 4-player maps is interesting. It's not something that we usually had, and that's something that comes back to Brood War, where 4 maps are dominant. And we were very 2-player map dominant for a while.
Yes.
And it'll be interesting to see the variants, because we not only have 4-player maps, we also have the 2-player maps. We also have some like rotational symmetry maps, and the level of like the quality level of the maps has also increased, where we sort of took some lessons from our mistakes, from ASL maps, from stuff like that, from just running those tourneys. So there's definitely a lot of new and great stuff to be seen, and it will be interesting to see how the even more competitive scene that we see on this tourney is tackling those new maps.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of these are new, and yet they've already had lots of games being played on all of them, which is very exciting. I think the one that has the least amount of reps across the whole field of play is probably Oblivion, mostly because I think people didn't realize that it was slated to come on in. It kind of went under the radar. But, you know, it being a 2-spawn map means that you're probably not going to get too surprised by it. It's not like you have to scout your opponent, or it has any crazy weird stuff in the middle. There are some neutral anchors there, which are always exciting. But aside from that, yeah, fairly straightforward. And one of the things that I tried to do when selecting the maps for this tournament was I actually wanted to have a nice healthy amount of maps with, you know, macro spaces in both the 2-spawn and the 4-spawn maps, but also a good number of maps that are a little bit more on the, I guess you could call it, shorter rush distance side or something to that effect. Fata Morgana was actually a map, obviously you authored it, Vik, but it was a map that a lot of people decided not to play into in Acropolis #1 because they were worried about being rushed down. Well, there are no bans in this tournament. There are no such thing as being able to say, okay, there's absolutely no way I can play this map. No, instead, the challenger will pick the next map in the group stage format that we have going on. And so, yeah, that kind of leads me to a quick explanation of the format. But essentially,
really cool.
Yeah, we have the winner stays on, sort of King of the Hill style. 1st to 4 is the winner of the group. If after 6 games everybody is 2 for 2, we go to Apep Slayer for an FFA decider. We've never had to do that before, but it would be very exciting to see.
But it will be so epic.
I know.
So intense.
And that's something that I guarantee you nobody has practiced, because nobody's thinking of that eventuality. There are 0 people. In fact, you know, you want to talk about the real map that's never been played or not been practiced on. I think it's probably that. Who would think to play FFA just to practice in case that happens? Nobody would. They just want to win their games in 1v1 land. But that's not how we do things here. So we'd have to see how that one works out. But yeah, at the end of the day, pretty cool stuff. And of course, there's prize pool donated by our illustrious viewers and our sponsor, the Pickup Partner, a moving company that gets you from A to B, Biddy A to Biddy B, in fact. So shout out to that, of course.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. So now that we know the format, we know that our winner is going to stay on, and our third player who's sitting it out right now is going to challenge up next. We can pretty much just get right into the game.
Group, what do you think?
So I actually, and if Art of Turtle's in the chat right now, listening on, waiting for us to say that it's go time so he can mute the stream and get tunnel visioned in, I got to say he should be very, very wary of these players. I don't know if he's paid too much attention. I know he hasn't been able to practice too much with all the moving he's doing. He's a hectic individual in terms of his schedule. I'm amazed that he is willing to actually play in this tournament to begin with. I shout out to him for committing to it and competing. But Krankendau is no joke. He's been really hitting the strategy books, and actually he's been practicing a lot against Protoss to the point where he took time off of Protoss practice to practice against Zerg. Like, that's how confident he is in the matchup. ECalipso is no slouch. I really think ECalipso, if you just look at the face value and the names that he took, he was defeating Neblime when he was playing as Neblime was playing as Zerg, and Neblime won a tournament against a dominant Protoss field in Acropolis #1. So that kind of shows you, like, if that's the case, then ECalipso, maybe you can make the argument that Neblime would have played differently if they were tournament games, and you're probably right. But the fact that ECalipso on paper has been taking games like that, has been bossing around the Terran arsenal as well, and just totally playing the field, like, he's a potential contender. But apparently Krankendau is totally confident too. So that's where I don't know what to expect, man. I think some of these new guys are really going to surprise. In fact, I would say it's greater than 50% odds that Art of Turtle, the returning player who in theory should have the most experience with the project, I think he's not going to win this group. That's what I think. That's my prediction. I think it'll be either ECalipso or Krankendau. And I think this first game is going to tell us a lot.
Which group do you think is the most likely to have the dreaded FFA?
Ooh, well, it's funny because it really depends on who we get to fill the void from Mystery Meat, who unfortunately he was keen to play on Group C, but last minute he had to bow out. So that's not until tomorrow. Group C and Group D are played tomorrow. We played Group A and Group B today. By the time Group C rolls around, we'll have another player slotted in there. I'm pretty sure it'll be a Zerg, but I'm not 100% sure yet. We need to wait for that. And yeah, the way that all works out, I think Group C could be it. Because you've got two randoms. Like, the variance is so crazy there with Hamster and Hit 'em Up both being random. As far as today goes, I don't know, man. Benno's been plotting. He asked me to change his race from Protoss to Zerg at the last second. I've never seen him play Zerg before. So if he, pranks some people, and then gets in there, I don't know, man. I don't know. That could be really sick. So I don't think it's going to be this group, but I could be surprised. I think it's a higher chance for Group B or Group C.
Yeah, pretty cool. Are we ready to start this game?
I think so. Let's get a
Let's go.
ready check going in the lobby here and see if these guys are indeed good to go. We've got Art of Turtles ready. Eventually, we're going to have lobby features that let you just, like, indicate when you're ready. It'll be great.
It'll be so epic.
It'll be lovely. All right. There we go. We have it, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting into the first match of Group A here. Again, as per usual, I got to give hats off to my homie Veek7 for joining me on the cast. But it's AOT in the bottom left as the Zerg and ECalipso in the bottom right as the Protoss. I'm looking forward to this one, man. What do you think? It's Maxiom. It's a 4-spawn map. Horizontal spawns,
it's
closer rush
horizontal
resistance.
spawn.
Yeah,
exactly. But they don't know it yet, right? They have to scout.
They do have to scout.
We see a 7 pylon for ECalipso, and what do we see for the Zerg? He's not harvesting any gas. I know Krankendau, I think, has created this strategy where when he mines gas really early to get the Larvosk.
Yes.
And that, from what I understand, gives Zerg tempo in the early game. But I have not seen it yet, so it would be interesting to see it. But Art of Turtle is not harvesting any gas, not yet at least. So we'll see what he does.
Yeah, that's right.
He's doing something on 10. Is it a ramp hatch?
It could be. This is the older style of play. He's going to go ahead and leave a scout. He will scout his opponent first, and it kind of looks to me like ECalipso. Yeah, he's going to scout his opponent first, too. So we will get that immediate sort of understanding that, oh, horizontal spawn, and I got to watch out for that. All right, so now our players know the hatch is going to be popping up on the ramp. Let's see if AOT has been up to snuff on the Zerg versus Protoss games, because, there were a couple of those between Jack Yelansky and Neblime that, had some good strategies. But yeah, I don't know.
And we have one gas harvester only, so what is he cooking?
I think he's going to end up going for a, well, no. Did he take it off? No, okay, it is just one only.
What do we see from the gateway now?
It must be... I've seen ECalipso do this before where he goes for the fast second gate reactively, but I think he did that before he even scouted the hatch on the ramp, so that's kind of interesting. We'll see what he's cooking. There's a Zealot first.
Zealot.
There's still no pool down. He's actually blocking it with this worker. Oh, no, that's the second time it looks like. Gonna have to use it for another...
This might be tough for Out of Turtle, because a 2-gate Zealot pressure is actually pretty dangerous. First Zealot is almost out, and spawning pool will not be there for like at least a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough.
Maybe he has to like build Sankens now on the ramp or something. It'll be nice.
Did you know there's a new console command, Veek? Are you proud of me? You can you can select the Hatcherosk and type U cost, and it'll say it's reserved for single player usage only, which tells you it's a real command. But all it's supposed to do is tell you what the cost of the unit is, so it shouldn't be single player. But anyway, obviously this worker's actually dealt a decent amount of harassment, and we will see a worker go down here. Yeah, the Zealot already here. Down. We got 5 pairs of Zets coming, so that's the immediate reaction. He knows.
Yeah, we have Zevs, yeah, that's good. Some micros, some mining is being lost. Do we lose a second draw left?
Yeah, I think it's almost impossible not to. But hey, he's doing a really good job so far. He has gotten rid of the Scribe. Oh, look, you saw ECalipso trying to force dagger. Yeah, look at that. Okay, he's going to stay alive.
Should be able to overwhelm the remaining 2 Xenots, and the third one is on the way. It's kind of a mistake.
Oh no, yeah, this is actually... He's trying to back it up. Yeah, okay, not going to be able to make it happen there. Not expecting it. Remember, in Cosmonarchy...
This is how the tide turns.
Yeah, the upgrades are already there by default, right? They're integrated into the units if we kept them at all. And that means that you have, like, some in-between of Zethrakor, Zergling speed from what it was before. So ECalipso going to fall on back. He only has the 1 pylon. A Draconin going to finish,
but it's going to be surrounded now, maybe not.
Yeah, it's a question of target selection. What does Art of Turtle want to go after here? Diving onto the workers, getting a little bit of eco damage.
One Scribe.
Could go for another here.
Another one.
Not quite, not quite. Hey, you know what? The drilling was really good there for ECalipso. Kept ordering them and stopping them to...
Yeah, he didn't lose as much mining as Art of Turtle did. Yeah. So he's... I'd say he's in an advantage still.
Yeah, well, AOT behind that was drolling up. He is going to go ahead and throw down a Kagrin. And he doesn't know this because he didn't pocket any Zeths to see if he could watch the ramp or anything, which might have been advisable. But it is in a situation where he doesn't actually know how powerful his opponent is and whether or not his opponent is going to be moving across the map. But we see ECalipso has the fear of Zerg put into him. He is not interested in moving out.
What I'd like to see from AOT is actually overlaps and dropping like 2 cake runs in the choke so he can actually try to expand. He had more workers for a sec, but now they are even.
Yeah, he put down 2 Kagrins almost immediately. He does have a nice situation over here. If ECalipso gets 2 antsy climbing up the ramp, the burrow trap can definitely kick in.
Yes.
All right, Nexus for ECalipso.
I don't know if this is enough to hold this, honestly.
Let's see. Oh, he's thinking about it. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I don't hate the wall. I don't hate the wall off because you're preventing... You see that many zealots, you really don't want to let them get on top of the circuits, right? So maybe that's the thought process there. Quick reactions from AOT.
So ECalipso has taken his knot. And we'll see when he expands his production. I think he's trying to build... save up for something pricey.
Yeah.
Will be the Grand Library.
Oh,
what is
Stargate.
this? Stargate.
Okay. Getting a little bit of hitch in here. Don't worry about that. That's just live games as they go. Except not for very long. Eventually we'll be using Crownlink for all this tournament stuff, and it'll be epic.
Yeah, there was a plan to use it, but unfortunately we are not quite sure if it's stable.
It's all right. Hey, if we get enough testing to confirm, we can maybe deploy it for day 2. You never know, man.
Yeah, it would be nice.
All right, well, there's a decent amount of Zealots here. I don't think that the Zets are going to be able to do too much, particularly with the Drakonids constantly hitting them. Unlike Dragoons in StarCraft 1 with the explosive damage type, we don't have any of that stuff in Cosmonarchy, so they will still be dealing pretty good damage to the Zets, but the Zets have a little bit more HP to make up for that.
Damage in Cosmonarchy is much simpler. You don't have to do very complex math to figure it out.
That's right, that's right.
And it's way more consistent. There's so much cases, but generally, it works as expected.
So here's an interesting little detail here. We're not seeing the Vornath Pond, which has gotten a little bit cheaper in terms of Vespene in this patch. Instead, it's going to be a Shroud after a Den. So Art of Turtle going to be accessing all of the baseline tech. He's got a pretty decent amount of workers, but he is trapped on one base right now. He's expanding, but it's going to take a moment. Meanwhile, it's going to be the Exemplar as the air unit of choice. Second Stargate, and his ground army can already bully these Zets out. So AOT is going to have to withdraw, and he doesn't really know what he's up against yet.
Yeah, I say ECalipso has a huge advantage here. When he pressures, he essentially pressures an anti-air response, and his ground army is already scary. So, Art of Turtle, I don't know if he has the economy to really face his opponent. The best thing he can do, I guess, is turtle himself up on the choke in the natural, which is actually fitting with his name, right?
Yeah, we'll see if he can live up to that. He's trying to just shark back and forth. He's only losing a couple of Zets here and there.
It's good what he's doing, because he's getting information. He's keeping the APM high for his opponent, and
and threatening a run by too to get a couple of workers, get a scout, maybe pick that engram. If the Protoss units moved out too far.
And actually, it looks like Art of Turtle already has some anti-air, so maybe that's fine. I just worry that he's falling off economically. We're seeing 12 workers being transferred to the natural, by the way.
Yep.
And yeah, maybe it's actually not such a clear advantage for ECalipso as I have thought.
Well, I still think he's got the tempo lead here because he has the flexibility of using those really slow air units to move across the map. And right now, Art of Turtle doesn't have any ability to make any air units, right? So that's a big deal. Big committal.
He's mining his NAD for way longer. He has Engram and Matrix in production, 2 exemplars. I think he'll hold it.
Yep. You can see here Art of Turtle realizing, okay, your exemplars are out. I'm definitely not going to be able to compete with that with what I have right now. Time to go back home. And also go back to the drawing board, figure out what in my tech I need. We see an array of Zoryus coming out.
There's like this rule of thumb for all StarCraft games is that Zerg always is supposed to have one more base.
Yes.
And that's not what we're seeing, so I'm not sure.
No, he wants to go for the kill here. He has a lot of Zets, and he is thinning out the HP. Yeah, he's not really focusing on the exemplars, and they deal splash damage, so keeping that in mind here, we are seeing a good number. That's over 1,000 damage.
You can see that ECalipso is actually focus firing the Hydras.
Yep. Absolutely, and all of the front line is gone now. Additional Zealots to reinforce. ECalipso definitely in a dominant position here because there really just isn't that much damage.
That's why it is really exciting. This game is like, you don't know what will happen. It seems that someone has an advantage and then suddenly the tide turns.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, he's only got the one Hydralisk. He is getting the speed boost courtesy of the Zoryus, but a 4th Exemplar has arrived, and even though you've taken care of all of those ground units, you never made the infrastructure to build air. The only air unit you can make right now is the Gorger Core, and it's expensive and doesn't really deal that well versus air units. That being said, the Exemplar only targets ground, so if we can hold this attack, and if this ground force can keep growing in strength, these brute spawn are stacking up. I don't know. I mean, the problem is the Engram and Matrix feel really, really powerful here. No burrow is happening on the workers over there. It looks like maybe one of the exemplars will get picked. No, it's going to fall back and benefit from flash shielding. Meanwhile, we're back at home.
Yeah, an engagement exemplar is falling. He's regenerating it. Engram dealing a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll see if it falls.
Oh, yeah, it will.
Hydras are focusing, it falls. What about the exemplar?
Oh, no. Look at all the way in the back, though. Back at Art of Turtle.
He's
getting absolutely shellacked right now. Worker count down to 17. He needs to make a lot happen with this army. And you know what? So far, it seems like he's about to. Only 12 HP left on that exemplar. Very brittle. Another one finishes. The rest of them have moved outside of the main so ECalipso can focus on what's happening in his own base. do feel like Art of Turtle's economy has been crippled at this point. He doesn't really have the tools necessary to burst down the air units here and actually deal with them. He's waypointing more and more Hydras. Maybe he can make something happen with that, but he's only mining with 17 workers, and they're all about to get eviscerated. He is in an all-in position. Absolutely bopping this Nexus as well. I don't know, man. I feel like he's got it. He's got what it takes to hold off, but it is an open question. He needs to get these Exemplar back. Only 7 workers left.
You have 3 Exemplars in ECalipso's main. I think this will be enough. He can micro them behind buildings.
Oh, and there's 2 more about to finish, and he's not going to get the pylon in time. Oh, no, just before the pylon pops. We've got 2 more. Yeah, this one is going to be a sweep for ECalipso. Flanking back with the others.
This is GG.
No way for AOT to hold on back. He even rallied some workers out. Yeah, that's going to be it. 11.5-minute banger for our opening match. And gentlemen, we have ECalipso on the board.
Dude, I was so surprised. In one moment, it felt like Art of Turtle was actually gonna have it.
I know.
It's just the exemplar micro with focus firing the Hydras. That was perfect. It was exactly what ECalipso needed. And if Art of Turtle was more confident in his engagement and he stepped forward, I feel like he could have won that engagement. And yeah, just like the whole game, I feel like Art of Turtle lacked that extra one base that would be the definitely like the macro factor that would definitely benefit him in overwhelming the mid game engagement there.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that even still, the Hydra count that he got was so scary. If he had gone for the Vornath, or even, in fact, I mean, I think the Vornath is better because you have to remember that both of the units you get access to, the Vorv and the Nath, they both have a Hidebreaker now, so they can rend 1 armor, and that does give them a little bit more efficacy versus things like Exemplar and like Dracodins and Zealots. So I do think that would have been a good choice instead of the Zorkas. He made the Zorkas, and he did get a lot of value out of the Zor use, but I felt like his army lacked that lethality necessary to actually pin down and destroy the ground army before the air units got too high in numbers. So really nice play coming out of that. And at the end of the day, if that's our opening game, I can't wait to see what happens next, man. That was incredibly back and forth.
Yeah, I was surprised how many times we were like shifting our predictions because it was just like the engagements look to favor different players at different times so many times. It was pretty epic.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. Well, Krankendau is going to go ahead and challenge none other than ECalipso, and he does select Blackwater Bastion. Yeah, but another Biddy B map from Biddy B map to Biddy B map. Biddy A to Biddy B. I don't know. He needs to make an alt and then say that some maps were made by Biddy A so we can make that joke there.
Yeah, we just traveled from one of his places to another.
That's right, yeah. We were the ones being moved from Biddy A to Biddy B. It makes a lot of sense. All right, we're going to wait on here for the Krankendau ECalipso match. Both of them rocking the Oops tag. That's something that should be mentioned. I think you already mentioned it earlier, Vic, that we have clans now, and one of them is Clan Oops. And pretty good stuff, dude. Pretty good stuff. I'm excited to see what happens.
This whole group is just Oops, so they are actually in fighting, so
yeah,
just gotta eliminate themselves. They're too strong of a contender. Sorry. All right.
Well, you say that. Let's see what ends up happening when we get into Blackwater Bastion. Whose Oops is it anyway? We have Krankendau as the Magma Zerg in the top right, and ECalipso.
Bottom right, we have Turkish ECalipso from Oops.
Oops.
Yeah, and this is a vertical spawn this time.
Okay.
So the horizontal. On this map, this is actually the shortest combination, the permutation that you can get.
Oh, interesting. So we went from shortest to shortest. That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe it'll yield some very hype games. Now,
Keep in
Krankendau.
mind, this is a rotational map. This is not. Or is it? No.
No, I think this one is a full. Yeah, the rotational one is Paradise. We'll see that later on.
Okay.
I was tempted to make that the starter, but I figured Maxiom would be a bit more familiar to people since they've played on Axiom and it's
I
just
think
force
that
spawn.
there was something of a rotational symmetry here. Like I think the middle bases are. Like,
Yes, yeah, the cardinal bases, as I'm calling them, north, south, east, west, right? Or 12, 3, 6, 9. If it's divisible by 3, it's
They will
rotational.
scout themselves.
No, ECalipso head in the wrong direction.
Only
I think.
Krankendau
Yeah.
will scout his opponent first.
One thing that ECalipso does a lot, by the way, is he goes for a scout, and then he moves on from there into the middle of the map after scouting 2 spawns to see if he's being proxied. I don't think he would do that versus Zerg, but I've seen him do that versus Protoss, and maybe he even does it versus Terran. We'll see. 2-gate opener yet again, though, sticking with the same build. And Crank has been going for the Larvosk this whole time, as well as a much faster pool. Maybe showing AOT what to copy his homework for next time. This is called Study Buddies, after all.
We see 2-gate.
We do see 2-gate, yeah.
And it seems like we'll have a Zealot and then a Drakarin. We have two scribes on gas, and from Krankendau we see his own original build with Larvisk season and pool. We'll see how that works out. I'm very curious. That means he already has two larva production at the moment that pool pops, and actually for quite a while, so he could technically bank up 6 larva if he wanted to do pressure.
Yeah, and it will be Zaps.
Immediately see 3 Zaps.
Yeah.
Will we see more?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we saw ECalipso being a little bit vulnerable to the one pylon push there, you know? So it will be a Hierophant out next. Let's see, does he spends the time to kill the worker. That buys a couple extra seconds. He does scout indeed that there's a lot of Zets coming.
It looks like we'll have 8 Zets in total, and he goes back to droning. I assume he wants to. His plan would be to take a nat. It's what I think every Zerg should do after establishing his pool.
Yeah, I think so. It makes sense. I mean, the Zets are pouring their way across down to see what the opponent is doing, but you know, the Hierophant here does stymie a lot of this aggression, so you're not really going to see too much done here. First one getting popped. Cliff Advantage even getting the Hierophant a little bit of a slow. Oh, he can't quite catch up.
Hierophants are faster now, no?
No, they just look it because they have this fancy new model.
Did you make changes to Atrius?
I have not yet, no.
No, not on this patch.
No. The Atrius, when the new model kicks in for that, you'll definitely be seeing some changes. That will be more than just a visual buff. So we do have an Ovileth coming. That will transport this Kagrant that's being made in the main. Another exploratory Zeth just to confirm that his opponent has a couple more military units keeping him honest, but also making sure that he knows where his enemy is actually positioned. He's going to end up losing another one, unfortunately, but he can just dart back around, and it's kind of similar to what Art of Turtle was doing on Maxiom, right? Dogging the Protoss army, seeing where it's at, setting up for a flank, perhaps. It's going to be a move out here. I'm not sure what the Hierophant can make happen. The Ovileth going to be dispatched, maybe threatening, oh, maybe I have a drop here, but ECalipso's not biting. That Circuith is going to finish, but the Zealots are already on it, V. A lot more Zets, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the Zeps will hold us very, very easily.
Yeah, well,
Maybe
if he can get out with the Striders, he can be okay.
Maybe he can surround.
Yeah, that's what he's trying for. You can tell based on the way he's doing things. He will end up picking... What is he going after? Okay, he's going to go after the Dracodon.
Solving a bunch of minerals, he's definitely focused on his Zeps.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think the combat in this game takes long enough that you can do stuff like a surround and then, you know, quickly tab back to your base and order some units around and stuff.
Yeah, I think it's possible. You just need to have very good mouse precision, because if you misclick, then it will take longer than it should.
All right, well, ECalipso's made it back up the ramp. He's going to see if he can set up a good phalanx. I thought there was room for a potential surround there. That's a lot of Zeths, remember? But ECalipso not falling in.
He checked. He knows that his opponent is on one base, so that's all he really needed. He can just now chill and expand his economy. He also grabbing the Zarkis Shroud.
Oh, this is interesting. I wonder what he's going to go for. Because, you know, when you go for
my
Mass
bet
Gate...
isn't like Hizalisk Zephyr.
Yeah, if you go for the Mass Gate strat as Protoss, then you are a little bit vulnerable to the Lakizalisks, right? So, you know, this could...
Dude, actually, I would love to see, like, a Vorvril core like Hizalisk. I feel like that would complement itself very well.
Yeah, he can afford it, but let's see what he wants to go for. He wants to bank that Vespene for now, harvesting a little bit from his natural, but nothing else just yet. Nothing on the ridge on either base, so not making it a priority just yet.
ECalipso still on 2 gates. Looks like he's banking for. He definitely plays an engram with a forward-facing pylon. I wonder if he's banking up for Stargates, and we actually see an embassy, so it looks like he wants to catch up.
Right.
With the Zerg, and the Zerg just grabbing macro hatches and some circuits, and he's droning up.
Yeah, it is a little bit
actually,
unfortunate.
we already see Lakizalis.
Yes, we do. Yeah, 3 of them on the way. It's a bit unfortunate that the Ovolith died. Not only can you use it to threaten the drop, but you can also just re-scout your opponent and see what they're doing. And with that being caught by the Hierophant and then not really being taken advantage of with the Zets, I feel like that was a bit of a missed opportunity for Crank. But he's fine to, still, he's in a winning position right now. And with the Lakissilisks, before the Embassy can really get a witness out, it could be a really nice timing here. Ardent Authority halfway complete for our Protoss as well, so expect maybe a Cantor, maybe some sort of drop will be a witness first. So ECalipso jumping straight onto that, wants to see what his opponent is doing.
Looks like Krankendau is just checking his third, and he will use his Lakizalis for defense, it seems.
I think so. Zets just on patrol, seeing what's going on.
He's harvesting a lot of gas. I wonder if he's planning to tear up now. Might be his plan trying to macro up into like a free base timing attack with I don't know, like Matrolevs or something. I feel like Matrolevs would work well with what he already has. The question just is if we will see any air, but no, we are seeing Ardent Authority like you said. So
right, yeah.
Which is pretty good against Zevs, but also I don't know, maybe Matrolev is good enough for that, I'm not sure.
So here's kind of a problem, right? The witness is here, and there's no anti-air, even though there's an Ovolith. So he might be able to spot the witness and say, "Oh, you've got a scout in my base," but he's not really going to be able to do anything else. Now, if he attacks now, the witness is not in a position to help. It's an envoy for the Acantor drop. That is what ECalipso is going for. He's confident that he can hold the tide of Zerg, but we've got Zoryus for the engram, so you can block the shots with that. Zets for a good surround and chaff in general, and of course the Lakizalisks. If you debuff a unit with the Zoryus, the Lakizalisk moving faster just so that they can burrow is actually really intimidating to look at. So we'll have to see what ends up happening. The Ovolith getting here just in time to see the envoy, but Crank didn't actually look at the screen, and that envoy is staying out of sight. Ooh, I don't think it's actually been spotted right now. Oh man, this could be huge. Huge for our Protoss if he can make it happen. All right, we do have a ski back coming for Krankendau, so he is going to be doing that. I think maybe the envoy flew over some of the Zets because you can see the defensive formation Crank is falling back to right now.
In case you will see back to Lisk. And is
this
the version that allows to have Zorkors?
No, there's no version that allows that. You're thinking of Skiths is the second unit you can make. Now, there's no defense in the main right now. The Acantor will unload. It already got 3 kills. So let's see how much more it can do. Oh, they're all clumped up there. Does get another 3. We'll see if we can stack that up anymore. Right now, it's just an extra 1. Where are the units, right? The Zealot unloaded just to get some attack move going. This is definitely sending Crank into a little bit of disarray, but his units are in a good position to basically stop this drop from doing too much more.
You know what I love? If ECalipso actually pressured his third at the same time. That would be so devastating.
Man, he's only gotten 1 so far, and he doesn't end up getting it out of the envoy in time, so he scoops it up and it blows up. Not working out for him. Synthetic Cyanide going to be the next choice. He can get a Demiurge out. Maybe he shows us the new warship mechanic.
Oh yeah, it's been reworked. It's pretty good from what I've seen. Yeah.
Very good versus Zerg because they're going to throw a lot of bodies at you, and they're just going to be turned into chaff. You start to need some sort of overwhelming force there.
Do the warship pairs get any alteration right now?
Not right now, no. They're the only sort of ownership change that doesn't have a change in functionality. Obviously, Reclamation got reworked in this update, and Infestation was reworked way back.
Yeah.
I feel like Zerg had a huge advantage in this position, but Krankendau not able to actuate it. Still not going for tier 2. He has Hydras out, he has Skiths out, or Skiths coming, a lot of them. Maybe he can do some counter damage with that. But I'm still not so sure what he can make happen with if the Demiurge does end up coming out in time, right? That's like the main scare for me right now. And a third base on the way for our Protoss means that economically speaking, our players are not really that far apart. He's going to catch the Witness at the very least, so a little bit of something there. But the Skits have been spotted in small numbers. You can expect more. If you see any, you see a lot. That's usually the way it goes. People don't typically make just one or two. So instantaneously, we've got more defenses being popped down.
My name was low.
That's it. That's it. That's it. We'll see if maybe he'll be a champion in the future, dude. You never know. Stranger things have happened.
You know, you never know.
It's the opposite of a mono battle. Just make one. All right, so most of the army for the Protoss is situated at the third base. There is an opportunity here for the Skiths to hit hard at the natural, and this whole area has been completely abandoned by ECalipso.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be able to get a favorable engagement now. You can see the contain being set up here.
Actually, you don't want to burrow your lurkers like this. This is really bad versus the counters.
Well, it could be. They need to be able to target it, and there is no Witness, so that's a pretty big deal right now. They've basically taken over the natural. There is no way through without suffering a lot of splash damage. ECalipso, definitely bungling a little bit over here, has allowed the Zerg access into his base. Now the Skither cores are going to run amok inside all of those worker lines. Oh, no! The worker count plummeting.
Has went back with his army, so I don't know what he's doing. Looks like a misclick or something.
No, he can't make it through the, he's worried about the Lachesis because there's 5 of them. It looks like 3.
But he could stand on them and just blow them up with a counter. I think this is a misjudgment.
Yeah, I think maybe you're right. Now we have the Demiurge here to try to take control of stuff, but it will be focused down. He can't evacuate it, and that is going to be GG. Crank finding the right timing, the right angle.
I think getting in between the natural and the third is a genius move because it completely cut him away, right? So... I don't love the Lachesis positioning. I think it was prone to just being one-shot by a counter, but
well, by a couple there. There's 2 or 3 of them over there, so I can see where you're coming from. But the theory behind it, you know, maybe gambling that his opponent didn't have another Witness, which was actually a pretty big mistake there by ECalipso. Man, finding a way in.
Yeah.
All right, that means Art of Turtle will challenge Krankendau. We'll get a mirror matchup for the first time here in game number 3.
Yeah, Krankendau are looking really good. I think his opening made sense. I kinda wish to see a 4th base while he was pressuring. I don't think he did that. I don't think he multitasked. But it doesn't really matter. He still won, right? So he was still able to deal the left hold damage. Damage.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Right. So. It's going to be Derelict selected by Art of Turtle, so a 2-spawn map here for mirror matches.
Derelict 2.
Electric Boogaloo. Hey, get out of there. You're not playing. What are you
Oh.
doing? Trying to steal Art of Turtle's spot. Steal his prize money. Man, so far the games have been pretty exciting. I'm still not sure when we're going to settle into a nice long macro game. Maybe this will be it. ZVZ has done some crazy stuff. But,
dude, yeah, imagine like an 8-base fucking tier 3 and a half.
Hey, Derelict is a nice map for Zerg. The problem is that you can't take that advantage if your opponent is also Zerg. So,
I'll need to take a sec, so
sure,
feel free to start the game if you need.
There we go. All right, we are ready to get things rolling. Krankendau taking on Art of Turtle, and ECalipso will watch on from the sidelines. And we are ready to get in here. Looks like we still need to crank up that lovely latency. Krankendau with the preference for magma. Art of Turtle. What is this? Forest? Green. There you go. Run, Forest. Maybe not. Maybe not yet. We'll see how it goes. Zerg versus Zerg. This is a 2-spawn map. And by the way, this will be game number 3, as said earlier. There are 8 maps playable for 1 versus 1s, and of course there's that secret FFA map that hitherto has gone unseen, unnoticed, unloved. Maybe that'll change, because if AOT can defeat Crank, and then ECalipso can defeat AOT again, and we just run it all back the whole way, that's how we would get that FFA. Maybe it could happen. Maybe. Pinch me, I'm dreaming. But Krankendau over here, he doesn't want to allow that. He's going to go for the Larvosk first, even versus Zerg. Now, does Art of Turtle suspect this build is coming? Does he think maybe I can go pool first and deploy that against my opponent? Or are we actually going to see an A-B test of the hatch on the ramp versus the Larvosk? And I think it's going to be the latter, because you see the hatch coming here on the ramp. So that will be what AOT is planning. We have a defensive Kagrant over here, defensive placement. Not sure about what the deal is for that. I suppose it doesn't really block your mining too much. We have improved the Wandering. It's a little bit, but it's not too bad, I suppose. Oh, is Dead Infested in the Twitch chat doing Gamba? How epic of him.
What is Gamba?
You can basically configure it so that you have a betting or whatever. That's pretty cool if he's doing it.
Interesting.
I don't actually know. He is a moderator over here, so you know he's done a lot of stuff for Artosis' stream and whatnot. So he's helping us out there. Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
All right, it will be.
He's really Artosis mod.
Yeah, he is. That's how he's been able to add a Cosmonarchy command to Artosis' chat, and he spams it every now and then and gets people to click on it.
That's cool.
So we have a forward Kagrin here for Krankendau, but if you missed the opener, it is Hatch into pool versus Larvosk into pool. So we do get to see a nice comparison there. Now, because the pool is late, Krankendau has been able to just see if he can put down this Kagrin, and Art of Turtle is not back to mining with 4 of his workers. So this disruption doesn't seem like a lot, but it kind of is a lot, right? Like, you look at 5 pairs of Zeths coming, I don't actually know what AOT is going to be able to cook up here. This could be a very fast game here where he's just really pressuring hard. Zeths are already out. You're seeing the tempo advantage that this build gives you. We'll see if AOT can hold back, but he's going for Zeths of his own, so he's not going to have the decided advantage with Quasilisks.
Could be.
Yeah, I think he'll have a little bit of defender's advantage, but you know the worker count relatively even.
He has oh, this is actually yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that was Crank. So he tried that a couple of times. You got to factor in the canceled resources a little bit. Oh no, 2 Zeths going down immediately. Remember that the advantage is already here for Krankendau. Yeah, he's got 10 Zeths out on the field versus 3. Bad. No Quasilisks coming. They've forgotten about the Quas. All right, fighting with it. Listen, AOT's played plenty of ZVZs before. He knows how this kind of thing goes. But has he done it in Cosmonarchy? I'm going to guess the answer is no. He's losing so much already.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, man.
You know what the outcome of this
16 Zeths right now, dude. Yeah, there's more attack in the hatch ramp. Man.
32 in total. 31.
Yeah. You know, they were even on workers. If he had been able to actually defend that somehow, I would have probably been AOT favored. But no, nice and fast here. Hey, listen, Krankendau's not playing around.
Krankendau looking good.
That's scary. That is scary. Listen, ECalipso probably couldn't even come back from the bathroom in that amount of time. Jeez, he's already got to pick the next map.
I wonder what it will be.
Don't we all?
I kind of want to see some games. Actually, there are so many interesting maps. I like to see Paradise and Oblivion, I think, the most.
Yeah.
As I have not seen many games on those. Actually, the Shambler map is also interesting, so I want to see that as well. And yeah, obviously Fata Morgana I'm interested in, since it's one of the maps I made and it's pretty interesting. And actually Impetus I think is the newer version, right? Yeah, I'm seeing
it's
the
the new
update,
version.
so that could also be interesting. Interesting how that shapes it up in the mid game. And yeah, and there's many cool maps. Maxiom is a classic, but made 4-player maps.
Yes, yeah.
Pretty cool.
Well, I mean, it was funny because at some point Biddy was like, "So could we get Maxiom and Axiom in the same pool?" I was like, "No, dude, what are you doing? you already got a monopoly on the map making as it is, dude. You can't be doing that." All right. Well, we are getting ready to play Paradise, the rotational symmetric map, a port of Dante's Peak, which is obviously has a lot of similarities to Fighting Spirit, funnily enough.
Yes, Paradise. Let's go.
Let's see how it goes. I will ask our players to say when they are ready. So this is a rematch of the match that we just played before that very blazingly fast ZVZ. Build order mismatch there, but something that we haven't seen before. So very exciting stuff. We are getting into game number 4, and it will be on a 4-spawn map. This is Paradise. We've got ECalipso in the top left as the Protoss. Down to the bottom right, we have Krankendau as the Sunglow Zerg. Check that out. I wonder if he's randoming his colors. We'll have to ask, because he's gone Magma and Sunglow. And those are like 2 very similar colors on Zerg, so...
Need to inspect the fucking replay, binary data. It's technically possible.
Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. Yeah, for people who are unaware, you can select a preference list of colors in the config, and that does allow you to customize what colors you spawn in as for all players, not just yourself. Of course, they have to be allowed, so you can't really take the black color, for example. That doesn't work, because imagine trying to read that on the minimap. Maybe we'll update that eventually.
It's safe to place any color, and if it's not gonna work, it will just be ignored. So.
Yeah, exactly. So you unfortunately
And
cannot
also
put in
some-
Metzenic
yeah.
Prozac. It's sad.
Some colors are also banned in specific tiles. Like you can't really go white on ice.
Yep.
It's pretty unreadable.
All right, so Paradise here, a 4-spawn map, also by BiddyB, well, ported by BiddyB, you could say. And this one is interesting. So we are going to see second scout at best, assuming these players are in fact box scouting, which we don't really have
So far
confirmation.
we went from point A to point B to point C and now to point D.
I know, yeah, it's all like there. ECalipso having to take a pause for a moment. As a general note, it would be great if people paused, like said that they had to. And we'll let him unpause it since he was the one to do it. Or I guess I'll do it. There you go. Yeah, the pause sort of, what would you call it? The etiquette is usually to
Yes,
call for
pause,
it.
please.
Yes,
PP.
PP.
What do you usually write?
So here we have a bit of a... So this is actually going to be an end scout from ECalipso, so he will scout his opponent last. And we actually saw 2 separate workers be sent out for Crank. This is not something you normally see, but he is doing it with the Larvosk opener, right? So that's kind of interesting. We'll have to see how that one shakes out.
So when do you get our Artosis to cast our tourneys?
I think we would probably need to get players that Artosis knows. And I'm not talking about Dead Infested, although I'm sure he does know him. All right, well, the worker will scout. Second gateway. Pretty normal stuff here. Let's see if he can outrun it. The answer is no. And now blocking the expansion here, but is it even coming right now? We've got 2 pairs of Zeths.
It's funny, we get 1 horizontal, 1 vertical, and 1 cross spawn.
That's right. So far on the 4-spawn maps,
cool.
one of everything. It's almost like random is random.
Yeah.
Not something you normally say about StarCraft. With the way that Mystery Meat rolled Protoss 4 games in a row as random.
Yeah, well, technically possible.
Technically. Mass of Zeths has...
Practically also happened.
What happened?
Practically it also happened, and he won the tourney.
Yes, yeah, that was that was Ascension 6.
He had his main race.
The race he wanted nerfed.
Back then.
Yeah, nerfed on.
Yeah.
So
Now
far...
he leads the Ahmed army, I'm pretty sure, and
Yep, yeah.
he was trying to come back here, but no. Yeah,
No, we're going to have to wait. I guess he's all moved in now, though, so next time, I'm sure we'll have him involved. Maybe he'll play on the weekends or
Yeah,
something.
that'll be good because he'll have time to practice.
Yeah.
And he should practice because unless he's really the man, the legend, the mystery, and he's still the god of the game.
Yeah.
Then, well, let's just say he has a competition now. So.
Yes, I think so. I think that is definitely the case. So, Avaleth to transport the Kagrant for Krankendau. He is going to go ahead and pop out here with a bunch of Vorvikors. Remember that not in addition to ensnaring on hit, these units also
they
have...
also reduce 1 armor.
Yeah, yep, the Hidebreaker passive reduces 1 armor, so...
Is it something that always happens on Ensnare, or is it just for record?
No, it's only specific to the Vorv. I thought about doing that, but I feel like it would be too much on one ability if it was all Ensnare, right?
Yeah, especially if you have the Matral of Aura, that'd be pretty busted.
Yeah, everything would do it. But it's only 1 armor, so maybe it wouldn't be too bad. Anyway, we do have an attack coming in here. I think the Zealot count is a little bit too high for this to work. So indeed, we do have Krankendau falling back. Not really the best demonstration of how powerful the Vorv is, but that's probably because the Zealot is just that good.
I love this synergy because it makes the Zeph so much better.
Yeah. Unfortunately, his Avaleth is going to get caught by the
no,
units.
actually, only against Zealots, because Draconians have 2, which matches the armor pen of Zeph. I guess an interesting change would be if it was 5+1 or something instead of 4+2. Anyways, we see 4 panic circuits.
Oh yeah, big time.
And
Oh, he actually cancels one of them.
actually
That's good.
cancels one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he realizes that he's
confident.
already good.
He has Quasars, he has Zevs, he has Wars. I like this. This is a nice comp. He's trying to bypass the
Ooh.
ramp. It's interesting.
Yeah, 3 Zealots getting
Got
in.
black, but he has 3 Zealots in. There'll be a lot of Derelict falling.
Yeah, that's right. We're looking at 2 places at once. Now, the army can still threaten the attack here. I think ECalipso might have something to say about that last game, doing something kind of similar where he's finding a right timing in. Maybe the Kagrant's been a little bit too far away.
It's like Krankendau get it handled.
Yeah, 2 workers have gone down so far. ECalipso looking for more. Actually, ECalipso's fallen back with his main army, which is maybe not what we want to see.
A lot of mining time. He has some idling Derelict in the knot, and he has not transferred correctly. So there is economical damage dealt here, but you have to factor in that ECalipso only now started his natural.
Yep.
He has 3 gates, which is a good backbone for later transitions, and yeah, after he spikes his income, I could see a timing attack, or maybe he would greed for the 3rd base. That is something I don't see people doing. Like when they have an advantage, they don't go for an expansion to then prepare a game-ending attack. They just keep attacking and attacking, and I don't think that's really good. It's better to actually use your tempo to expand. Use your tempo to maybe get some harassment, get them distracted to really get a bigger army.
Yeah.
Is at the end of the day, a bigger army pretty much always wins if it's much bigger.
I do feel like there's a little bit of an overinvestment on defense here as well. I mean, he's getting the engram at the ramp/nexus area for his expansion, which seems to be a meta play that ECalipso wants to go for. But he's also getting a second warden at the main in the mineral line because he's worried about a NAF
The
push.
thing about the engram is that always the pylon is so forward, so technically snipeable.
Yeah, it could be.
I don't know why he does that.
The Matrix is also very, very good as a defensive option, though, so he ends up adding that a little bit later. I was just thinking that because he has the Witness, he can scout his opponent. Does he need to spend so much money on defense when he can just station his maybe his Hierophant for anti-drop or something off to the side in the main? But right now, that's nothing is really happening just yet. We have another Ovolith that just finished. We got 4 Lachezilisks on the way, so it looks like Crank wants to reproduce what he had made before, but he has the Quasis to deal with the Witness now, and he probably will be able to catch this. Oh, just narrowly not.
Always sniped.
Yeah, yeah, 1 more hit. A couple more hits. 3 more hits.
Shilling.
1 more hit.
1 more hit.
No, it escapes. Oh my god, the inhumanity.
It's funny, but it forwarded his army. No, he's coming back.
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead.
We
and
see his Lisks, 3 and 3 in the eggs.
He saw it. He saw it. He's gonna go for it again, but he's not gonna get it, man. You need like a pair of gnats or something to deal with that.
Yeah. So with the breaking tide or whatever for Vorrokor.
A Hidebreaker, the armor.
Hidebreaker, yes. This is also present for the anti-air attack for Nafrokors, from what I read. Right?
Yep.
It's interesting.
Yeah, obviously it doesn't really matter for the Witness, but it's pretty good for helping them take out, say, Exemplar, Gladius, that sort of stuff, since they don't have any armor pen by default.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. They don't slow in any way, right?
No, they don't have the ensnaring attack. Might be something to think about adding to them if they still underperform, but I feel like they're pretty good as it is. Now, okay, we do have a lot of Lachezilisks, so I don't know if this attack can be too successful.
Group them again. Although this army doesn't really matter if he groups them. There's no much AoE. He lost 1 Lachezilisк and the Protoss is falling back. And this is actually really good for the Protoss because flash shielding is pretty damn good, pretty damn quick. And most of the damage dealt to the Protoss army was not of any effect, really.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, some of the spines hit it on the way out, but 3rd base now on the way for basically at the same time. I mean, Cranksig is going to finish, but ECalipso is adding a Stargate
army
too.
looking scary. It's pretty big.
Yeah. Well, instead of Ardent, we see a double Stargate from ECalipso. This had success versus Art of Turtle earlier, so.
Krankendau already having the tempo and expanding. This is something that he keeps having. We see 1 Lachezilisк glass. No, actually, no.
Oh, no, yeah, and the surround with the Zets, too. This is a good chunk of units that are going to go down for ECalipso there.
Yeah, one criticism that I have is that he always embrows all Lachezilisks instead of leaping forward groups like you usually see with turn tanks.
Yeah, the leapfrogging. Oh my god, he's chasing him down with the Vorv. There we go.
Oh, this is huge. What I would do in Krankendau shoes, I would just F3, F4, and like F3, click, Control F, F4, and build a hatchery. He has a lot of money. He has his army doing pressure. That would be a big thing for him.
Well, there's also a timer on this attack because the Exemplar is out and the Engram Matrix combo is going to support them a lot. But the Lakizilisks do get the burrow off, and we have a huge amount of power coming out of those.
Is huge.
Absolute crazy stuff
I feel
here.
like this might be a denial of the third expo for it.
Yeah, I mean, he can't even really stop it. I guess the one thing is that the Exemplar can't be attacked right now. There is no anti-air with this Zerg force. They are going to get the burrow off, and remember, the Lakizilisk has that returning projectile afterwards, so it just cleaved right through the Protoss forces. That does mean that the Nexus should end up falling.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right, wow, there's even a gateway being set up at the forward position here. What does
What I kind of
Crank
would
do
have
now?
loved if he grabbed one Lakizilisk in every mineral line of ECalipso and just kept his pressure in other places, because then he would really have to spike ECalipso's APM up.
Absolutely, yeah.
That would be very devastating, I think.
We just got a raid from Julian, aka Blackman PL. He is a very high-level Zerg player, and he popped in just in time to see a Protoss base get absolutely demolished by Zerg. Yeah. So he must be feeling pretty good about himself. But there is, of course, an attack that is going to be stymied at this point.
Man.
Yeah, of course. Got to get them out there. Get that flags going. We got the flag rolls on the server. When you pop in, you get to pick your country of origin if you like. Pretty cool. Now, okay, at this point, ECalipso is setting up his third yet again, and Krankendau is about 33% of the way on his tier 2. So we are going to see a more advanced game from this point. He does need some kind of anti-air, but he has slowed down the progression, and ECalipso is definitely playing it slow from this position. He doesn't want to try to do some sort of counter push with the Exemplars, so he doesn't want to go for that. Definitely a rough spot for him if he's really going to try to claw this one back. He's definitely behind right now. And a fourth coming up for Crank, too. Something that you were mentioning earlier, Vik, is that you wanted to see him do that more often. Could have been earlier, but definitely still.
I think it's a really good habit to have with like your camera hotkeys, to just be able to do it quickly and efficiently while you're doing other things. It's a good skill to have. He's floating a lot of minerals. I wonder what he plans to do with it. I feel like grabbing 2 or 3 macro hatcheries is also good if he doesn't have a concrete plan with it, and even grabbing 1 extra hatchery for like redundancy basis is not that bad for Zerg, because it's still larva production, and it also gives you a fallback for your workers if you need to migrate them. So yeah, it's definitely something I love doing as Zerg.
Well, we do have a big worker transfer coming as the third base will get up and running this time around. No attack force in position to deny it. Big Zerg swarm covering the map right now. Heading across, it is spotted by the second witness.
Controlling the middle. And the middle is this interesting part of the map because it's technically the closest you are to every location. So you have total flexibility of movement. And it also... But he's actually going to engage the third.
Yeah, there's no witness over here, so these Lakizilisks... Oh, never mind, their witness did end up coming back and avoided death from the Hydras. There's so many of those, though. It's a question of can they destroy the air units and the engram to deal with the splash, focus firing the ones coming in. I think he might be able to overwhelm.
Quickly, or maybe no?
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to pick off these Exemplar. They weren't able to get to a critical mass. You have to wonder if maybe the Gladius would have been a better choice. It's certainly the more proven one. And now just overwhelming the third, stopping the fourth before it can even go down. These static defenses are going to have to get canceled. And GG's just going to be called. ECalipso throwing in the towel. Yet another macro game victory here for Crank.
Yeah, it's pretty good. His swarm is yet again reigns superior. It's pretty cool. One criticism of ECalipso is that he's not very flexible. Every game we saw the exact same strategy. He went 2-gate, he went some pressure, he built his engram in the NAT, he built those exemplars. Very predictable. It's not usually what you want to do on tourneys.
Well, he had the Ardent Authority in the second game that he played against Crank on Blackwater.
Yeah, true, but right, because
he just got completely bisected there, like couldn't exactly...
Actually, in that game, the exemplars probably would have been better, but yeah. The Gladius is an interesting idea, though. Like, that is something that Hamster used a lot. Chatster, how I
course.
like to call him.
Chatster. He's in the
And-
chat. He's there.
Yeah, hi. He. I think he pioneered this strategy, or maybe no. But Gladiuses are really, really scary, and they got some bug fixes recently, and I think they're even more scarier because they now work correctly on units that are dying. Like they leave it on the ground and whatever. So it's pretty scary unit.
Absolutely.
And yeah, would like to see that as well.
All right, well, Art of Turtle selects Impetus. He's after the 2-spawn map. Let's jump into that. Will be Impetus version 2.1. Now, Art of Turtle is down 0-2 right now, and that means that if he wants to get further into this and battle for first place still, he does need to defeat the top dog in Krankendau. Otherwise, Krankendau will win his group in the top undefeated. Undefeated. So I'm going to go ahead and restate that for the guys who are actually going to be playing now. But yeah, I mean, what do you reckon about this guy, dude? He's looking really strong. Obviously, you mentioned...
He's looking really good.
Yeah.
I'd say... Well, the question is, can he have the first place of the whole tourney? I don't know, maybe. Who knows? My bets are obviously on Chatster, like I always say, but I believe in the guy. He's practicing. He's really the spirit, but Krankendau looking really good. He's been doing this interesting Larvusk build, and he seems to always follow it with like Isolisk. I wonder if there isn't like an opening for like an air counter. Maybe the more competent players that we have, more experienced veterans, will be able to poke holes in his plan with like Arianas, Gladiuses, stuff like that. And he's kind of slipping on macro sometimes, but his armies are very scary. He has a good sense of when he can pressure the opponent, so. He really plays into tempo.
Yes.
He just doesn't follow it up always with expos, which I feel like might be holding him back.
Yeah, maybe at the top level of comp, right? If that was an area for him to think about in the future, I think I agree with you. I mean, he has the capital to spare, so it does make sense. Well, Krankendau looking for a flawless tournament debut to top his group. He is in the bottom left.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Art of Turtle has not won a game yet, and Krankendau is currently the best looking player. So I feel like this is gonna be a quick game, and we're already seeing a pull.
Yes, he wants to go defensive in the top right over here.
Like I think he's doing, where he's actually harvesting gas with free workers, so maybe Art of Turtle is trying to. I guess he's going for the Larvask, but he's not built a cake round. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, it takes a while to get 125 gas, so you're gonna take your time here. He is gonna go for it now, so I guess that is what he's doing. He's just doing it out of order. He's doing it the pool first and then the Larvask, and that is the inverse of what Krankendau is doing, right? So
Krankendau has pioneered this strategy. He has thought about it for a long time, and Art of Turtle is trying to imitate, but
kind of on the fly, right? It could be a very exciting game if he's able to get something done here. Does go for 2 pairs of Quasilisks, so he'll hold off any fast Zets.
I bet Krankendau will do the same thing as the last time, where he'll probably like bank 6 larva and he'll just swarm him. This is a really powerful build and a really powerful wall, and
he could go for it, and I think he would still...
Sprinkling in a few Quasis wouldn't be good, actually.
Yeah, I mean, AOT is doing that now, and the Quasilisk is much better at dealing with Zethicores than small numbers of Zethicores. So, go ahead and pause here. AOT is currently playing from hotel conditions, so, you know, he's a legend. He comes in, he plays after not playing for very long and not getting much practice, and maybe not even watching the videos.
Click on minimap is broken during pause. That's weird.
Yeah, it's always been like that.
I think in Brood War II, right? Let's go.
Yeah, it's always been like that. Because clicking on the minimap is an action, dude. You can't serialize actions while paused.
It is?
Yeah.
That's weird. It shouldn't
Pretty
be.
sure. Because you have to sync your camera position, too. So Definitely would be in Cosmonarchy. Anyway, the worker here is going to get bopped by the Krankendau Zeths, but I think when he scouts the pool that early, Crank knows that, okay, either you're going to attack me, or I'm going to just try to use my build to get ahead. But right now, I kind of think we're even. I mean, nobody's making additional workers. It's all in on the Quasilisk right now for both players.
Yeah,
Couple Zets from
Krankendau has
Crank.
more. And
I don't know. Dead even on the worker count. Dead even on the military account. Well, Crank has a little bit more on that, but in terms of like what you're going to be able to do right now, efficiently speaking.
Zardo needs to hold himself at base because, like, if he gets tempted to pressure, I don't think that would end very well, especially against height advantage.
Yes. Well, listen, Vic, you mentioned earlier, right?
The nut first.
Yeah,
that's my question.
You mentioned it earlier, right? Like you were saying, okay, as Zerg, you always want to take your expansion, right? And it makes sense. But in this situation, if AOT just drolls up on one base, he will be ahead economically. And he already has stretched ahead by 3 workers. Bit of a bad rally made it so that they weren't as efficient, but he's corrected that now.
Well, you know, in Cosmo, like, you probably can leave 1 worker on gas and take a second harvest later. And since in Cosmo you can harvest with 2 workers per node efficiently, and also, like, almost efficiently or with 3, you can actually amass a good amount of workers, like you're saying. So.
Yeah, I think so. And you look at this one quasi
like
down here.
Will pressure.
Yep, the one quasi scouting no expansion, so Art of Turtle just immediately pulls his back and just gets up the ramp. He knows that his opponent has a lot of units in his area. Maybe he can even throw down a hatch to try to do some sort of pseudo wall, but right now he's just going to add some K-Grunts. The charge up the ramp is happening. What is AOT's focus fire looking like? The stutter step not exactly working out for Crank, and he's going to have to tuck tail and run.
I need to enable selection lines for Witness after this game.
Can you hold Alt? Does it work?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I do. I will try to remind you. We have 17 quads here and more coming for Crank, but there is a second Larvosk for AOT. He's not going for any sort of all-in, like, last-ditch defense or anything. He knows he can maybe hold this position. He has more workers. He doesn't know that part, but he does have more workers. So he's in a pretty okay spot right now. All right, let's see what happens. Just sort of trying to not suffer too many losses to the cliff advantage. When you attack from up a cliff, you get +2 weapon range. That is what's saving AOT's bacon right now, allowing him to focus fire. He does want to focus out here. He doesn't want to allow Crank to establish this sort of concave position. Obviously, you can see our upstart 3-0 player right now trying to go for a very aggressive move. AOT now has the military advantage.
Him up.
Yeah.
And he also has the height advantage, which is a big thing.
He has the high ground.
And he also has the defender's advantage because his army is streaming in more often.
Yep.
However, Krankendau has his knot.
Yes, that's right. It is on the way. But right now,
is down there.
I don't know, dude. Look at the military count right now.
Art of Turtle just tried to pressure?
He's got 45, 51 military units.
51.
And he's getting a Zorkiz after this. This is a 1-base push. Krankendau needs to immediately recognize what's happening here. He doesn't see how many quasis are actually moving across the map.
There will be a K1 dropped in the knot. He'll try to hold and choke. But he needs that height advantage. Immediately trying to morph more.
I don't know. I don't know if Krankendau's going to be able to pull this one off.
Dude, holy fuck, will he upset him?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's see. Because the circuits are coming on down, right? There are 3 of them. One of them is going to finish immediately because it was put down by the Ovoleth. Now the Ovoleth tanking. Where are the Zets?
Has to be very confident. He's trying to storm the ramp. No, he's trying to... Dude.
He's focusing down the circuit. He's going to get it. It only has 2 armor, not 3 like the old patch. He found it a lot easier this time around. More and more quasi streaming on into Veek. I think he's got this game.
Holy.
Circuit finishes. Might be able to add a little bit. No, I don't think he's got it. He's burning down the hatch, too. Man, Zori is coming as well.
Help him. He has to micro.
Yeah, he definitely needs to use the clip
denying
now.
the nod. He should be more confident. He's giving time to Krankendau to amass his army.
He unloaded 1 clause.
Oh, no.
I think what he wants to do is maybe see if he can like get a single. I don't know what 1 clause is going to do. He's going to see if he can maybe hold him off. I don't even know if he can hold the ramp right now, though. You might have needed all hands on deck, and even that might not have been enough. We still have 16 clause. trying to burn
A
this
lot
one down.
of quasis for Art of Turtle were not attacking. I don't think he was favorable, but now, maybe. There
When
are
you're
more
building
circuits
desperation
coming.
circuits inside your main, you know this game did not go your way initially. All your combat units getting shredded from the top. And you know what? I think that
units streaming in.
yeah, I think that pool can even be attacked from the
Double Cheese
extremity.
Army.
Oh man, the Zet's on top of the Kagrin as well. Trying to focus it down. It gets down to half HP before it finishes. Then it gets burst down
Focusing
anyway.
Down the circuits.
Desperation situation. 11 workers to 21. Krankendau, I don't think you can hold on anymore.
But look at the worker advantage.
I know.
Holy!
There we go. AOT on the
Dude,
board.
I did not expect it.
I thought Art of Turtle would just lose this. Like the Krankendau showed such a strong appearance in the set, and no, he lost.
All right, no undefeated this time around.
Amazing, amusing.
Amusing, as Chadster says. Listen, dude, we won't have
No,
that
this is
FFA,
Chadster.
but we will.
Hi, Chadster.
We will have more games played than just the 6. It's not going to be what you normally see. Now AOT will take on ECalipso. One of these players is going to be able to post 2 wins and keep themselves in the running for first place. The other one will have to fight for scraps. They'll have to fight for second place. So that is the stakes that we have here.
I kind of hoped this one would be an FFA, but
I know, I was so hoping for it, but listen, Crank was too strong. Too strong. Listen, if ECalipso had beaten Crank in the match preceding this one, then maybe we would have had something there, but... Alright, so far we've played on Derelict, Impetus, Blackwater, Maxiom, and Paradise, and that means that Fata Morgana will be selected. Left over are
let's
Oblivion
go.
and Star-Shorn. So here we go. Veek, you're from Veek 7 to Veek 3, I guess, is what we would say about this. We're going to go to your map.
Vic Free is my antagonist,
Oh, okay.
do you
Veek
mean?
12, by the way.
by the way.
It is a map by Veek 7. That is right.
Lucy, of course.
Well, we are definitely over the halfway point at this stage, getting quite a bit of action here, and we are ready to get into PVZ territory yet again. Can Art of Turtle stop ECalipso in his tracks and get up to 2 wins, or is ECalipso going to go for the rematch?
Really, what Art of Turtle did, he just wanted to weaken his enemies by showing a poor appearance, and then he plans to show them what he's really up to. He will sweep back the whole set, of course.
Yeah.
And yeah,
It's entirely possible, man. I'm not going to say it isn't. We've got AOT in the top left here as the red Zerg. ECalipso in the top right as the, what is the Cyan Protoss? Of course, Necron smiles upon him. I guess that means ECalipso wins. Or loses, depending on if you like Necron.
I guess the adaptation that our turtle lacked was the larvas, because he was trying to do the hatch and he always lost to it because people just pressured him.
Yeah, I mean,
His
versus
opponent,
Protoss,
and-
he only really had 1 match against ECalipso so far, and he is going to go pool first yet again, afterwards going for the gas. So maybe he's found his own version of the build, going pool into Larvosk to get the faster military units out, right? It could be a thing. And if ECalipso, oh, he's changing it up too! Veek, you said earlier he always does the same thing, always goes
Yeah.
Gateway. He's going to try the Lattice build on for size.
Dude, are you thinking this will be vassals?
I think it could start out as vassals, but the other thing you have to remember is that the Golem and the Idol are both splash damage units. The Golem, very powerful, and unless Zergs start really specking into Vorvikors with their composition, it does feel like it's really hard to focus them down. Even Hydras, which you can focus fire with, they cost more, and they don't have, I mean, they don't cost more relative to what they were in the previous patch, but they don't have the armor pen anymore. So you're paying the same amount for a little bit less efficacy. It's going to be an Idol first. That's 75 of each resource, so not a cheap expenditure here and counting on you being able to drive back the Zeths. In small numbers, Zeths can still win this fight. Let's just see about the timing. I think this idol will be more than enough, especially if it's supported by some scribes, to hold this, especially with that worker in the middle of the map blocking the approval of those Zeths. That means that there is no more room.
This is still good because the Zevs, he has 4 Zevs and he will be able to scout with them.
That's right. That's right.
That's really what matters. And if he feels comfortable with taking the Nad, that would be nice.
Yeah, listen, I'm very excited about the way
they're really
this
good at defending, but I don't know how good they are at actually attacking.
Oh well, it depends on if they're
I
supported.
feel like they
right?
kind of depend on golems when attacking, and of course the swarm army is pretty prone to AoE, right?
Yeah, but you kind of need some sort of frontline option here. Nice scout onto the Nexus there. There is none, so he knows that his
I
opponent's
feel like
going
Quasis
to
are really good versus idols actually. Like they can overwhelm them very well.
Yeah, they stand at a range. You don't splash them as much, right?
Yeah, and
only problem is Quasis really suck versus golems, like
that's
way
what I
worse.
was trying to say. They're not very good. You have to, if you focus down a golem, that's okay, but they deal only 2 damage, I'm pretty sure, versus golems. So you're really bad.
They treat the golem as if it has 2 armor because they have 1 armor pin. So yeah, it's 2 times 3 for 6 damage in total, and so that would be that would basically be 2 times 1. You're right. So pretty rough.
Yeah, it's something that I found out when playing versus Hamster.
Oh, interesting. Have you played many games recently? I know you've just been grinding.
No, recently I wasn't able to play anything, and it's sad because I'd like to. It's just no much time trying to still help with GPTP and other things.
Well, help you have. I mean, just look at the player color preferences we have now, dude.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Embassy coming, Simulacrum out now. I've seen Sims come out more recently these days, and it's actually like shockingly funny how often they end up splitting and adding value.
Yeah.
Like they're just, most people thought of them as a bit of a meme unit, but in an actual fight, you can get a lot of good value.
No,
from
Hapsaya was thinking Sims are garbage, and then I told him to build Sims. He tried them, and he's like, oh, this unit is actually good. What the hell?
yeah. The one Zeth from the expansion there actually kicks a worker's ass, and afterwards even disrupts a little bit of mining time, gets a scout off to see that it's an embassy. So right now,
that's just full.
A little awkward there. Well, hey, we have Hydras coming on the 1 base. AOT kind of showing shades of Neblime from Acropolis #1, thinking, okay, I'm going to get contained by this army.
ECalipso taking the Nad, exactly what I would do. Mm-hmm. This is good because this gives him the information that the Nad for Zerg is not yet ready, and he will see if the Zerg tries to go out. Although the Zerg army is pretty big.
Yeah.
I don't know if he will have time to really prepare for it.
Yeah, with all the Hydras coming out too.
He might. Art of Turtle is not looking to expand. He's looking to kill his opponent.
Yeah. I mean, he's got enough for another hatch, but you can see here the idols are going to drop like flies.
Make panic engrams or something. I wonder, will Art of Turtle even attack? I think this is.
Yeah, he panned his camera over to his enemy's base. You can tell he's like, all right, I'm just going to go ahead and right-click over here. A-click. Yeah. Oh no, a random idol on the
he will expand actually, from what I'm seeing.
Yep.
So this is pretty good. He's getting the tempo.
Oh, he already canceled the ECalipso's Nexus.
Actually, he already canceled.
Yeah.
This is great. He can really even sit back now and just fucking enjoy himself on the base advantage. Dude,
sipping mimosas in Vegas, my man.
Cooking it up.
Yeah, AOT knows a thing or two. Man, could ECalipso really be relegated to fighting for second place? I don't know, man. It seems rough, but he picked Fata for a reason. He must have some idea. If he does go the double Stargate route, you can easily close the gap by air, right? That is something that you can do in this map. A couple Hydras going to get hemorrhaged over here.
Carelessly losing some Hydras.
Well, he's actually might have just focused them down.
The golems. This is very important.
Yeah, he needs to get all of his units onto 1 golem. I think he realized it a little bit. Is it too late? That's the question. I think they're going to start falling a lot faster now. And the idol's also getting hemorrhaged down. There's so many Hydras here. Still a couple of Quasis as well for good measure. Oh, but he...
there's this principle in chess. To take is a mistake, and actually I think this applies here, because if he just kept applying pressure and controlling the Nad without actually fighting, he would be even able to take the third. And now that he tried to trade,
the pressure is gone. He doesn't really have a presence on the map anymore, and ECalipso will just take his nap. And Art of Tutu was not able to take the third, and I think that's a mistake.
Well, AOT's third or natural is up. I do think that attack could have actually done a lot more damage if AOT had committed to it, but he didn't want to take the risk. And part of that is down to the fact that the wardens were made panically in the natural, or in the main rather. You see 3 of them. That's 450 minerals that wasn't invested in a production. Now we have the Nexus. Now we have the Grand Library.
He definitely dealt a lot of damage. I just feel like he could have gotten more.
Yeah, I think either not attacking or attacking and really focusing on it, either one would have been better. But he kind of found the perfect
he needed
bad
micro.
one.
if he wanted to commit to attack, he kind of needed to be more all-inish, I guess, where he needed like better micro, I'd say, because his focus fire was not that great.
Yeah, he figured it out. I don't know if he's ever seen that unit before. You got to remember, he doesn't play very often. He might play as often as you do, Vic. Right. So when you factor that kind of thing in, it's I think he did all right for himself. He does have the ski backed out.
He's going back to Lusk.
Yeah, that seems like the option here. Oh, you know what? He could actually do a backdoor drop. I've seen this before, and if the Protoss army is out of position, you can maybe get a lot of worker kills and just disregard the wardens. But we'll see if he does that. I think I've only ever seen AOT specifically do that. So, all right, a couple workers.
He's not making any overloads. We are seeing Amarants.
The
new Grand Library. I have not seen it yet.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Yeah,
it's really
smaller.
Need to play some games.
Yeah, dude, you look at what I'm cooking. You ask what AOT and other people are cooking in the game, but how about me?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Third base coming
I've
here.
I've been reading the patch notes and been pretty excited. So
I have a patch preview video that's going to drop
so.
a little bit later. I have to make a thumbnail for it. Later today we'll drop that. So it's just like a 30-plus minute video. I need to make that
new website. It would be really cool. Having all the promo and easy download button for the launcher.
Now that was a little swagger there from AOT. He brings the Ovoleth back just to detect so his Spraith can finish the Witness off. But it has been exposed now. We see the Bactylisks are here. So that's where the third base is going to be taken for AOT. I thought he was going to take 9 o'clock. Hydra's massing up here at the ramp. A couple of workers here. You know, pretty even, economically speaking. Mild advantage for AOT when it comes to the workers, but the third base tempo is definitely pretty high. He's even stationed a bunch of Zeths in the spots that are likely to be taken as thirds from ECalipso, so he is going to be aware of when his opponent is trying to move out and think about another base. More gateways coming, or gateways at all, actually, since we have to remember this opened up with a lattice opener, and it will be a storm drop, it looks like.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like most players now. Although I should not make such broad claims since I have not seen the top players play yet, but I feel like most players usually are not greedy enough.
Oh, you'll love hit him up then.
I know I can be too greedy at times, but it's just like you can have so much out of your advantage if you know when to be greedy. So it's very important to learn when you can be and when you cannot be. So it's IMO even better to like overstep it sometimes and not know rather than like lose on the advantage that you could have had.
Well, the second Cantavis is out from the Grand Library. This first one is going to go ahead and drop the natural. We'll see how fast the reaction is for the storm drop. It mostly denies mining.
Storm drop, yeah.
Yeah, okay, he's going to pull away. Oh, the decollision stopping him from using a couple of units there. That's a little rough. The 3 workers going down.
2 workers only. Right-clicking the minerals is what you need to do in this case.
Just now got enough energy. Oh, he storms the Hatcheros. That's an interesting play, because I think it narrowly reaches the... Yeah, it does narrowly reach the workers that are returning. And it also bops the larva.
No, I feel like that was a mistake, because when you click a unit, it centers to it.
I think so too, probably, So. If it was a little bit more to the left, it would have been a lot more powerful.
Yeah.
But okay. Well, now what is AOT going to do? He's in a bit of a disarray.
Look at the
6 o'clock is expanding.
Yeah,
he dropped the scribe with the storm drop.
The expansion did
another one going! Another one going! Massive amount of kills on the storm drop. Oh my god. The Skithra cores have been deployed. That's delaying tier 2. This has been excellent from ECalipso. He was not favored in this match whatsoever, but he has come up now. You know, you consider how this game started.
Oh no, I think he's lowering him to the base. Or maybe not, maybe he will not know.
Yeah. All right, well, A pretty scary crowd
This game's
control
pretty
force.
exciting.
Yeah, I think so. Getting the workers back on track here. ECalipso has taken an advantage when it comes to the worker count. Remember that most of his workers are... He's not going to actually be able to build that many at a very high rate over here at the 6 o'clock position. So a bit of a downside of the island expansion. It's going to take a lot longer to come online unless he transfers it. By the way, this Envoy flew over 2 separate Zethra cores, so in order to get out of the base in the first place. So the fact that he's gone here and been...
losing workers. Again.
Yeah, having so much damage dealt from those storms.
No, Art of Turtle was lacking some micro hatcheries, IMO. Or actually, he has a lot of livers. He just forgot to...
He's having to remake the workers now, you know, so...
No.
All right, Zeths are moving around to see where the transport is, and of course where the other stuff is. Eventually, I promise you guys, I'll click on that Cantavis. We'll see how many storm kills it's gotten, but it's been a lot.
I'm more interested in the damage dealt, honestly.
Yeah, of course.
This is like 50,000.
Well, we've got... Okay, we might not get a chance, Veek, because the skits are en route, and they will be... Okay, they're pulling away, sharking to try to respond to this threat. We got a couple of Bactylisks here. There's the drop. All right, it's been 4... Yeah, okay, it's been a lot. It's been a lot. That's actually... That's a different Cantavis, I'm pretty sure. That's the new one.
Oh, no.
So many more workers dead.
It's above 1,000, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Hydras.
All right, another go of it. Now he's over 1,000 for sure.
1,100, 1,200.
All right, here comes the skits to finally get rid of it.
He's doing it again.
Yeah.
Actually, no, that's the Krankendau move.
Yes,
where
the
he
bisect.
intersects bisects the nat and third. And we have a storm. He has to pull back. The natural is in danger.
Yeah, the skits are going to charge in, but look at all of the splash damage.
ECalipso winning.
Yeah, there's really no way for the Zerg army to deal with this. AOT resting on his laurels a little bit too long there, expanding under his nose at that 6 o'clock base, and the storm drop sending him into disarray. The rally's out of nowhere.
I think this was still a strong showing from Tilko for how little he plays the game.
Yeah.
The thing that got him in the first 2 games, I think, is that he went hatch first, and that's not really how the meta has shaped up recently. And it's definitely punishable to do that, right? Especially if you don't plan on expanding, which usually didn't in the first 2 games. Actually, the second game he lost to Zeflad, so... But yeah, I like those 2 last games from him. It was definitely a stronger showing than initially. And I think he could have had this game. He wasn't greedy enough with expanding. He wasn't either patient or confident with his natural denial. He could have just denied it for a lot longer if he decided to just keep his army there, or he could have been more confident trying to snipe his opponents like idols and whatnot, and actually microing against golems better. That would have done him a huge favor. And yeah, I think he had a huge chance to win this game. That would have been such a storyline.
I know, yeah, from not coming in at all. You have to wonder what's going on. ECalipso looked so strong earlier. Well, he does end up coming on in, so the storm drop's definitely throwing his opponent off. Now we've got ECalipso versus Krankendau. They will, of course, be duking it out. If Krankendau wins, it's still first place for him, and AOT and ECalipso will duel again to see who is going to be second place. If ECalipso wins, then at that point we go to a decider, and AOT is cemented in third place. So that is the stakes. If you're Art of Turtle, you're hoping that Krankendau finishes the job, ends in first place, and we don't need a decider, because then AOT can still be grinding out for that second place, a rematch against ECalipso. And you know what? When the rematch against Krankendau hit, AOT was able to get on the board. So there's nothing to say that, you know, the next move against ECalipso, he can't do the same thing. So we'll have to see how that one goes. I'm going to ask our players for a ready check, and then I'm going to see if Deputy Dad wants to leave me alone.
I need to BRB, so 1 sec.
Deputy Dad did indeed leave me alone. AI taking over. I see green eggs in chat. I see Toyota. Obviously Hamster, Dead Infested, Lucy earlier. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all of our new viewers as well. Welcome to Cosmonarchy, baby. We got plenty of action here. We are going to go ahead and get rolling. Veek did not join the lobby, so I will preemptively share my screen so that he can see it when we are in. And then we are pretty much good to get cooking here. Crack-a-lackin', Krankendau in the top left, ECalipso in the bottom right. This is Star-Shorn Sepulchre by none other than the man himself, the Shambler. He'll be playing later today. Hope you guys are excited about that one. I think it's pretty cool. Now, this map I have seen a little bit here. This actually had an FFA played on it a while back, and that was casted. Then we had like a 30-plus minute TVZ between Hit 'em Up and as the Zerg and EUD64 as the Terran. Both of those guys are going to be featuring in Groups C and D, respectively. That'll be tomorrow. Hope you guys will join us for that as well. Place your bets. If you happen to be on Twitch, you can place your bets. Do you think Krankendau will end this in first place after this game? Or is ECalipso going to force a first place decider and make AOT have to take an extended leave and go back to watching?
Hi.
Hi. I don't think you were in the lobby, so I started the screen share for you.
Oh, okay, yeah, my bad.
We do have a lattice first yet again for ECalipso, so he wants to try that out against his opponent and cross spawns on the Shambler's 4-spawn map, which is unironically easier to say than Star-Shorn Sepulchre, but whatever. And 2 Droleth Scout coming out from Krankendau. I'm going to be curious about asking him what he's got to say about that. I'm very curious about how that one's going to go. So, let's see how.
Do you imagine if the final game of the tourney is Shambler versus Neblime on this map, and Shambler wins?
Oh, yeah.
That would be funny.
Map Imba, you know? Well, we'll get into that
Yeah,
at a later point for sure. I don't know if you're... I mean, that's going to be pretty late for you, so you might be ducking out at that point. But the Shambler versus Neblime, I expect the Shambler should actually be the favorite because Neblime has switched to Protoss, and he's not very experienced with it. So, but we'll see. You know, we'll see. Second lattice here. You can see the Droleth
Shambler's
cheeky
been
attack.
cooking with Protoss, but I still feel like Shambler going back to Zerg would be really, really good. He's been pretty good at Zerg. So. And Zerg is, I'd say, is pretty strong. So. It's stabilized to a meta where before, like, maybe he was right that Hydra was not that commonly useful, but now it's definitely really good. And also the Lakizalisk play, that's something that I feel like I was an early adopter to. I know Hamster also was. Yeah, it's pretty good to. Pretty good what Zerg can do in Tier 1.
Well, I think Zerg definitely has a lot of flexibility. We'll see if Krankendau can levy some of that. He did get to Tier 2 in the previous game, but he didn't end up really using it, so...
Ever since Shambler stopped playing Zerg, we stopped seeing Tef cores.
Yeah, that's so funny to me. Neblime also didn't really make too much use of them because he was so... Like, you wouldn't really go to Tethvith too often if you went to Tier 2 for whatever reason. He also wasn't
Shambler
really
has some strong opinions, but it also shapes his playstyle to a very interesting and unique one.
Well, we do have the double lattice opener yet again. This is a very fast Hydrith den for Crank, so he wants to...
Yeah, one base. Interesting.
He's kind of copying the homework of AOT a little bit, I think. Man, this group name really does make sense.
Yeah. They're just practicing for future upset.
Yeah, they're practicing for the tournament, right? This is just a practice game?
Yeah, they're just practicing Krankendau to win the whole tourney.
Well, this is where it matters. You want your prize money. You gotta pony up with your skill level as well. ECalipso thinking about a natural here. Ironically faster than the Zerg. Cross spawns, too. Making something happen with the military.
Did you know what's nice? Now that we have the clans, we should make a Clan Wars tourney.
Yeah. It's been discussed already. I think we need a couple more players in the USCM and the Ass clans. I don't know how you're going to recruit for the Ass clan, by the way. That doesn't sound very great.
It's anti-Shambler society.
Yeah. I think it was changed to
Yeah, I was
American
tempted
Slaughtering
to-
Society or something. So
I was tempted to join the AS, but I decided not to since I have my dabs. So.
you have your dad's clan. That's right.
And
I thought about
so
dad's
fun.
being the developer only clan, but then we would never.
cool.
We just would never play in the tourneys. So it's kind of funny. Undefeated, obviously. All right, so the Ovolith doesn't actually die here, which means Crank can use it. That was a scary little poke, but the Circuit finishing, I think, zoned ECalipso out. He is going for the Embassy. He has a little bit of tempo on his expansion, which you won't really notice exactly because the hatch obviously takes less time than the Nexus, but still, it's pretty even right now, and that's not usually where you want your Zerg to be. He's going to go ahead and load up a couple of Quasis. Grand Library by the Nexus. He wants to do that Storm Drop again, I think. That's what the Embassy's obviously going to be for.
So what is your bet for this game?
Well, I think my hopes rest with Krankendau. He hasn't been defeated by ECalipso yet. He's usually had the advantage in all of the games, too. This one, starting off a little bit more even. Maybe if you took the nameplates off, you would say that, okay, the Protoss seems ahead because they have got their expansion up and running and have a bit higher worker count and stuff. But that hasn't really perturbed Crank too much so far. And if he gets a nice scout that the Grand Library is coming, he'll probably be aware.
On.
I don't know how easy it will be for him to break the ramp, but if he pulls the units away, this feels a little bit discordant if the attack came at the, at the same time or something. Still, he's going to get a couple of worker kills here, it looks like. Does scout the Grand Library, because the Ovolith is going to get out of there. Oh, and if it keeps pulling those idols further up to the top right, oh, never mind, he's going to fall away. And the Witness catches the army movement out as well, so ECalipso aware. Cantavis on the way. We'd all love to see more of those storm drops, that's for sure. Third base now coming up for Crank. This is a lot faster than the other games.
Is Grand Library has Grand Library cost went down? I
Yep,
suppose
300
read about that
minerals
somewhere.
instead of 350.
That's pretty cool. I really would like to play some games on this.
Hell yeah,
Just
dude.
trying some Protoss, I guess. I'd really love to learn Terran, but I feel like they're so hard. Like, I would want to be able to just random because I love randoming, but
Yeah.
Terran's just my curious, what is it? Foot? Achilles foot?
Achilles
I think?
heel, yeah.
Heel, yeah. It's definitely my Achilles heel, the Terran race.
It's my worst race too, so don't you worry. You're in good company. Now the storm drop is going to go into effect, and he's also going to set up a base in the bottom left, taking another main, in stark contrast to the third that has been selected by Krankendau. It's kind of risky to do the same thing exactly back to back, but let's see if it works out for him. A Circuit over here might help deal with the Cantavis, but the reaction time, yeah, a little bit faster here for Krankendau. Already wise to the ideas and the shenanigans. Remember that you can see that Storm does less damage, well, it actually does more damage stacked up, but it does less damage per tick, and it lasts for longer. So you can, in theory, incur more losses to it, but you have a lot more reaction time, and it's a bit more about area denial, which, when you cast it onto mineral lines, can be quite debilitating, actually, for the harvesters.
Yeah, it wins, it at least wins mining time, but very often it also kills, like,
One or two workers at
most
least.
often.
Yeah. All right, well, looks like the envoy is coming back in from the top rope. That one was not reacted to very fast, but it looks like Crank will be just fine. He's going to lose a Hydra and a Quasi, unfortunately. But no workers lost. And you can see him, he's already putting down the Spraith over here to shoot down the envoy if it does come in. Stop the pickup afterwards. And then he has also been making Lakizilisks, and I'm not 100% sure if those are going to be for the attack or if they're going to be for a more beleaguered defense. Right now, Krankendau sees that ECalipso is moving out with a Scribe. Little does he know there's already another Nexus started in the bottom left, although that is pretty late.
Yeah, Protoss having an extra base over Zerg is not looking good for the Zerg.
We'll have to see if that ends up actually happening, because right now Krankendau does have that lead. Okay, he's got the got another storm drop here. Doesn't end up losing any workers. Oh, well, there's another shuffle over here, so he will end up losing some more now. Just two.
No. Two. More?
No, he's good. The rally, when you tell them to harvest minerals, they'll try to go to another mineral node, right? Because it's free.
Yeah,
It's fine. It's not under storm or anything. Its defense is being set up over here. Still, only losing 2 workers so far to the drops here from ECalipso. He hasn't invested in anything to stop them completely. He's got the static defense, which is kind of multi-purpose. But I think the biggest thing is that Krankendau hasn't been able to be proactive on the map the way that he normally is. And now, with ECalipso pushing outward, he's free to transfer workers over here, which is something he couldn't do versus Art of Turtle on Fata Morgana. A map by Week 7.
A map by me.
You.
Q7.
Q7. Speaking of, we have 7. Look at... Oh, it's 8. Never mind.
No.
I thought for sure that was 7.
Was V-Gate.
It was VK. Just reminds me of your birthday map where you just count to 6 and then say that's gross. All right, 9 o'clock coming here for Krankendau, so that will be his 4th base. Adding more hatches as well throughout the map. I like this position, but I'm a little bit nervous about what the transition is going to be from ECalipso. I mean, sure, he's been just doing storm stuff, but what else is he thinking about here, right? This base being completely unseen, out of sight, out of mind in the bottom left. And now in Ancestral Archives, that's going to be the move.
So we'll see up Texans probably.
Maybe. Could also be Patriarchs for their enchantment. Envoy getting zoned away by the Spraiths. Wants to drop that Cantavis for yet another move. Might be able to do so. Does get the Storm off, but that's going to be moved away pretty quick.
Yeah, I thought he would lose it. Good.
No anti-air over here.
Dude, Sprays have the most craziest range.
I know. You can hold
It's
shift
8?
on their thing.
Oh,
yeah.
9!
9 range. Better watch out.
Yeah, 9 makes a lot of sense.
It's a lot.
Iral Iris is more than halfway, or about halfway done now for Krankendau, so we are going to be able to see him get up the tech tree as well. It's not just ECalipso rocking up that Ancestral. Takes a long time for that structure to finish. Man, the new up Tecton is absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Maybe we will see it. You can see the treasuries in the 12 and 6 positions here. Shambler has left us for advanced workers. Maybe that's something Krankendau will think about doing.
Yeah, that's something that brothers can do, where you can just harvest arbitrary nodes how they want with the advanced worker, which is also a flyer, which is good versus harassment.
Oh boy. Bottom left has been sighted. The Envoy is going to be zoned away. Might be able to drop over here.
Was it sighted?
Zeth flew in and died to an engram, so.
Okay.
Cantavis is here, but it wasn't actually going to... It's not casting anything. Okay, now it gets a cast off, but there's not really anything there. Ooh, he gets scooped up, actually. 1 HP!
1 HP.
1 HP, and he kills a couple of Rilla cores. And a worker. Well,
You almost one more.
it's actually, I think the story there is the 1 HP. That's the one that got away, man. The 1 armor helping out. Gateways galore. Crucible to enchant. It is going to be Patriarchs from the Ancestral. Man. ECalipso going up to a 4th base himself. And now that you see that base, like, what are you thinking? Krankendau? He's got his tier 2. He's going for a Calcier Lake, so that's interesting. We haven't seen that structure be sort of perceived as like a meta option in a while, but I actually think that Lyrilisks have they've gotten that treatment that I described once for the Solarian way back, where like nobody's building this unit. Maybe I'll buff a little bit here. Oh, nobody's still building this unit. Maybe I'll. So the Lyrilisks is kind of like that, where it moves super fast. It moves super fast, and it's got pretty reasonable crowd control with the bounce attack for like the mid. It's like you could kind of think about it as just like an upgraded Hydra in some ways, but it has that bounce for a little bit of a different combat role, and the fact that it moves so fast also helps it out quite a bit. Well, here we go, another Cantavis drop. It's not really going to get too much done.
He's really being obnoxious with that Cantavis.
Oh,
You won't lose it.
he's good. He's out.
Would be nice for Krankendau to get like a skiff and just like follow the thing.
Well, okay, listen, he's going for the Protathalors, so he will have the tools to snipe those high-value targets like the Patriarchs. Taking the top right third, if you want to call it that, as well. Man, there's such a big Zerg force here.
The minute of is scary.
I know, just looking at it. Well, it's engaging a little bit too fast here. He is making 10 Lyrilisks, so he will be testing my theory. Are they actually good? Couple of Protathlors cracking off. Man, if he can get the Lakizilisks in a good spot here for some Omega Surround, he's set up for it.
Whoa.
Veek, I can see it happening a mile away. Is ECalipso going to walk into the trap too much? Oh my god, there's so many Lakizilisks. They need to actually descend. The northern flank as well is enormous and trying to do a wraparound. How long can this fight go on? Oh yeah, he's charging forward. He's got the Zorius proc.
The Zorius speed is crazy.
Oh my god, the forces for
Again.
ECalipso are dwindling. The Patriarchs are so low.
The Zorius speed.
It's crazy, dude. The storms to try to withdraw, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Are the literally doing it?
I think they are, dude. I mean, they're kind of getting body blocked by everything else, but they've
The
been...
Lakizilis goalie. I don't know. I don't see their count going down.
Not really, no. That storm might get a couple of them on the way. ECalipso, where are the rest of your reinforcements? He's got an Uptecton coming. We might be able to see it. There's so many Lakizilisks, man. There's still 11 of them. But it looks like the front line's kind of dwarfed now. I mean, there's a lot of Lyrilisks here.
The problem with the Lakizilis is that he has them in his weird shape and he doesn't leapfrog them sequentially. He just like uses
The double engram as well. I think ECalipso will hold here. He's got another
He should not
Patriarch.
trade. He should definitely just keep the pressure. Wait for his army. He's in the advantage.
He is, yeah, but the Patriarchs are being singled out by the Protathalor and the Lyrilisk. Here's the Uptecton, though. Big Daddy Uptecton marching onto the field, sauntering on. It walks over small units.
How huge this unit now is.
I know, yeah. Now we just need a witness so he can start attacking those
intimidating.
Lakizilisks from a range. Okay, all of that has happened. Now spend down the money. Now see if you can make more units. We got more and more coming. Tetzoricor could be big here. Uptecton moving around, shuffling.
like a mass Muta switch? What do you think? It don't work.
Yeah, I mean, right now the only AoE since is the Patriarchs and the Atriuses. So the biggest thing that you would want for that is seeing if you can attack the bases undefended, but the engrams are kind of denying that right now. So we would need to see a little bit of a split. But this is the kind of situation.
Krankendau, I'd like to see like just controlling the middle and denying the left base. I think it would be nice, but I don't think you can right now do this because the Obtecton is really doing it for Krankendau now.
Well, the Dracodons are starting to fall, and you can see here the focus fire coming down onto those Patriarchs, but the storm has been immaculate on the ramp. Now, can the Tetzoricors get enough splash damage from their attacks? Yes, they can. They are sustaining massively on the front line right now, and we don't see a split from ECalipso. He's actually charged forward with his Uptecton. I feel like that's a mistake.
The literal is.
Oh, no! It's been eviscerated.
Got it.
Gone up in flames.
Now with Tetzoricors, the best thing you can do is kite, like
Yep.
back and forth.
So they don't
because
attack and get there, yeah.
They don't like last match.
But all the Lakizilisks have died, right? So there isn't really much of a crowd control option to deal with all these Zealots. And another Uptecton is on the way, another Patriarch's already out. There's not really that many more units moving across the map. Those
This is the
Tetzor...
finale of the group.
Not yet, exactly. I mean, we still have one more game after this. It just depends on who's playing based on who's winning. So, this could have been a fitting finale.
Not out yet.
No, AOT might be able to get second place here. If Krankendau wins, AOT can get second. And right now, it's just... This battle has been going on for, I feel like, 3-4 minutes, jockeying for position over here. Can he overwhelm and deny this base over here? Looks like the answer is he doesn't want to right now.
Dude, the Lyrilisk is really surprising. How much do they cost?
I believe it's 75 and 50. Somebody will have to fact check me on that. I cannot use my new command because it's reserved for single player only.
Yeah, because whole unit is.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Would be nice if it was per sub commanded, not per.
That's alright, we can always optimize that later. The whole thing should probably... We talked about it before, it should probably be ported. So it's going to be Stargates as the switch. Man, okay, we got to take a breath. We got to calm down. Battle's not over yet. Bottom left still mining. Watchful for the bottom left natural, which is going to be attempted to be taken here at some point by ECalipso. 3 Stargates out as well. These engrams somehow holding. I feel like at any point that big attack force, some of them could have been pinched off to destroy the bottom right third position here for ECalipso, the one that he took as his 4th base, technically, because he had that silly expansion. A couple Zealots charging over here. They might be able to find a safe spot away from the circuits, get a couple of worker kills, but it's not too much. And now, what does Krankendau want to do? He knows that his opponent's force is kind of consolidated in the one spot. Is he really just going to run into the brick wall again? A couple Gladiuses coming out of the Stargates. Top right main is finished for Crank. So he will be going up to 6 bases soon. Okay, the Lakizilisks have burrowed, getting a lot of value from the cliff advantage. They are shredding through those Zealots, but can they stay alive long enough to keep it going? Patriarch's getting plenty of value. Oh, this Uptecton's busy firing on the Tetzoricors, like one of the worst targets it could probably choose right now. So poor target selection, but maybe its next few valleys will be a little bit better. Trying to get a committal onto the surround. He will be focusing it down, and it will start to crumble yet again. Oh, yeah, heartbreaking for all Protoss players. It's hard to call. There's so many engrams. The Gladiuses can storm the front at some point. Rest of the force needs to be committed here.
Fine, his army.
Yeah.
I think he's got it, but not the enemy. His army actually melted so quickly. This is how Zerg are, I guess.
27 Lakizilisks just got queued up. Is that too many Lakizilisks? You know, like, you have to ask that question.
He really needs to step up his micro with them, though, because he's not using them to the fullest potential with Froggy.
Man, I gotta say these Cantavis have been great, but they are also being focused down quite a bit. And the Lyrilisks can shoot up where the Protathalors cannot. So these Gladiuses won't stay alive for too much longer. They will end up falling, but the second Uptecton is not going to be picked off this time.
His army's gone. I am so surprised.
Yeah. It's mostly Lakizilisks right now.
I feel like the problem with Krankendau is that he just keeps trading his army. And that's okay for Zerg, right? They remax fast. That's fine. But I would also want him to pressure elsewhere instead of just applying all his force in one spot.
Dude, this is a crazy game, crazy match. We got a second Uptecton going to finish pretty soon.
ECalipso was doing the storm drops, right? But Krankendau has done nothing like that.
Yep. He's got a couple quasis over here, so setting up some
ECalipso will set up his fifth at the corner.
Yep, taking the bottom left natural as his 5th base.
Yeah, like if Krankendau applied his pressure there and just had Lakizilisks in the middle to block that advance, holy fuck. Yeah, so if he kept Lakizilisk in the middle and with the rest of his army he overwhelmed the corner, I think that would be a great strategy.
Man, it's crazy stuff. Okay, well, there's another attack coming in the front line. I don't know if this is the right move. I feel like...
How many do we have?
I know, as soon as you push that burrow key, all those Zealots are going to go up into dust. We got plenty of Lyrilisks as well. It's crazy all around. He's going to go for the surround play.
Oh no, he will go for a surround.
Yeah, he's done this plenty of times, and ECalipso's kind of walking into it, opting into it. How long can this go on? Burrowing just a few.
He's working better.
Yeah, he is going to go ahead and try that. Immediately, ECalipso pulling away. Not going to fall into the same trap. But is it already too late? He ceded the position. Now we can start to see these engrams finally be taken down. They've done so much damage.
He's controlling his army and also dealing damage to his expansion, to his third. The bounce attacks are doing miracles for him. The Lakizilisks are dealing AoE.
Yeah, but the focus on the Uptecton. He's doing a great job there. All right, the Gladiuses have had to withdraw.
Regenerating for the storm.
Yeah, there it is, another one. Patriarch trying to do some good splash here. And because he's made these from quasis, they still regress and take up a little bit more time to kill. It's not super impactful at this stage. Oh, the Uptecton falling to those Lakizilisk shots. Okay, he's killed the engrams, but he hasn't actually stopped the mining at this position.
Yeah, he opened up the third, so maybe that helps, but...
Oh, man.
He has almost 40 workers of advantage.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. He's now making a lot of skits at this stage in the game. I wonder what
still tier 2. Holy.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, like, I feel like his trading habit is really getting him, because if he just controlled the middle and he didn't trade.
Oh no, there's no anti-air over here, Vic.
Oh no, the workers will fall.
Well, they can't really be seen. There's no witness paired with this army.
The Gladius balls will stag.
It's crazy, dude. They're killing the eggs. Those were Lakizilisks. He's massing up with everything he's got. He's got enough Schizocores, I think, to clear this.
Oh, he's moving his whole army. That's a mistake, I feel like. He's giving up the middle.
Well, ECalipso didn't focus on the hatch here, so... I'm not sure. No anti-air down here either, really. I mean, these are one of these is a spear tip, at least. Skits are going to see if they can deal enough damage. It looks like they will. They'll clean it up.
Oh,
Oh, wow. Basically 1 health. It's 4 health, but it's basically...
Can be obnoxious now.
The Gosvalet's returning gas in the net. 12
Oh,
o'clock.
that's cool. That's cool.
Shambler.
See Shambler.
Yeah.
Can't speak today. Holy.
Shambler's just happy that somebody's using it.
I'm very happy.
All right, well, listen.
What is the orange dot on the bottom?
That is an Ovileth, just spying to see if anything is in there. Not something that ECalipso is using. More Cantavis, catching him in the morphing. What is Krankendau doing back at home? He's resaturating his base on burrowing those workers, I guess. Now the Lyrilisks finish.
Holy, they move so fast.
Yeah. But does he have enough to deal with the Zealots?
What the hell?
Now just imagine pairing this with a Zorius, right? Like, oh, speaking of.
Oh.
Well, here they are, but has this been enough splash damage? Okay, the Tetzoricker's coming in for a nice flank. They will stay alive for a good amount of time here, and the Zealots are getting cleaned up over here on the eastern side.
Maybe the Zorius with Lyralist can go and snipe the Tecton, right?
Yeah, if you can get on top of it.
It's huge. And he will be tagged in a sec. Okay, I think he's done. Yeah, he's going down. Let's go.
Let's go. Krankendau still.
He denied the third.
Yeah, he needs to actually get some decisive, action happening over here. Good storm, but it's split off immediately.
Oh, look at this engagement on the right.
Yeah,
and he's dealing damage to the third.
Full surround at this point. The army finally falling. Is this going to be the last time ECalipso can make it happen? Krankendau with so much money in the bank. Full focus on the military. I think he might have enough to actually break his opponent. The Cantavis basically the last man standing at this point. Just a couple of additional units popping out now, and I think it's too late on top of the production. Oh no, man.
The natural is falling.
Yep. Zealots popping out of the gates, trying their best to stay alive here.
If you look at the bank of Krankendau,
I know.
He's like more everything to Mutas. That'd be devastating too.
Well, ECalipso doesn't want to give up just yet. He's trying to see if he can hold the fort with this Patriarch in the bottom. I don't know if it's going to happen, though, man. I feel like there's way too many Zerg. He doesn't want to call it. He wants the dream of that first place decider. But I think it's just a faded memory, man. I think Krankendau's going to win first place here in just a few more moments. He's got more units coming, spent down his bank, although not nearly as much as he really should.
Also, Krankendau should just take tier 3.
That's what I would say too, but it's not going to be necessary. GG. And Krankendau has claimed victory after an almost 30-minute banger. He will be first place.
Although I have to criticize him because
his middle control was really good, and he should have taken that, and like trading so many times has not done him many favors. I feel like if he played like a more established, experienced Cosmonarchy vet, I feel like they'd be able to poke holes in his plan, because the middle control was all he had. Any harassment to him would probably crumble him, and ECalipso could have really taken the 5th earlier, and it wouldn't made a difference, because Krankendau just didn't have it on the radar. He didn't bother with attacking it ever. So definitely seeing misprecisions. Not really any blunders, but yeah, it's a strong showing nonetheless. He's a new arrival. I think this is his debut in Acropolis, right?
Yeah. Both Krankendau and ECalipso have never been inside a tournament, so this Invitational is their first blood.
Yeah, it's a strong showing for a new player. So, but definitely thanks to Polish, and yeah, looking forward to what he can cook up in the future. Maybe.
Yeah, listen, I mean, you're talking about things he could improve. Just imagine if he does do that, dude. Like, how good is this guy gonna be? It's just crazy.
Like, imagine if he had the amount of experience that like Shambler has, when he like spams the games for like a year and a half probably now, right? Just imagine when people actually have time to practice. It'd be pretty amazing.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're going to have to see him in the next big tourney, dude. I hope he's with us for a long, long time. Well, AOT is getting ready here. I have fed him the requisite information for what we are about to see. And that means that AOT will need to win 2 games. If he wins Oblivion, we go back to Maxiom for the decider. And if ECalipso wins this game or the next, he is the second placer. So I hope you guys are excited for that. We have at least this game, maybe another one after. It's going to be ECalipso in the top left of Oblivion by the Beaver 99. AOT in the bottom right.
Yeah, in green versus
This is teal, I think, yeah?
It's the original vanilla colors on a new map that I have never seen played yet by the Beaver.
That's right.
99.
By the way. Yeah, I don't even know where you would place your bets for this one. I mean, ECalipso's had AOT's numbers so far, but I think that he's not going to fall to the same trick twice, so to speak, when it comes to
well, ECalipso, you know, he seems more practiced. Although I guess he can be stuck in his way. Art of Turtle definitely did some quick adaptations that helped him secure a victory. And almost a second one. So my bets are on like ECalipso, but Art of Turtle could still get it. At least one, right? That would be like 1-1 would be feasible.
Oh yeah.
Not unlikely.
If AOT takes this but loses the next, that's quite feasible. I think both players have a shot here.
Yeah.
Now, hey, you might notice that there are north-facing ramps for a tile type. I tried to Photoshop that together just for this map. So
yeah, it's pretty cool.
it works.
And we have the anchors in the middle.
Yep.
They are the flying ones.
Yeah, you can't actually lift them off though. There's still that game rule. They just weren't set to the unflying.
We should do that. We probably should do that on like in GPTP automatically.
I don't know. Maybe you want the flying ones to be a thing.
Yeah,
like
but
imagine if the
would
flying
need
one
to-
is on an island, and you place the flying one on an island, so you have to drop to get it. Eh?
Do you get it forever?
Until you unload it. You unload it in the middle.
What
of
if you
nowhere.
unload in the air?
You can't. You have to be able to path on it to unload it.
No, what I mean is, if you unload the bunker while it's flying, you unload on.
Yeah,
onto
it gets
terrain.
given back to neutral, but anybody can garrison it. So.
Maybe.
I think it's fine.
It's kind of confusing. I feel like
Nah, it's fine.
this is the reason
Easy clap, dude.
we see 4 Zevs in the middle.
What
Going
should
to
probably happen is if
apply pressure.
what if neutral anchors were something that they rebuilt themselves after a certain amount of time? So then you fly it landed in the enemy's base, and when it blows up, it rebuilds itself for your enemy. Yeah. Now we're talking. Now we're really cooking. All right, AOT is
Yeah, I
attacking.
like it.
AOT is pressuring.
We just
it.
make it so you remember the infinite velocity map where we had Niduses that had to be opened up.
Yep.
And now imagine we have like 4 anchor spots on the map, and they just like construct over 1 second. 1 minute or whatever. And then whoever claims them gets them forever.
Listen, we
But
can
then
talk
if
about
they-
these
if
crazy
they
ideas,
fall-
but right now workers are being pressured, Veek. You got to watch out. Not only that, there's a proxy Stargate.
Oh no.
So
Do
listen.
we see much gas? Do we see free scribes?
Yeah, listen, 2 workers went down here with
okay.
those Zeths, so that was not without any consequence. But I am a bit curious as to what AOT thinks, because he scouts here. There was a second gate that went down earlier and got canceled by ECalipso after the scout, so the rescout sees it was canceled, and AOT should know something is up. So he's going to move across with some quasis. They're not going to be too consequential. He didn't scout a Nexus. Like, he must know that something weird is going on. The question is, would you ever in a million years think that he's going to proxy me? Has anybody ever proxied in a tournament game in Acropolis #1? I can't remember. Like,
Actually,
I don't
I don't know.
I don't think they're... Oh, no, that's not true. I mean, it's not really a proxy, but there were like pocket bases, like on Derelict, you know, the main's like really wide to the right if you spawn in the bottom left. And, like, people made like hidden...
I remember that I did some proxies in the tourney I played in.
Yeah.
It was like a Zealot Lodge versus some unfortunate person.
Probably eye sarcasm if I had to guess.
No, it was versus someone less experienced, I'm pretty sure. Like Beaver, maybe?
I can't remember.
Lucy? Maybe it was Lucy.
Poor Lucy.
I don't know.
It wasn't even on a map by Week 7, I bet.
No, it was on Derelict.
We do have a Hydrith coming for AOT. Gladius in the can from the proxy. There's already one complete.
How many will he make before he attacks? Because if he makes a critical mass,
Yeah.
that is pretty good versus Quasis. And Art of Turtle is not expecting it. Like, imagine if he just masses Gladiuses here for like 5 minutes, and then the moment Art of Turtle moves out, he comes to the main with like 10 Gladiuses. That would be insane.
Well, the Hydras are out, so AOT has a little bit of a defense against this. He's not completely powerless, but 3 Gladius can be a lot in the early game. And it's completely unscouted, right? So, like, AOT must be expecting something. He's going for double Ovaleth so he can try to scout out a little bit. Dirty stuff.
And natural expansion is going down for ECalipso in a second. Yes.
Yep.
There it is.
Hey, some Quasis are going to move on over here and see that. So maybe they'll go a little bit deeper and get... There's nothing back at home. These Quasis could just walk in and deal a lot of damage. Does AOT know that? Does he even try? I don't think he has any idea. Back at home, he is going to be attacked by the 3 Gladius timing at the same time as his own units are here. Where are the...
some hidden Hydras on the bottom.
Yeah, what are they doing? Was that a mistake? What was he doing? I think he was just scouting around for that.
He was preparing a drop, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that might have been the case. Yeah, I think he's forgotten about them down here in the bottom. These Quasis just attacking nothing else. Oh, AOT. He might just drive him back without it and then find him a little bit later. One of those Gladius is very, very low. Those extra shots, though, dealing crazy amounts of damage. Man, these 6 Hydras could have turned the tide.
Yeah.
I was wondering where those Hydras went. I was like, surely he's got some... Down to only 2 workers. Man, that's a...
Drakaden, but the Gladiuses will run down.
Yeah, there's no... I mean, he doesn't have enough money. He's only got 2 workers here. He's going to call it.
GG.
And that is rough, man. AOT's not going to be happy about the way that game went down. But that means that ECalipso does secure 2nd place. And, yeah, unfortunate here because I thought AOT had some stuff cooking there. The dirty moves from ECalipso to put him in the ground.
So... I don't know, it feels like some people were maybe listening up after the games what I was saying, because like he went Gladius this time, right? And there were a few other occurrences of that I just not exactly sure what it was. But anyways, looks like people are learning their lessons pretty quickly, adapting in the tourney. And also very interesting to have put the Stargate in a proxy spot, right? Mm-hmm. It was also way quicker than usually.
Oh yeah, it was super fast. Partially because of that cancel after the scout.
One thing I was very curious in that epic 30-minute banger is that since ground libraries are so much cheaper now, can you in mid game place like, I don't know, 15 and spam ammo rounds? I feel like that would have been really good for what Krankendau had.
I do think that more even ecclesiasts, right, to help with the Patriarch Shield regen. The Patriarchs don't do it all themselves anymore, I think, so that might have also helped out a lot. But he was also up against, like, Lakizalisk spam, like 27 of them. Dude, that's so many. I think the airplay also could have, it wasn't a bad idea to explore.
Ecclesiasts in mid-game are very underappreciated. I feel like they're pretty busted now after all the buffs. And
probably. Well, there was a bug fix to make it so that they weren't... that they range was a little bit more reliable, and I had also previously buffed the range because I didn't know that there was a bug there. So that was like back in Acropolis #1 days. So, but people should have already been aware of that, is my kind of thinking. But no, not exactly. So we have our standings here. I will invite our Group A players to go for an interview.
Oh yeah,
and see if they want to pop in and say a few words. But yeah, this does mean that Krankendau secures first place, the lion's share of the prize money doled out to his group. ECalipso and AOT split it up from the rest of there. And see if I actually had planned to see if Chumbek was around to do some translation. But I'm not sure if he's around. We'll see if he wants to pop in. See if Crank wants to do it.
Quick BB.
Yep, go ahead. Well, Group A definitely had some exciting matches. The early ones super back and forth, even though they were a little bit on the shorter side. Really cool game on the cross spawn for Star-Shorn. I thought that one was really neat. Cross spawn on Paradise was also really cool. It just wasn't quite as long. So, have to see about that one. All right. Time to bring in AOT. Hello, sir. Art of Turtle. How are you doing?
Oh man, a little sad on that last game, but you gotta take hits where they are, and you gotta applaud in positions where you have a feeling something's going on, but they still make it happen anyways.
Yeah. Listen, that one, I was wondering what was going through your head, right? Because obviously it's a map. That's the map that I think is the least practiced out of any of them. And you were scouting around trying to figure out, like, wait, he canceled his gateway? Like, what's going? He doesn't have a nexus. Like, at what point did you suspect there was some sort of proxy shenanigans going? Did you think it was like another base or what?
When I got my lings onto the inside and I started realizing that there really isn't a whole lot of production, the first thought I had in mind was there's got to be some type of proxy out there. And catching up on gas, I knew it had to be something air-based.
Oh, okay. You saw how much he was harvesting Vespene?
Yeah, I did catch on to that small detail. Now, the lings getting in was kind of a big help for me, knowing that there just wasn't a whole lot on the ramp, meaning that there's something coming to my base. And so the idea was to kind of be pretty tight inside my base. But I ran into the issue where I had Hydras well out of position in that game, and I thought I had everything set up for an attack to kind of bounce that off and recover, and wondering why I wasn't doing any damage until I realized there were just 6 Hydras sitting outside of the battle the entire time.
Yeah, that must have sucked when you realized it, because by then your workers had already been eviscerated at that point, and it was a little bit too late. Because I was like, oh man, he can hold this easy, in my head, thinking like, yeah, I mean, maybe it'll be like he might trade down the army, but he should be able to hold, and then he'll have the military advantage. Because there was nothing at home when your Quasis walked up to see his Nexus. He actually had no combat units in his main or anything, so... The proxy definitely
I was beating away at it, and I was like, yeah, he's definitely trying to put pressure. I'm okay losing a couple of drones, not the entire line, so kudos to Calypso for finding a good spot of proxy, especially closer to the base. I was thinking he was definitely proxying one of the closer bases near him, since it's a little bit harder to, well, I can't say it's a little bit harder, but it's less likely that he was going to get so close on that. But, hit it away.
The game on Fata Morgana, you were so close to actually winning, I felt like.
Yeah, I think that was the shift. Did the shift tab end up working in that last game? Because you said it wasn't, it didn't pop on, or you didn't have it on for the Fata Morgana game with the Envoy drop?
That Envoy drop was kicking my ass. But yeah, I couldn't really see it very well off of the map. He did have the nice color that was going over, and I thought I had the mini-map red going, but instead I was one flip back over when I double checked him the next game.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Because if you tab it too many times or whatever, it changes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's three shift tabs. Well, first shift tab gives you just mini map color. Second shift tab gives you easier to see colors for your army and their army. You hit it again, it comes back to the default of whatever starting colors were, and those colors just happen to kind of mess with my eyes a little bit, especially on that really, really brownish, kind of orangish map, where you've got a peach color shuttle moving all over the place, or the envoys all over the place, which... Again, that was a brilliant way to keep a Zerg pretty uncomfortable on 3 bases.
Yeah, you saw him
thought
doing
that your biggest mistake on that map was when you pressured and you were denying his natural, you should have either been more patient and just like taken a third or something, just like scale up your advantage, or that you should have been more confident and also more micro intensive with your approach. Is it felt like you didn't really get enough damage for it to be worth it, and you also didn't get enough advantage, and it was looking really good for you because you cancelled his not actually. You probably didn't know that.
Right, I did want to get further in on there. In fact, I had reinforcing army that I knew that I kind of needed to trade a little bit of way, but I definitely made a bad choice on which army to, or which unit to hit on, and I noticed after a while I was putting all of my attacks on the golems rather than something a little further in the back because they were just soaking up so much damage.
Yeah, so the thing with the golems is if you don't focus fire them, they will heal each other. Because if you hit a golem, other units will be healed. Not the one that you're focusing, but other ones. So your quasis, I believe, were hitting different golems. So they were healing and sustaining very well for a while. It was like 5 seconds of you not really dealing damage.
Right, it was me just still trying to get in a better surround position, see if I can kind of push up the ramp a little bit, which I really didn't have much. I mean, if there was just not a whole lot of units, I would have gone for it. But I do agree that I overcommitted on the ramp when I could have easily kind of pulled back and, like you said, go for the third base anyways. Although looking at
just controlling
his,
him, delaying his man, stuff like that.
At the very beginning of the game, when I noticed he had the whatever the robotics facility equivalent is, which I've ran into that a few times, where instead I get hit with lattices, or I get hit with the air combat units that fly right across the map.
Yeah.
But not realizing that there are other units that can come out of that, and so instead of getting an air harass, which is the reason why I kind of held back, and I even had the spore up. Got hit with some pretty good DPS ground units instead.
Yeah, finding a way to
change up.
Yeah, finding a way to scout and know into it that, like you said, I mean, there was already this other narrative going where you had obviously you haven't really been able to practice too much. We know you're a busy man, and so we do appreciate it that much more that you're able to pop on in. I think you actually showed pretty well your base level of skill at RTS games and at Brood War-esque RTS games, because even though things are very different here, the meta's moved a lot since the last time you were playing actively for Acropolis, you were able to eventually, like the fact that you took Krankendau down and it only took you one game to realize, oh wait, maybe I should be going for, the Larvosk early on. You actually did a different build than he did. He was going Larvosk into pool. You went pool into Larvosk, and it seemed to come out ahead. What were you thinking about that in the ZVZ matches?
Well, actually, the only thing I was thinking about was, hey, he's going to have quite a bit of an early... anyways, and I've kind of had in the back of my mind that 11 pool, or pool 11, however you want to put it, is much better at scaling at the earlier style of larva usage, since you get a good amount of drones that will allow you to kind of take your way upward. Now, when I watched this game versus... I kind of picked up on this a little bit as I was practicing on my own over the past couple of days, on and off. But I've come to the realization that Cesients, or the Kagrins turning into the Cesients, is the most effective and fastest way to get larva. In ZVZ, larva is usually what will make the biggest difference in being able to overcome your opponent. Of course, you have to be able to afford that, and you really don't want very much larva to be sitting idle, but larva in general is the make or break of when you play these games, and especially when he starts throwing a lot of army into... He had a lot of army into my natural, and I was very cognitive of that. Yeah. But I also knew that I would have that larva advantage eventually and be able to push him way the heck out, to the point that I realized I'd taken out so much of his army. It was easy for me to just walk straight across, and whatever happened, I just needed to make sure that I was trading efficiently, because he just didn't have the larva at the end of the match.
Right, yeah. At the end of the day, you ended up having that advantage. I mean, Vik and I were going crazy when we realized that you had like 51 military units at one point, and he was, hemorrhaged down and traded down, and was trying to go for the hatch, right, the expansion. Yeah. So that almost felt like a Brood War-esque ZVZ, where you get that back and forth swing going, where oh, you couldn't break me at my ramp. Well, I guess I'm just gonna see if I can put some
Yeah, it
pressure on
felt
the other
like
one.
you at that game. It felt like you figured out that going hatch first is not the option, and going larvas instead is better. And I felt like that gave you such a tempo on in early game, and in the later game versus ECalipso, I also felt like you would win it. Uh, and
I,
he drawn it out for a longer game and eventually got you, but I felt like it was a key adaptation for you.
oh yeah, there was definitely a complete switch off when I got completely wrecked by Krankendau. I knew I needed to make a big change and a big change immediately
Okay.
in the way that I needed to approach this game. Now that there's a lot more fine builds, there's a lot more a better way of setting up your armies, which I think honestly. ECalipso had way better army compositions in comparison, even when he was playing against Krankendau when I was watching him. But his issue was that he wasn't able to get himself in positions that made big armies a lot more advantageous. Instead, he kept getting in surrounds all the way through. Like any big battle he lost was because he's getting hit from the front, the side, the other side, and still trying to push into it, thinking that he'd be able to kind of spread out damage. But instead, he just gets to getting pushed in. As compared to if he was to be on top of a ramp with that type of army position where it's all coming in one direction,
Yeah.
I could definitely see him winning a lot more of those battles.
Yeah, some of those ones were crazy, especially the almost 30-minute long one that went, had so many bases. And that's, I guess, another thing that we would ask is that based on the play that you experienced with these two guys, obviously you've been to the playoff stage, the throne room stage of the previous tournament. We would, of course, always love to have you active in the server, so to speak, in the community. But do you reckon that these two are going to be people to watch out for? Like, are you expecting them to shape up their play even further and be able to get better? Or, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you've played too much with them as practice before the groups were announced, but they seem to be pretty solid from my standing. What do you think?
I think you need to kind of throw out the standings. I think there's a brand new meta change, a different way of being able to play. Anybody that was from that last tournament is going to really have to adapt with the way that the new players are coming up. Krankendau, I already kind of pinpointed that this is a guy that is studying it. He is getting a better understanding of his units. His mechanics aren't quite there yet. You did see him kind of floating quite a bit of army and minerals, minerals and gas after a period of time. But if he's able to
like he could
really
have
tighten
been
that
more
up.
aggressive with expanding when he had advantage, and some like strategic decision making could have been better, but overall he had a really strong showing for a new player, so he's definitely someone to like respect as an opponent.
Yeah,
He's definitely got the right mindset when you want to see somebody as a player improve. It comes down to studying the game first, and then being able to put your mechanics to use. And I can definitely see over a 2-3 month, even the next tournament, you'll start seeing that his macro mechanics will just explode. Especially being a part now that we have like team culture happening. We may not have a perfect understanding of the game, but we do have a pretty good understanding of how RTS is and the nature of it works. And I'd actually give credit to Hit 'em Up for being able to pull these guys together. I can definitely see us as a team, even we all just played each other, being able to improve over a good amount of time.
Yeah, I think so, and I'm also a big fan of the fact that we're having these clans, the sort of team culture, like you're saying. I expect that'll help us iron out some of these things, get a lot of practicing.
Really would be an oopsie if Krankendau won the whole tournament.
Well, it would have been an oopsie for sure. Well, hey, he did end up making it to first place, and at the end of the day, all you guys were oops. This whole group was oops. You know what I mean? So it was pretty funny at the way that it rolled out. So it doesn't really matter how you guys did at the end of the day because the clan's doing well. But an oops player won, that's for sure. And now I guess we're kind of getting to that end stage here, man. And this was just the groups only. This was not the more long drawn out versions of the tournament, but we got more stuff coming in the pipe after. How are you feeling overall? You got any final words for us? Anything you want us to chew on your way out?
Yeah, I really hope that more teams, more players get together and build up upon the teams. They listen to kind of the people that have kind of been here, even just any any RTS experience at any of those high levels where your Masters players like Hamster or Hit 'em Up, I'd argue would say he's like an S level player in Brood War. Neblime, even so, he's probably in Brood War anywhere between 1800 and 1900, but in this game, he is very, very dominant, and it all comes down to the amount of study and understanding of unit compositions. And so you're going to see a lot of different, especially when team plays start to happen, you're going to see a lot of different clashing ideas and cultures go, and I think that's something to be very excited about, and what philosophies begin to dominate when we start doing team stuff.
Yeah, I'm pumped for it, man. Team stuff is going to be all the way. I'm sure eventually we'll get some clan wars going too. For the team games, the actual like 2v2s and stuff is underexplored right now. So we hope to bring more of that to the masses in the near future. All right, man. Thank you so much for playing and for the extended interview. I am happy to have you back as always. And of course, I'm guessing that you're sending the prize winnings to the same place as usual, or are you?
Always to the same place.
Always to the same place.
Any way to improve Brood, or anywhere to improve just RTSs and knowledge in general. So it's much appreciated. Thank you for inviting me out to the tournament, and I wish the best on everybody else playing too.
Hell yeah, man. Thank you, sir. GG.
Hey, GG.
All righty. I think we can bring on our second place winner and his trusty translator. Let's pop them on in.
ECalipso.
Salutations. Buenos dias. How are we doing today, ladies and gentlemen?
Hello.
Hello. Can we hear you, John? Where you at?
Hola. He's asking how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well myself. I just finished watching some pretty awesome games. I want to ask you, ECalipso, how did that 30-minute game go, man? You were doing so well with the Army Comp. You got the big Optecton out with the big walker. How did you feel about that game, man?
Prólogo, bueno, saluda, dice de que está bien y pregunta cómo fue aquella partida de media hora. ¿Cómo te sentiste? La estrategia con el Optecton, ¿cómo resultó todo? ¿Cómo te sentiste?
Por un momento pensé que la tenía ganada, pero se me empezó a complicar la situación. Nunca había jugado contra un Zerg que usara esos, ¿cómo se llaman? Derelict. Se me hicieron que eran muy fuertes y se me salió de control por un momento partida.
He's saying that at first he considered he had already won the game, that he was already in control, but he had never played against a third player playing using.
It would have been Lyrilisk, I think it sounded like. Lyrilisk?
That one, yeah. And he didn't know how to counter that.
I see,
so
okay.
This went out of hand.
Right, all right. I did love the storm drops, and a lot of the people in the chat were saying, yeah, get us more storm drops. How has he practiced that style, ECalipso? Have you been doing a lot of that? Has he been trying to make that happen specifically versus Zerg? What was the game plan about the storm drops?
Pregunta respecto a tu uso de tormentas iónicas. ¿Has practicado esa estrategia? ¿Es algo común en ti? ¿Cuál era tu plan detrás de esto?
Fíjate que nunca las había usado en todo el tiempo que tengo jugando. Bueno, en este mes que tengo jugando a este mod. Pero miré que Neblime las empezó a usar y se me hizo algo muy útil para ya sea para atacar a las unidades o a los obreros.
He says that he actually had never used storms before in this mod he has been playing, at least. But he saw Neblime using them to great effect against units and workers. So he considered that it be a good strategy to use in this situation.
I want to ask.
Go ahead.
On the long banger 30-minute match,
you had your corner uncontested. You had a good composition. You had things going well for you. What do you think went wrong? Uh, outside of the Derelict stuff, do you think there were some like key lessons that you have thought about, or um, what are your thoughts on that?
Vic pregunta de que durante aquella larga partida de media hora en la que tenías como tu esquina del mapa bien controlada, tenías una buena composición, estabas jugando bien, ¿qué crees que hizo que finalmente perdieras la partida? ¿Qué lecciones lograste tomar de todo aquello?
Eh, Pienso que me faltó sacar más Patriarch y unidades de frontline, pero Crank me snipeaba a los Patriarch con los Protalator y siento que también hice muchos ataques que no debía haber hecho porque perdí muchas unidades en esos ataques que hacía imprevisto.
He answers that he considers that he needed more patriarchs and especially more frontline units. The few patriarchs that he managed to get out were sniped by Protalarchs.
Yeah, Protethalor, yeah.
That one. Yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
And he made too many bad attack decisions later.
Interesting.
Okay.
Well, looking forward to more of his games. He
Yeah.
seems to be improving at a quick pace.
Oh, yeah, I would say so. The last thing that I'll ask ECalipso is how he feels about his first tournament showing. He was able to score second place. Obviously, he was able to defeat Art of Turtle in a bunch of different matches. So he must be feeling all right about his versus Zerg, even though he was not able to take Krankendau down at the end of it all. He was still able to make a lot happen. So how is he feeling about his tournament performance, and is he still excited to play some more later?
Ambos dan gran aprecio de tu manera de jugar. Has progresado de manera muy rápida y juegas muy bien. Preguntan ¿qué opinas de haberte posicionado en segundo lugar en tu primer torneo? ¿Cómo te sientes? ¿Qué expectativas tienes a futuro? Si planeas seguir jugando Cosmonarchy.
Pues me siento muy bien y me siento también agradecido de que me hayan invitado a este torneo, que es mi primero. Siento que tengo que hacer nuevas estrategias contra Zerg, porque de hecho yo a Crank lo traía como 8-0 o 8-1, pero a partir del nuevo patch que hicieron, que subieron el precio a los archivos ancestrales, ya no me sale la técnica que yo tenía contra los Zerg, y pues es algo bueno para que sea más balanceado el juego. Entonces pienso que tengo que utilizar nuevas estrategias contra el Zerg, porque la verdad sí era mi matchup más fuerte que yo tenía. Pero bueno, habrá que buscar nuevas maneras de jugar contra Zerg.
Okay, he was really happy to be invited. He says that he needs to find new strategies to play against Zerg. He used to rely a lot on the ancestral archives, and the rebalancing in the last patch threw his strategy off. Sorry, my cat just woke up. And that he welcomes the balance changes because it makes the game more balanced. But he now needs to explore new venues to counter play against Zerg. It used to be his best matchup, but now it's more weaker. So he needs to keep practicing on that.
Okay, wow. Nice and honest. Of course, always happy to hear that he's happy to be here, and of course that he's happy to play more. More practice is always good. I'm sure there'll be plenty more castovers made for Mr. ECalipso. Muchas gracias, and of course to you as well, Chumbek, for offering your translation services. I do appreciate it a lot. We get to hear the mind, what's going on in the mind of our other players. But if you just want to let him know that I'm very happy to have welcomed him for the Invitational, and that I'm looking very forward to seeing more games from him. GG's.
Anytime. Prónogo dice de que está feliz de verte aquí jugando y que eres muy bienvenido en la comunidad. Y
Muy
buen
bien.
juego. Sí.
Pues también muchas gracias a Chumbeque por la traducción y pues esperamos seguir dando buenos juegos para todos y muchas gracias a los creadores de este mod. Estoy muy contento de haberlo encontrado y GG, friends. See ya.
GG. See you later.
GG, thanks for playing.
All right.
Is Krankendau coming in?
No, Krankendau was too shy, apparently, to do it. But he said that the money is for development, so he's already reinvesting back into Cosmonarchy. We love a Giga Chad behavior like that. Come on, dude, that's like Chadster. Chadkendau?
Chadster.
Chadkendau? I don't know. Crankenchad? Something like that. Anyway,
Krankenchad.
Crankenchad sounds pretty
Cool.
good. Well,
Thanks for supporting the development.
It's always appreciated.
That's right.
It helps.
It does indeed. Well, I've already started to ping our Group B competitors because that group is up next. Neblime, the Shambler, and Benno. And you'd think, oh, well, Neblime switched to Protoss and Benno is Protoss, so this is an all Protoss group. No, Benno has switched to Zerg. So that is already very strange and exciting. I'm looking forward to that. We'll see how it goes. But here we are. It's we've seen Study Buddies come to a close. Group A, Krankendau taking first place and then donating and all. Appreciate that. ECalipso taking second place, and of course AOT taking third. I'm excited about the way that some of these games went. It really bodes quite nicely. And all I can say is that if you thought that that was already super epic, wait till you see some of these later groups, and wait until we're on CrownLink instead of Radman, because the network performance is going to be better. We'll have way less latency. It's just going to be sublime. I know Neblime himself is very, very eager for that particular change because he's in Australia. Lemon lime. In fact, my drink today was lemon lime, so there you go.
Oh,
Maybe a premonition.
there you go. CrownLink is shaping up. It's pretty exciting piece of technology. Brought to you by Jesse, and I'm just trying to help.
Well, hey, I'm sure he would say the exact opposite because he's a very humble gentleman, and every time he's like literally donating to our work and also obviously donating his time and labor to the project.
What he did is amazing. For someone who doesn't do a lot of C++ or any whatsoever, I don't exactly know, but I know he does is like Python, and yeah, I'm pretty amazed. It's just very, very, very strong showing.
I would say so, yeah. He's the real champ here, even though he's not competing right now. But hey, listen, that's probably going to do it for Group A section of the VOD of the stream. We'll be back in about 20 minutes to go through Group B and see what all the fuss is about. Are we really going to have a rematch of Neblime versus the Shambler, the grand final of Acropolis #1, with Benno tagging along, trying to do, he's the little Zerg that could maybe, all the way from Germany? I guess we're about to find out. But until then, thank you very much, Vic, for joining me for the cast, and GG's to all our competitors.
Thank you for inviting me.
Of course, dude. It's an invite for everybody. An invite for you too, viewer, to join the future and play Cosmonarchy. We'll be back.
Let's go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Pronago. Today, we are going to be bringing you Group B of the May Royal Invitational. Group B has some interesting cats in it. Neblime, the reigning champion from Acropolis number 1. The Shambler, the grand finalist of Acropolis number 1, second placer. And Benno. Benno was narrowly denied his entry into Acropolis number 1's battlement stage, with the Beaver 99 slapping him down with some very nice mech play in Terran. And yet, he comes in here not as Protoss, not as Terran, which he used to be, but as Zerg, here. And that is a good reason to crack open a cold one. I love America. But hey, America, USCM, United States Cosmonarchs, they are represented by the Shambler. Neblime, representing Clan Ass, the anti-Shambler society. Of the Neblime petition to have it changed to the American Slaughterer Society. And, of course, Benno, representing Clan Oops. We had 3 Clan Oops members taking on each other on Group A. You can see the results over there on the left. But let's zero in. Let's focus in on none other than Group B. Neblime's Protoss, switching over to that race since he's already won a tournament as Terran and as Zerg, needs to do the same thing as a Protoss player. I'm not so sure he can do it, but he gets the benefit of sort of chilling out, watching from the sidelines, maybe sleeping a little bit more before his first match. And yeah, I think that's pretty much all I can say for now, because we are gearing up to getting in to the first game. It will be the Shambler taking on Benno. Benno switching to Zerg at the umpteenth hour, and the Shambler rocking out his Protoss, maybe just resting on his laurels, better at PvP than most of the other Protosses, and probably good enough at PvZ to defeat Benno, as surely that's what he's thinking to himself. We are getting into it. Our first match is going to be on Maxiom, as per usual here. And as we get in and kickstart Group B, Benno is in the top right, and the Shambler is in the bottom right. Vertical spawns. Let's see what we get out of here. Man, I'm very excited about how this group is going to go, because Benno, a fledgling organ, his first showing as Zerg, he just messaged me he pings me in the server and he just says, "Pronago, can you switch my race to Zerg? I want to try something." And you know, that's just dastardly. What does he want to try exactly? Well, it's not a 7-pool, so there is that. Shambler going to go ahead and scout. He looks to be box scouting, starting from the bottom left, so we'll have to wait and see on that. Could be scouting his opponent last. Shambler not usually an end scouter, I've noticed. He almost always goes for box scouts. Don't mind me, just enjoying a sandwich. Has it been served up by Chef Benno? We'll have to find out. All right. Eating time is over. Let's see what these guys are cooking. It's going to be a 2-gate. This looks very similar to what ECalipso was doing earlier. Hatch at the ramp means we do not have any Larvosks coming. And indeed, please bet responsibly. You can and shall gamble over on the Twitch chat. Courtesy of Dead Infested for rocking that one. Do appreciate it. Well, so far, it looks like Shambler will indeed scout his opponent last, and Benno might do the same thing, but his pool will be up soon enough, and the first Zealot has already emerged, second one training afterwards. No Vest being harvested for our Protoss player. What shall he do? What shall be done? So Hatch at the Ramp is scouted. Shambler, not going to be dealing with any craziness from the Larvosk first. Sees the pool being gestated. Wants to try to follow this worker and see if it can stop the Kager from going down, but reconsiders. Or maybe just autopaths. Getting up to a healthy Zealot count, it must be said. We have here 3 pairs of Quasis being made, a Circuith as well. The Obelith, I thought maybe it would be for moving this guy, but he wants to make use of the limited overhang space that he has. Is he going to be quasi-dropping with these 6-1s? I'm not 100% sure. Maybe he's going to be Kagran dropping instead. Maybe that's for the natural. I could see that. That's been evolving as a strategy. His scout is languishing in the bottom left. So he won't be aware of his opponent's build order. Oh, double Kagran. What's going on here? There's no second Oveleth, so I don't think this is going to be offensive. Benno's thinking about something. He wants to try something. Triple Kagran. What is this man cooking? Okay, scoops up one of them. Silly Shambler, I already did that. That's his way of typing without typing. If you guys are keeping track of anti-Shambler points, please add 1 to the tally. What's going on, Neblime? I see you in the chat. What? Is this literally just a... Sure, I guess. You know what? Why not? Okay. Benno is playing Zerg with a wall. A great wall. He is orange. Donald J. Trump has arrived. Oh, the Nexus is off center! Shambler! Oh, Shambler. Neblime just woke up, but Shambler also just woke up. This worker finally waking up himself. What is Benno doing? I'm so curious. Is he tech rushing? He's got a lot of gas in the bank. No expansion coming. Is the circuit... This might just be for bait, right? Like, he might just be... No, he's going to take it. Okay. I really have no idea what is being cooked up here. Expansion is late. Shambler just playing it macro style, I guess. He's gonna take into that. The expansion being late, by the way, is a reference to Benno, not the Shambler. Benno's actually gonna withdraw that worker. Kept even on workers. Going for a Zorkiz. Okay. Utterly eviscerated by 4 Circuiths. Well, at this point, Shambler might be like, oh, okay, I guess I can move across the map. The Oveleth didn't get anything done and didn't have anything in it. Just there for a scout. And we do have an Ardent coming, so, let's see what he has to do there. I didn't actually see if Shambler was in the chat earlier. He usually does like to type, of course. So I feel like I would have seen him in the chat for the previous matches if he was watching Group A. I wonder if he's taking cues from anything that ECalipso did, or if he's just going to be gunning it for the Ardent. Now, the Zorkiz is interesting to me, because it could be like Lake's drop or something. He has an Oveleth. He remade it. It could also be, something a little bit more deadly, like Gorgorkors. This force could definitely try to attack and frustrate the Circuith defense. And the hatch is done. Banking the larva for now, waiting for the shroud to complete. Transferring a couple of workers. What'll it be, Benno? It is going to be 6 Lakizilisks. Well, if they make in time, I don't actually suspect that Shambler will be able to threaten. But if he attacks a little bit sooner, it could get a little ugly. Taking a couple of pot shots, revealing his position. Benno will indeed have to grab a couple of other units. But the problem, I think, with this is that I don't really see how you can progress forward with this kind of composition. I mean, not at this quantity. We've got a Witness coming. We've got a Cantor's coming. I assume there will be an Envoy not long after that Witness completes itself. Gateway to start a wall. Could actually turn against the Shambler if the Lakizilisks get into the right position. Already today, we've had some very crazy Zerg versus Protoss games. So I'm interested in what Benno is planning on following up with. He's actually behind in workers right now, but that's not that uncharacteristic of Zerg. You can see this is actually a tight wall. Maybe Zeths can fit through here, but maybe not. Definitely Lakizilisks cannot, as you can see. I know that the Protoss arsenal also has to walk all the way around like a tower defense. So maybe that's deliberate there. The Witness is going to leave the building. This is a mistake that I've seen a lot of Protosses do. They make one witness, but they don't make a second one. And then the Lychyzalisks can punish because you have to actually stand on them. The Acantor might be able to help out a little bit there. There's not really any scouting for Benno right now, so I'm a little bit concerned about that. But he is going to go ahead and move forward. His Zeths will reveal the Acantor, which is, for a second there, I thought it was actually going to be on a move command. And that would have been tragic timing, but it looks like he's okay. Benno has a lot of money in the bank. First one goes haywire. Gets a little bit of damage with the Lychyzalisks. They need to burrow. They will burrow. Only a couple of them for now. He's actually burrowed a Zeth in here in the middle of this. He's going to charge on forward. Remember, you can just stand on these guys to reveal them, but the Acantor is not targeting the Lychyzalisks, and that actually opened up a lot of splash damage to Shambler's ground forces. But I think he's going to be able to hold this just fine. I guess the Lychyzalisks are doing some damage to each other, to the Acantors and stuff, and a couple of workers were brought on board as well, but at the end of the day, most of the ground force is still there. Benno has a lot of money in the bank, and a couple of idle workers to boot. Of course, this is being spotted by the witness back here, so Shambler will be able to attack a little bit easier than he could defend since he has access to detection. What does Benno do in response? Doesn't have a lot of larvae to spare. Presumably he's thinking about going for tier 2, but he's got a lot of minerals in the bank, and I don't know that Shambler will allow him to move to tier 2. There was no envoy coming from this embassy, so he has to slow crawl the Mass Acantor across. If you guys watched a cast over I did of the Shambler versus Neblime on Ithaca, a 4-spawn map that Shambler was working on a long time ago. Well, I have to say a long time. It was like a month ago. You may remember that there was a game where Shambler kind of did the same thing, where he just went for heavy Acantor spam and walked across the map. So tier 2 is coming. Benno going for the rush. His initial attack, trading down the military a little bit, but still in a very spooky spot, I think. He doesn't have any units outside, so he can't really stop a contain. Like, the contain can come over here, and you can suddenly be in a really awkward position where you can't really descend upon your opponent the way that you would want to. The way that he's positioned out over here almost looks like he wants to do a little bit of an elevator down or something, but reverse elevator maybe? Elevator going down, right? Vornath coming at the same time as tier 2, which is always a little bit puzzling, but I guess he might not need the Lyrilisks. I do say there's some wise words from Green Eggs and Spam.
A delayed Hatcherosk is eventually good, but an off-center Nexus is forever bad.
Synthetic Synod, though, that's forever good. Or maybe eventually forever good. Cantor trying to see if it can take some pot shots, just moving around. They actually do not outrange the Circuit. Oh, no, they do. They do outrange it. I was thinking of the Scorchith, I guess, has 8 range. Of course, the Cliff Advantage also turns that against his opponent, but you can kind of use them as limited artillery when you're on even ground. And yes, they actually work consistently, unlike StarCraft 1 Reavers. I was trying to remorph that, but that ain't going to last. So when these circuits go down, there's not really going to be anything to accept the army. He's kept most of his forces up here. He's got his tier 2. He's got his pretty heavy amount of Nather cores. Admittedly, there isn't any crowd control here for the Naths, but maybe they can just dive onto the Acantors, and then the rest of the Zerg army can kind of do something. But you can see over here, remorphing those is kind of a waste, but he's got a lot of minerals in the bank that he could be using. Man, Shambler is so far ahead in workers. He's just moving a little bit closer with the Acantors. He's not moving in with everything, so these structures going into circuits aren't really going to matter. See, making more Zats. Now he's making the pawn. So this is the kind of thing where I wasn't sure if Benno was actually going to be ready for this sort of thing. And it turns out maybe the answer is no. All right, stepping forward. That circuit is not long for this world. Gets a couple of licks in, and that's about it. Now we have a good number of Nather cores here, 18 of them. Could try to just dodge directly onto the Acantors. But the rest of the forces need to go. Benno has to consider when to move. He's going to go ahead and drop his natural here. And I do feel like he's just been a little bit too... let's just say he's been outsmarting himself a little bit. He wants those Lyrilisks, but he made the pond after the lake, so he was a little bit late and it spent down his gas as well. Shambler must be mildly confused as to what's going on. If he watches the game, he'll be back. He'll be even more confused, I think. Demiurge is nearly complete as well, but I think Benno is seconds away from being overrun here. Trying against his better luck. He's going to go for the Calculisks, but they take a while to make. And he doesn't have that much Vespene. I think this attack is just going to hit way too soon, right? The two Acantors crawling across the map. Nathacor's now moving on in to see if they can pick off the Acantors. They're going to get descended upon eventually, and the Ecclesiast is keeping those Acantors healthy as well. That's basically going to be everything. Some of these Ecclesiasts finally going down, but there's enough anti-air over here that the Calculisks aren't going to be able to do too much. Hashtag GG, and Benno has been routed. Maybe I shouldn't have allowed him to change his race. What do you guys reckon? All right, well, Shambler takes an easy win for now, but Benno will power up and see if he can charge back up into a more winning way. And Neblime will select map 2. He has selected Blackwater Bastion, a map that he played a little bit against ECalipso in a casted match before. I'm assuming he's played a decent amount of it elsewhere. Yeah, he cooked very slowly. Yeah, it's actually the second Demiurge that's been made, but not been able to be used. ECalipso made one in his game on this very map, actually, in Group A, but it was destroyed without any consequence. Well, while Benno goes back to the drawing board, the lobby is up for game number 2. Shambler will take a moment to join, as will Neblime. And I will take a moment to thank our sponsor for this event, the Pickup Partner. If you're moving in New England, which I actually am pretty soon, you might want to call on them. They help you move things from A to B. Run by our very own Biddy B. Check them out. You can also thank Biddy B for, on top of his sponsorship, donating towards the prize pool. Neblime also did that. Very, very cool stuff. We'll see what the final cuts look like once the money is all calculated. We are still open for prize pool donations. I typed say when ready, and as soon as I hit enter, Neblime also typed ready. So it was instantaneous. Shambler now awaits. We await the Shambler. We are ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get into game number 2. This is what we were really waiting for here. This is the set of people that I expect to cook. It's the Shambler in the top left, Neblime in the bottom right. And here we have cross spawns on Blackwater Bastion, a map by Biddy B. A rematch of the grand final of Acropolis number 1, but even more Protossy? Say it ain't so. What has Neblime thought of when it comes to playing versus Protoss? That is the question. So far, so good. So far, so grand. Library. I know some of you lunatics in the chat picked Benno to upset the Shambler just because you guys think it's funny when the Shambler types. I think after that, you may have learned your lesson. But can Neblime step on this fool? Or will the Shambler power up his keyboard and just bash Neblime over the head WWE style? I have a feeling that the Shambler is favored. You can't really hold much of a candle to his PvP performances in Acropolis number 1. Definitely had some nice moves there. You can see here he is queued up for the box scout. If so, he will scout his opponent second. I wonder if there's like a formula that established players use for when they decide to cross scout. Because it's like, I guess it would be that if you expect them to go something in the middle of the map, like an 8-gate in StarCraft 1 terms or whatever, or an 8 racks, of course, forward rack, something like that. I don't know. It could be kind of interesting to ask some of those players about that. Like, when do you choose to cross scout? Because it's so unlikely, it feels like, you know? You want to scout the closer spawn first. So, Neblime is going to go ahead and open 2-gate. The same is happening over here for the Shambler. Neither player going for Vespene just yet in this moment, but Neblime changes that narrative quite quickly. He will be making Legionnaires, and so too will the Shambler, and their mirror matchup shall continue to reflect one another for now. For now. Neblime, you have to move the unit. Neblime, you have to order the... Yeah! Get him. All right, now you can leave it now. It's fine. There you go. You figured it out. All right, so back on the other side, of course, the Legionnaire will do the same thing to Neblime's Scribe. Shambler, you have to move the unit. All right, I'm done. But yeah, he's scouting the same opener. 2 gate, a little bit of Vespene. Ecclesiast's coming for Neblime. That's his choice. What's the gas going to be used for the Shambler? Also Ecclesiasts. Okay, so kind of a similar build. 1 Legionnaire has been pocketed. He's going to be heading towards the choke just to see if the move out happens. Obviously, the Legionnaire is the fastest unit out of the gateway. Unless it's slowed by a Hierophant, in which case, of course, the Hierophant is faster. Big brain. But I don't think anybody's building a Hierophant just yet. I feel like Hierophants, at least in like 1 or 2 of them, can be really good in this matchup, especially if your opponent is actually going for mass melee. But you kind of need... it's like a defensive option as opposed to an aggressive one. It can be aggressive a little bit later on if you actually have the military advantage and you push them back and you catch them on the retreat. You can just tag a bunch of units and pick them off. But until then, it's a little bit rough. So the big deviation here is that Neblime is going for a lattice, while the Shambler has opted for a 3rd gateway. I expect this will result in Neblime going for idols or maybe golems to just get a bit of a splash versus the melee. Try to overwhelm him with good sustain. Shambler, meanwhile, is just going to keep on pumping Ecclesiast Legionnaire for now. Will be a vassal for scouting, which we don't hate. Neblime is more of a theory guy when it comes to his early stages of adopting a particular race, and the mirror matchup is a little bit unforgiving, right? Because if your opponent does something better than you, it's really easy to get to observe that it is indeed better, purely just because of the fact that they're doing a thing, and meanwhile, you have less things than him, right? It will be idols, in fact. A little bit of a gas-intensive choice. Neblime sees that no expansion is coming just yet, so he knows that his opponent is massing up units. Nothing too much to report on just yet. The nature of this map and the cross spawn that they find themselves in is definitely providing a little bit more something here. Okay, the Warden is indeed going to go ahead and get dropped. One vassal isn't really likely to do anything here, so it'll just end up dying. Absolutely slapped. The Ecclesiast cannot lose to a vassal, because the Ecclesiast gets healed if the vassal is within attack range. So it's actually kind of funny how inefficient the vassal is versus the Ecclesiast. This 1 Legionnaire still continuing to provide some vision. Neblime will respond a little bit too soon to save his life, but sees the army move out. Has his Nexus on the way. Pocketing another Legionnaire off to the side. Where's this guy going? Looks like he's coming back home. Need all hands on deck. 3 idols. Okay, we don't have another one here just yet. The Matrix only now starting. Maybe the tactical lag will dissuade Shambler from moving forward, but it looks like we're okay. Don't worry, that'll be a thing of the past with Crownlink. No one went cross-spawn Nexus first. I agree. I would bet all my money on that guy then. All right. The mass up is happening. Shambler going to see if he can commit into the choke. Second pylon over here. Good. Warden started pretty early here in terms of its lifespan, so probably going to get bopped here. The Matrix will finish off. That Warden not canceled. The Matrix now dove upon before it can really do too much. Stays alive a little bit longer than you might expect. As a result of it, a lot of the Shambler's military have gone down to that fight. And remember, Neblime has a little bit better of a setup here with regards to the AoE, right? He's still got the 3 idols. He's not making any more yet, which is a bit of a concern, considering what he's up against. There's actually a lot of Ecclesiasts with this army, so it's not trivial. The Zealots are here to soak up a lot of damage, and there's still Ecclesiasts for Neblime, just not as many, right? There's 6 instead of the 9 that Shambler has. He's got 2 more marching across. In fact, the 3rd one trailing behind these 2 Legionnaires. Kind of nuts. Kind of nuts. So a Warden is up, a Matrix behind it. Man, if that was already done, I would really feel like Shambler can't do too much here. Worker count now starting to increase for Neblime. He'll take the lead momentarily. And Shambler starts a Stargate behind his own expansion. So going for the air superiority. I don't know if I like the Stargate versus Protoss, especially if they've gone Gateway, which they almost always do in mirrors, because you can just grab a Hierophant to tag them. But let's see how it goes. Just hemorrhaging a single unit so far, a wounded Legionnaire, not that much to throw stones at. But the Matrix is done now, so that is pretty significant just by itself. It feels like Shambler is a little bit too... He doesn't want to commit to the fight yet because he doesn't believe he can win in this very moment. We're starting to see some Dracodons mixed in with more idols for splash. Yeah, I really like the position that Neblime has put himself in. Got the expansion up earlier. His own Stargate coming. Both of our players thinking that air in the early stages of the game might hold the source of truth for Protoss in this matchup. Man, if only Alexander were here, he'd be seeing so much total Protoss death. Vassal scouting around. We'll once again fly into the enemy base and see, okay, here's your expansion timing and worker count and Stargate. Hey, that's what I'm doing. No embassy for either player. It's kind of noteworthy. Neblime getting a little bit curious. Wants to poke his head out over here and see if he can focus the Hierophant. Shambler is actually going to double down on this fight. He does have the attack speed increase from Ascension. That is pretty significant here. And the Ecclesiasts are now frontlining. The Zealots are kind of caught up behind all of the melee units. He's got the movement speed increase, but he's not using it. He's standing still and staying and fighting. No Hierophants here to enchant for Neblime. But as he falls back to the Matrix, I think he'll be able to stay alive a lot better, a lot more powerfully than maybe what Shambler is hoping for. So now when an Ecclesiast falls for him, he's able to escape using that movement speed increase. That's the blue flash, the red flash being attack speed. Pretty easy color coding. Even a Protoss main can figure it out. Stargate completed. Doesn't see the Gladius just yet. It's off to the rally point here that maybe that Vassal will spot. And actually, Shambler's going to abandon ship, pulling the plug, going all the way back. Neblime with the worker advantage for now. A second Stargate for him, making his own set of Gladiuses. Okay, this is interesting. Remember that the economy is slightly better here for Neblime. Up by a considerable number of workers, actually, in the grand scheme of things. Up by 7 workers. Could be going for a third base behind this. Calling his opponent out and saying, hey, you got to come and fight me. We'll see if that's something that interests him. He doesn't have a strong front line. He's not making golems out of the lattice, despite having the minerals. Adding a rogue gallery now, maybe for vagrants. Could also be for the ever-important charlatan. But as we cross the 10-minute threshold here, start peeking at the mid-game, what it might look like if this game develops further. This Vassal just confirming that indeed the production is the same, at least so far. We do have a second Stargate happening at the Natural, which may eventually be scouted by Neblime, but not right now. In fact, I'm not even sure that Neblime has scouted the Natural at all, but I'm sure he intuits that it has been put up now. So there's 2 Gladiuses for the Shambler. And 2 for Neblime. But Neblime also has more Dracodons. No, I guess they have about even, and the Hierophant definitely helps. Let's see if the idols can help with the splash as well. Ecclesiasts just love tapping this Dracodon to death, and the Gladiuses do show themselves. If Neblime didn't know before because of his scouting, he knows now. His Vassal furiously chasing this Gladius, dealing no damage, of course. Rogue Gallery done. Second one on the way. Still no golems. Some Zealots have popped out of the gateway count. Neblime has a lot of minerals in the tank. I wonder if he's planning on going for... I mean, the Ancestral's 800 minerals, but it's a little bit more Vespine than what Neblime has in the tank, so I don't think he's planning on grabbing that anytime soon. We did see how effective it could be, though. Like, when ECalipso put that up on Star-Shorn Sepulchre earlier in Group A, man, what a banger game that was. And he definitely did some damage with it. So right now, the Gladiuses are coalescing into a bit of a font. Now, this is the one thing, right? Neblime doesn't know, or sorry, Shambler doesn't know that Neblime has Gladiuses of his own. So they have a little bit of a favorable Gladius count here for Neblime, but his 4th one is not actually in the fight. The Gladius is attacking themselves, but not exactly being a complete null and void factor, because their bounce is still spread onto the ground targets. So the ground army does need to retreat here for Shambler. He is going to go ahead and abandon ship. He's going to end up hemorrhaging a couple of Zealots over here, which hopefully for him don't mean the end of the world exactly. But the rest of the army is not exactly following suit. More and more Gladiuses from the double Stargate. We've got plenty of Vagrants coming out, plenty of Zealots. So most of his Vespine is being used on the Gladius, and the rest of his income is mostly just the minerals. He's even going to go ahead and see if he can chase down that Zealot. There we go. Last hit killing the Zealot. It must be satisfying. Ooh, there you go. Two in a row, man. All right, Shambler has withdrawn to the top right. He can set up for a little bit of a surround as he tries to take his 3rd base. It's worth noting that Neblime's 3rd is a lot slower to come up. So this is a position where Shambler might be able to come up with a bit of an advantage. But where is his air fleet? Okay, it's off to the side. He's not going to get the bounce over here because his Gladiuses are too far. So we have 7 Gladiuses for the Shambler versus 6 for Neblime, and no Hierophants, mind you, but both of them disengage from each other to cancel out the bounces. That needs to change if Shambler wants to run away with this fight defensively. Here come his forces to sandwich in from the south. They focus down the Gladiuses, but they're still enchanting, and I think the Air Force is essentially going to trade itself down. Now just a couple of units left here for Neblime. He should be able to be cleaned up. He didn't cancel the third or attack it really at all. So the next couple of reinforcements here... Oh, he has sniped the pylon. So he might be able to do a little bit of eco damage here. But at the end of the day, you have to give it to the guy who has the embassy and has the third base. A couple of extra pylons coming. He gets a couple of worker kills down, drops his opponent below 60. But it might not be the end of the world. We got a Matrix here, got a couple of units. Sure, there's some army coming, but is it going to be enough? Neblime wants to keep up the pressure. He thinks maybe he could, but he's going to fall back and reset. Oh, he's still getting some value over here. He's actually popped that Warden. This attack force still not being cleared out. Trying to focus down the Golem, seeing if the Scribes can do anything about that. Remember that they're only dealing 3 damage here. They fall away. Shambler not able to really get the... Not really able to sort of pull the plug on this operation, stop the attacks from happening. We have a Barghest. We have land effects out now as anti-air insurance policies. Neblime going to see if he can make use of those. His third base is up and running. His worker count looking much better than his opponent's. Does he have an embassy? I still don't see one. So he's not going to have any detection, and he's not going to have the same number of worker production queues. Given a long enough time, Shambler can come back, but I feel like he's at too much of an army deficit now. Let's see how the fight with the land effects goes, but he's only got 3 Gladiuses here, and 2 more land effects being produced each pop. He's completely abandoned the Gladius, actually. He's got 1 here, but it's almost like a feint or a fake. Stationing a couple of Zealots at 12 o'clock and 9 o'clock, respectively. Keeping good control, knowing that his opponent is limited to the 3 bases. And Neblime himself is going to go ahead and take 3 o'clock as his 4th. Matrix and a Warden already being warped in here at the 3rd. Again, leading with the Gladius isn't the end of the world here, because Neblime is actually kind of almost implying that, hey, I've got Gladiuses still. I'm just like you. Meanwhile, he's actually a dirty land effect builder. See if we can make use of that. Now, the Witness is on the other side of the map, so maybe Shambler's already seen it. It's definitely within view of this prostration stage. So if Shambler ever looks at his opponent's base and moves the Witness around, he will be able to see what his opponent is up to. More pylons being set up for better build area. Shambler busy micromanaging his own army here, trying to get back to harvesting Vespene. Man, it's taken him this long to reestablish some kind of control and normalcy on the natural. That is already a storyline unto itself. The land effects are going to see if they can do some damage to the stacked air, and you can see they do deal with the Gladius, especially with the Barghest enchanting their armor penetration, punching through those Gladius shots. But it looks like maybe the Shambler has done enough on the air front. I just don't know if he's going to be able to clear the ground. It looks like the ground is going to overwhelm him. What does he have in the production queue? It's just Zealots. It's nothing else. Gladiuses can do a lot here. They aren't fully falling just yet, but now the ground force is eviscerated, and that might actually be everything. A couple more Protoss units streaming in for Neblime, and it looks like he's got the theory that Shambler was simply not ready for this time around, not expecting a fellow Stargate enjoyer, and certainly not expecting the land effects. GG called, and Neblime takes his first match in the group. That means Benno will challenge Neblime and select our 3rd map. It'll be Fata Morgana selected by Benno. We will await our players joining. Shambler will have to sit back and watch and ruminate. Maybe Benno will have something to prepare. I think if Benno wants to save face with the Zerg pick instead of playing as Protoss, he'll have to activate at this point. Have to turn it on for real this time. All right, we are ready to get it rolling here, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 3 is Fata Morgana, a map by Veek7. Place your bets. Is it going to be Neblime in the top left, or is it going to be Benno in the top right? Well, I guess they're both in those spots, but who is doing it? It's a 6 pylon. Neblime is going for a 6 gate. You know, versus Zerg, I think this could be pretty neat, because Benno is going for a 6 pool. 6 gate versus 6 pool. Who wins? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cosmonarchy. Welcome to the May Royal Invitational. These two gentlemen are cooking for real. Dude, I cannot wait. I mean, I don't have to wait long, but I cannot wait to see what happens here. I think the 6 pool wins this, actually. I think you just go 3 pairs of Zeths and then you walk across the map. What's your opponent gonna have? 1 Zealot, 1 Legionnaire? Nothing else, that's for sure. Oh my god, Benno! Benno, are you really gonna do it? Jeez. Well, if he can... Listen. We could get the FFA, man. I mean, it would require Benno to beat Neblime and then get 1 more win on the board and then lose the rest of the games. So it seems pretty slim. But if Neblime loses to this, which I think it's very likely... I don't know. He's making a quasi-pair. Worker Scout. Zealot. The Zealot is, like, almost done as the 6 Zeths are on the way. Okay, well, Neblime's not completely out of the woods. Let's not write him off just yet. What's he going to be doing? The Worker Scout gets annihilated. Won't be able to help body block or anything. A pair of Quasis on the way. Another pair of Quasis just hatched. We've got a second Zealot coming. It's about halfway complete. The Zeths can kill 1 Zealot by itself. A Warden being made defensively. Okay, well, maybe I like Neblime's odds after all. Needs to get this pylon before this Zealot completes, and it looks like he won't be able to. Ooh, narrowly avoiding almost instantaneous death. That Warden, only halfway complete. Dancing around, trying to see what he can do with the Zealots. He's not focus firing. One of them's going to go down. Neblime may have just fallen asleep at the wrong time here. 29 HP on that Zealot. Going to use flash shielding. Let's see if he can maybe pop this pylon. It's not going to be that big of a deal because the second one's already done. But there are no more Zeths coming. It's all Quasis. If he can kill the Zeths, then the Quasis are very, very poor versus the Zealot. But remember that Neblime's eco is very bad. Benno's is even worse. He is on 5 workers. He has not made a Droleth. Ladies and gentlemen, this is peak Cosmonarchy. Oh, the Wounded Zealot. He's feeling a little fancy. Goes back down to 9 shields. You got to watch out for that. My goodness. We got DF in the chat, dude. Darkened Fantasies, the man. Did you guys know that DF made this? DF did this, so the gateway makes it a visible flash. That was like 5 years ago, dude. How times have changed. Meanwhile, the Zealot is trying to pull away, but that pylon's going to go down. We don't have any more Quases. It's all Quas. We don't have any Zeths coming. He wants to overwhelm with those. There's only the Wounded Zealot, though. Like, to his credit, right? It might not be the worst move. He needs to borrow that Zeth so he can get some health. No, he wants to see if he can poke it. Now that the Drakenon's out, it feels like without a flood of Zeths, Benno can't really do too much here. Maybe he can focus down the pylon? If he gets the Zealot, which he should be able to do, maybe then he can just hit the pylon, and then Neblime would be in trouble. No, Benno. Hemorrhaging units. He's got 4 more Quas over here that he could definitely throw in. A second Drakenon, though, when that pops out, I feel like this push is over. He needs to transition back into Zeths to overwhelm. He really could do stuff over here. Okay, going after the pylon now. Is it better late than never? He does pop it, but he needs to fall back immediately. Has another pair of Quas out. Now he's only got to deal with the Drakenons. But this is where Zeths would feel so nice. But he's just not going to be able to do it, man. He's just not going to be able to do it. He still doesn't have any Droleths back at home. And I think Neblime has done plenty of holds. GG called. Benno can't make it happen, man. That is such a shame. I so wanted to put a 1 next to his name, but now I've got to change his existing 1 to a 2. Oh, jeez. I can't believe they both went it. They 6 gate and 6 pool on the same map. Of course it was like that. I mean, what more could you ask for on a map by Veek7? Shambler will now select map numero 4. I can't believe it's already been 3 maps. This has gone pretty fast, guys. Shambler doesn't know who he's facing. Yeah, I guess that's true. If he only saw the start of that game, he might have expected that benno won. Yeah, if Neblime... I feel like Neblime could have played that position better too, honestly, but like also you have to remember that you don't have much of an income at all, right? It's really really quite difficult. All right, it's going to be Derelict for our map. Shambler has selected this one and popped into the lobby. And we are just about ready to hop in here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually the one who's going to delay it for a moment because I am tying my hair back because it's hot. And I haven't plugged in my AC yet. All right, we are getting ready to gear up and jump straight in. The pace of these games has been eclectic. The level of play has been electric. And that's really all I got as far as tricks go. They're for kids. We got Neblime in the bottom left, Shambler in the top right. Go ahead and update the scores on the doors. All you guys viewing at home, remember that first to 4 is going to be the winner. That includes if you're a loser. If you get to 4 losses, you're also out of contention. You are confirmed last place. And if you look at this group, you'd expect that to be the case for benno. Realistically, I feel like he could have done pretty well with that 6 pool, but he needs to have some more tricks when it comes to the Protoss. But who would expect him to be able to take down the grand finalists of the last Premier tournament? Okay, Neblime switched to Protoss, and okay, Shambler might not be in full practice mode, but are you really going to be able to upset them? I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. By the way, this is Vermilion for Shambler, and it is just regular old blue for Neblime. Although I say regular old, DF has updated the colors some time ago for, I believe it was blue, red, and one other color, maybe actually more than just one, to be a little bit more visually distinct, and I guess it was probably mostly for like the making sure that the color banding was a little bit less noticeable in some cases. So shout out to him for all of his work. And of course, if you are on the Twitch chat, you can bet channel points, courtesy of our main man, Dead Infested. Moderator galore, helping set us up for the Gamba. Hopefully, he's still here tomorrow, because I've never done anything like that, and I would probably forget a lot. So. There it is. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Shambler going for the 2-gate. Neblime, right now, only going for the 1-gate. We'll see if he wants to add a lattice earlier than before. He has that little bit of a... Ooh, hold on. I mean, he's not within range. Will Shambler scout for this? Is Neblime going to do something total cheek? I wonder. Because Shambler should have noticed that he didn't see the scout returning. So I feel like if he's really on his guard, on his game, second gateway now coming a little bit later for Neblime. You know what I like? And I'm thinking from FFA standpoint, so don't try this in a 1v1. But I like Proxy Grand Library, and then you just train a Cantavis on location. It's so silly. It's mostly good versus Zerg. I mean, that Proxy Grand Library part, maybe not. But I like Proxy Gate, build 2 Legionnaires, just walk in and destroy their Larvosks. Refuse to elaborate. They're so vulnerable. It's going to be 4 Legionnaire here for the Shambler. 3, 2, 1, blast off. It's going to be Zealot Ecclesiast on the other side here for Neblime. I swear he's planning something with this pylon, but... I mean, this scribe. Apparently not planning a pylon. It's actually going to be a lattice for Shambler. He wants to see if he can make use of the idle tactic. Oh my god. Dude, tell me he proxies. I mean, after the last game, anything is possible. I see Benno in the chat. I hope you're powering up, good sir. We need you. We need you to take down one of these titans. Ah, here comes the scribe just for a scout. Hi. So he sees the lattice. He sees a bunch of legionnaires. He'll kind of know what's going on. I don't know if he got wind of how many gas workers there were, but he can kind of expect that. This is an interesting attempt at a wall here. Versus legionnaires, it's not really super ideal, but that's all right. Fast embassy for Neblime wants the eco this time around. Interesting. Interesting. Second embassy. Neblime, what are you planning? The golem has arrived. It is the word of choice here for Shambler. Yeah, he's basically got an all melee comp. I know he's got 2 Ecclesiasts, but they don't really do ranged damage too well. Defensive Warden here. He's going to have his Dracodon. He's going to have his set of Ecclesiasts for keeping his Zealots and such regenerated. I actually don't remember if it procs onto structures. Wouldn't be surprised if it does, but wouldn't be surprised if it didn't either. He sees the wall. The Warden, I don't know if the Legionnaire actually saw that, but the Warden coming up there is definitely going to help out. We are seeing... oh, okay, I see what he's doing. He's going to go for Artisans, and he's probably just going to go ahead and try to mine those island bases. Maybe also the gas in the middle of the map as well. All right, the full semblance of what is on here is now available for Shambler. We have another Warden coming up off to the side. Makes sense. Now, I will point out, this pylon only powers these 2 structures. This pylon powers these 2 gateways and this Warden. So it is quite possible that the that like a pylon snipe could actually be really big over here. But Shambler doesn't want to do that. In fact, he's actually turned his army around to deal with this one pesky Legionnaire that didn't quite block the Nexus, but it was kind of pocketed outside over here. So it did a little bit of kerfluffling. Now the Artisans are going to arrive in the bottom right, and it looks like that is indeed where they're just going to be waypointed to. If you don't know what an artisan does, oh, Grand Library, of course, maybe Storm Drop. Artisans harvest resources remotely, and then they return them immediately, like to themselves, basically. So you don't even need a town center, technically, but it would be advised, generally speaking. So yes, these 2 artisans are indeed going to harvest from this gas, from this geyser. And I guess there will probably be some heading to the top left. Indeed, there are. A single vassal is going to come out here. Is it going to see the artisans? I mean, when the vassal comes... Ooh, look at this! Stopped before he can really see anything. He might have saw the Grand Library. That's about it. Vassals have very poor vision range. So, Shambler in the dark about what's happening right now. He does have his Nexus. He scouts no expansion from his opponent. Little does he know, there are secret Vespine harvesters. Oh, no. Lundier is in the chat. Lundier is hopeful. Lundier wants these to start making envoys.
Is that a fucking crow? Ah!
It is a fucking crow. Welcome. Was that easy as? Welcome, sir. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, with all the gas that he's building up, I swear he can do a lot of crazy stuff with it. He's starting to double harvest over here onto the geyser. He's only got 1 up in the top left, but he's double harvesting onto this one as well. He's sending 2 more to get from this guy. Like, this is honestly... I mean, it's pretty easy to scout, I feel like, and then you do have to watch out for any attacks, but Shambler going for the Stargate. Neblime not actually using his gas too much right now. He's making some Atreus, making the Dracodon, gonna be thinking about an expansion, has his own Witness out, of course. I mean, with double Embassy, you'd hope so. Gonna see about tickling this Legionnaire to death. The other one should get cleared as well, but Neblime might... Okay, he's gonna go ahead and take a look. That's going to fall away. If this falls down to 6 o'clock, that could actually be kind of bad, because he might spot the artisans. But right now, it doesn't look like he's going to. Yeah, he's just going to chill out right here. Oh, yeah, look at that! Neblime even pulling him away, like, oh, is he going to do that? Turns out, no, Shambler is not going to do that. Witness is now revealing what's going on. There's a lot more Vespine income for Neblime right now than there is for the Shambler. He's got 1 in the top left. He's got... Oh, man, he's ready for that ridge, too. Crazy. Just waypointing more and more. Stargate coming for Neblime. Oh man, it's so interesting he's going for these tech choices. I do worry that we're going to see this really cool strat and then he's going to have invested kind of like too much into the gas and not actually use it. You know what I mean? Like he's not, I don't know what he's going to use it for just yet. But so far he's building more artisans with them and they do cost Vespine. So you're kind of spending money to make money here. And at a certain point you need to have an army too. But let's see, I mean, Atreus's en masse, they do actually outperform things like Dracodons, and they have splash damage as well, which is definitely going to help out. You can see them actually just wrecking face here right now. And the Gladius just gets completely nuked, like it's not even a close fight. Let's see what happens, though, because now the rest of the army is trying to make something happen, but the golems are slowly being felled down, even though they're not even being focused, such as the ambient power here. So that's going to be the last of the front line for the Shambler. And now the speedy Atreus's, thanks to the Ecclesiasts falling, are being closed in on. But let's see. I mean, I still think that Shambler's position here is a little bit trepidatious. He is going to see if he can do anything else here in this position. And I would say it's probably, you know, even with no focus fire here, I think Neblime has the engagement in the long run. He's definitely got the defender's advantage. No focus fire for Shambler either, of course. There you go. Now he's focused it down. Ironically, at the worst time, because it was 1 hit, and then he used 3 hits on it. But you know what? Listen, who's counting? And okay, the Atreus has finally fallen. We've got more of them coming. Is that a 3rd Grand Library? It is. Okay, love to see it. We got a land effect here. And yeah, okay, I mean, trading down the army, Shambler going for that synthetic synod. Still no Nexus here for Neblime. Still no Nexus. So he's going to be limited, I think, mostly by that mineral income. He's starting to harvest minerals from the base over here. He's actually doing that over here as well. Oh my god! Neblime, what a legend! The land effect is going to get caught in the middle of the map. It will end up falling, unfortunately. That is a little bit... You want at least like 4 or 5 of those things to chew through enemy air. Even better if you have a Barghest as well. Thinking about that expansion. I mean, when you have so much Vespine income, you can definitely afford to be spending on those more expensive workers. Music to any Protoss's ears. All right. What can Shambler get done with this position? His only anti-air is going to be the Dracodons here. And the Nexus is slowly being pushed away. Is it going to get canceled? Yes, it will get canceled at the end of it all. Shambler will choose to see if he can walk back. No, he's actually thinking a little bit more dastardly. Love to see a disruption field from one of these land effects here. Neblime, are you respecting the Force? Going to go ahead and get rid of that Exemplar, but there still exists another one. One of his land effects beginning to cut down. We have the Cantavis for Hallucination. You can't really stand up to that. So Shambler is going to go ahead and walk away. He must be so puzzled. Like, what is going on? Is there a proxy base somewhere? Like, well, I wonder what Shambler is thinking. He's going to go ahead and put down his own 3rd base. Worker count in favor for him, but definitely more resources invested into workers so far by Neblime. I think it's safe to say. I think this poor guy is not mining anything. It's hard for him to see that. All right. Setting up the Nexus yet again. At this point, I think Neblime should be aware that he is behind economically, but not in terms of Vespine income, right? That's the key thing. He has enough Vespine for a Monument of Sin if he wants it. He could definitely make like Anthelion after Anthelion after Anthelion from this point onward. Think about the Star Breach. It has such a ridiculous gas cost. Now we have the Demiurge out. Shambler wants to see if he can use this to snowball himself to victory. I don't know, though. It does feel like the Atreus's are going to be in a good position to hold this army at bay, maybe a couple extras. It's such an interesting composition, right? It's like mass Atreus with a couple of other units mixed in there, and the land effects for air support. Although at this point, I would love to just have them be on disruption field duty, right? All right, let's see what happens with this attack. Gonna charge on in. We need to see if that Cantavis throws down a storm or something. Here come the land effects. Are they going to activate their behavior? Yes, they will. Disrupting the Demiurge and stopping everything else from going. But when these units fall, they will be passed over to the Demiurge. Remember that. So So now popped over and controlled, but they are torn asunder, as are those Exemplar. And these Atreus is holding everything else at bay. Oh no! Oh, Shambler's trying to attack, but the disruption field is too strong. He's even taken his own enemy's land effect there and turned it against himself, but that ends up being routed as well. The Atreuses maybe proving that they're not so bad after all. More and more artisans being made in Relic. I can't believe he's done this. Gateways, more Grand Libraries pumping out Atreuses. Dude, he's got 1,800 gas! What do you even make with all that Vespene? Nobody has ever asked me, by the way, guys, what should my gas dump be? No, nobody has ever said that in Cosmonarchy. Gas is always so hard to come by. And Neblime is swimming in it. His limiting factor, minerals. Those measly old things. I think Shambler will... I'm not sure if he's seeing the overlay on the witness or if that's only visible to us because we can see the unit. It's not really clear, but he doesn't have his own witness coming, so it is hard to say. Maybe he just wants to take his enemies. Can't do that unless you kill it, of course. He'll definitely see the shimmer anyway, so it's kind of irrelevant, but... Now, 6 o'clock is not taken, not in the traditional sense. The stolen land effect here is indeed worshipping the Demiurge, so he did get out with 1, at the very least. That's so funny. But look at this spread. Oh my god, dude. It's so difficult to really do anything to this Atreus stack. Now, Neblime needs to pay attention. His units are getting a little antsy. That was making Shambler himself get a little antsy for a moment there. Mass Atreus, dude. Mass land effect as well, but they are indeed going to activate their disruption field at some point, I'm sure. No, instead they're just going to focus down the Exemplar, see if they can make that happen. So far, it's working out masterfully for Neblime. Sure, he's feeding a couple of his land effects over, but he knows what's happening right now. He's got the witness. He's spotting this whole thing. What is Shambler going to do? What's his reaction going to be? I mean, if he only scouted, this strategy would look a lot worse, I feel like. I mean, maybe you could always do the islands, but he's got air units, so I feel like that's not true. You know what I mean? Like, it's really quite difficult, I think, to really make this one work. All right, the witness is going forward, is going to see the land effects and confirm no third. I mean, he already kind of knew that. Neblime is above these sorts of things. He's going double synthetic synod. Maybe going in for Mass Empress at this point. They can be a pretty good gas bank. Demiurges, also. Very good. Neblime does have more bases because of Artisans. Dude, I cannot believe what I'm seeing here, man. This is crazy. Another synthetic synod here for Shambler, getting a second one. Taking his 4th base at 12 o'clock. He still has no idea that all of these artisans are all across the map, giving Neblime so much economy. Seeing some heralds take to the field, thanks to these Grand Libraries pumping around the clock. A Crucible to enchant the synods. Why not? All right, now I see Shambler combing the map, seeing what's going on. He is going to see that there are indeed some artisans, and of course the artisans will defend themselves. Shambler not yet paying attention to what's happening here. I don't even know if he saw it, actually. I mean, his Panoptus is over here, and it has claim to the life of an artisan. All right, the Demiurge is taking a strike. Land effect is pretty easy to get rid of here. Indeed, it will fall. Not the best chosen path here. Trying to disrupt for now. Seems to be working, at least initially. But the land effects are indeed going to go ahead and be reclaimed. Be worshipped. Swear fealty, etc., etc. Yeah, it's not really that easy for Shambler to fight this army right now. The Atreuses are just superior. Oh, they get another land effect, but as they fall away, that unit will just explode. Panoptus is going to go ahead and pop that artisan. We've got a Zealot seeing this, another one over here. Just a cacophony of all of the artisan return sounds. Both players fielding Demiurges. Who will worship who? Whom will worship whomstead? These stolen land effects aren't really getting too much mileage here for Shambler. Cliff advantage narrowly favoring Neblime for now, but I do think Shambler has the better surface area, and he's got more Demiurges, so he should be able to break through here. Oh, but the melee units turning over and exchanging. They're just going to be passed back and forth. Not exactly sloppy seconds of each other's army, because they do restore a good amount of HP, but still, this is an awkward position where now it's just Demiurge v Demiurge. More Atreus is coming to the front. Oh, is that Demiurge going to get got at the very end? It will. And now he's coming out with the scribes. Yeah, sure, take some workers, why don't you? We need to see some more focus fire. We need to see some more units. I can't remember what takes precedence, but Empress Zombify might deny the Demiurge mind control, the Demiurge worship. I'm not 100% sure about that. All right, the Demiurge has been bopped over here, but there's still so many of them, man. There's 5 of them over here. There should be at least 3 at the rally point, and we've got 2 more being made, one of them nearing completion. Mass Demiurge here for Shambler, and Neblime seems to think the same thing is required. He's got 2 Stargates still, of course. He's now starting to filter out into Empresses. We'll get to answer that question. Does it become a zombie before it becomes a new faithful? Indeed, he's scouting this out with a zealot. Like, God damn it. He's been mining gas this whole time. Oh, you got a free witness. We like those. Benno bet the house on Neblime. Let's see if he's going to keep it. The Empresses are not in a scary number just yet, but Hit 'em Up and other Protosses have shown how powerful they can really be. Linefix charging in, disrupting and denying a lot of these Demiurges for now, but for just only a brief moment, because eventually they will be handed back. And it looks like the Demiurge worship takes precedence over that, and now, turning his own units upon him, the Linefix charge forward to deny, and that Empress is going to be shot out of the sky. Shambler coming for the king, and he's not missing so far. A funky strategy. But he's routed it for now. Needs to disable the disruption field so he actually attacks. Poor guy. He'll wrangle with his units for a little bit here. There you go. All right, another base being taken by the conventional manner of actually putting a Nexus down. I guess that's for poor people or something. That's what Neblime's thinking. 11 Demiurges! 11! And there's no artillery, no long-range activity to speak of here to try to counter that. No architects, no Acantors, no Optectons. Absolutely nothing. Not even any, like, Magisters or anything of the sort. Shambler just has the high ground, dude. Increasing his range from 9 to 11. The Panoptus is gonna... Oh! The Panoptus got bopped! We just saw the smackdown. Well, they're not waiting, but for me, it's Shambler. Neblime's confused. That's his number. He didn't get a hash against himself, so he's fine. If there is a DSIC, it's me, so this is fine. They can keep playing. I'll just, if it comes to another pause, I'll just ask Neblime to put his stream on. All right, well, let's see what Shambler is able to do here. I feel like Neblime's strategy is kind of like, it's cute, but it relies on your opponent not scouting, and even still, I don't know if Neblime knew what to spend all of his money on, you know what I mean? More units coming out on the front, saturating these bases. go. Yeah, you can see that this is broken for me because he just box selected all these, but we still had 2 workers there. So eventually it'll go out of sync for me. I will call for a pause here. Neblime, can you stream? And I'll just I'll swap to his POV here. One moment here. Wait for Shambler to be ready. I'll adjust his game volume a little bit. All right, we are watching from Neblime's POV right now. And let me just put that on the screen for you guys. We are indeed seeing what he sees. His ridiculous amount of Vespine, his ridiculous amount of Empresses. And he is setting up for an attack. Now, finally, some of his artisans will be caught at the 6 o'clock position. In fact, maybe some of them are getting converted as we speak. I feel like we're only moments away from the final confrontation between these two players. There's definitely a lot of Empresses, so Neblime is not out of this per se. He even has some Clarions for good measure. And here comes the attack. Kind of flanking from multiple positions. Nice set of land effects here to disable a lot of the static defense. There's Demiurges on both sides, and Neblime is seeing what he can make happen here, trying to grab his own land effects, but they keep getting converted. Okay, a couple of them are out, stolen back basically from his opponent using the zombification, using his own Demiurges, but so many Demiurges for Shambler, and that right side flank has been stolen. The pylon's unpowered, his engram's not active. He needs a desperate bid, he needs a decisive victory on one side of this engagement, and it's not happening right now. The Clarion not even with the fight, now waypointed on there. The Shambler doing his best to keep his production up behind this, but at this current stage, you definitely favor him, and GG is called. All right, that does us for that particular match. Yeah, I was pretty sure we were pretty close to the end, but it's always nice to get the for sure match there. And with Shambler taking a game off of our resident champion, that does mean that Benno will face the Shambler for match number 5. And he will select the next map. Just updating the scoreboard for you guys. Yeah, looking forward to seeing the future of PvP if it looks like anything like that. Some really wacky matches there. And I really don't understand what the follow-up, the transition after that point for Neblime would have been. But the artisan play was just absolutely insane. I agree, Luciferius. Let's have Benno win 2 games, and then we can just go straight on. And yes, Green Eggs was asking, the Demiurge is incredibly profane, so for Shambler to make like 30 of them is just ridiculous. Benno must avenge his own channel points. He's lost all of them by wagering on Neblime. And the United States Cosmonarchs cried out in victory while Clan Ass was in the mud. Our representatives Yeah, it's crazy stuff, man. I've definitely never seen games like what this tournament is giving us. It's pretty nuts. Big fan. Oh, I knew for sure it was broken DF. That's why I switched in the first place. But yeah, Shambler is now streaming his POV, so I can always, swap over there. All right, Benno is ready, waiting for Shambler. We will be on Impetus for this particular match. I am very excited about seeing what happens here. So as we get into it, just keep in mind that the Shambler is in the bottom left, Benno is in the top right. It's the Shambler's Protoss, Benno's Zerg. Yeah, I know that's weird, and that Benno was obviously Protoss for a while before he was Terran, after he was Terran, before that he was Terran. And Shambler has always been Zerg, but now he's Protoss. It's weird. This is weird. This is a weird day, but don't worry. Some weird games are ahead. And Benno will not be redoubling his efforts with the 6 pool. We'll see if Shambler decides to go for a more safe pylon, or if he feels audacious enough to do a forward pylon. Looks like he does, in fact, feel audacious enough to do that. Or maybe he just wants to scout before anything. Yeah, it looks like his pylon will actually be in the back. So the logic behind putting the pylon by the Nexus in Cosmonarchy is that versus Zerg, if you're worried about the pool charging Zeths in and destroying your pylon, it's easier if you can put it somewhere a little bit safer. This actually isn't that safe, but maybe the way the rest of his SimCity... No, he's going to put the gateways further out. I feel like this is still pretty vulnerable, but anyway, the general broad consensus for a lot of Protoss players is that you want to put a more defensive pylon here. It also depends on what's going on over in this situation. For is he going to hold the ramp, or is he going to even have advanced gateways in the right spot, etc. It is going to be a hatch ramp here, hatch at the ramp for Benno. He does not seem to be too interested in the Larvosk opener that we saw Art of Turtle use after Krankendau showed us all the way. Krankendau himself using it. Both of those players duking it out in Group A. Now that we're in Group B, Benno, with his first time competitive Zerg debut, doesn't seem too interested in jumping the gun on that. Just going to chase this worker around, and of course the Scribe is using flash shielding to its fullest effect to be annoying. That was a little funky the way he opened his maw out. Maybe we should make them all do that. That's pretty cool. Ooh. Normally players don't really let this get to them that much, but Benno is definitely biting on it a little bit too much, I think. Now, he will have his hatch complete around the same time as the pool. A little bit, actually, earlier than the pool. So that does mean that... Shambler really, really playing risky with that. That does mean that we are going to see how many Zeths he wants to make. A second gate is completing. Second Zealot is completing. If Benno makes the same mistake of going for mass quas versus gateway units, then it does feel like... I don't really know how effective he's going to be in this position. And all it takes is one Drakiden, as we saw in his very exciting match on a map by week 7. Man, I don't even know what the... Benno cheered $1 earlier, too, by the way. Shout out to that. Prediction ended, but I can't see what the prediction was, so... Twitch, are you useful? I don't think so. Anyway, if you like Gamba, apparently there was a Gamba. I'm guessing everybody bet for the Shambler, if anybody bet at all. Benno definitely the underdog in this position. He's got a decent amount of Vespene. He could be going for a Vornath if he wants. Looks like he's going to do the same kind of thing that he did on Maxiom. Moving his Quasis out is something that he didn't quite do, but this Mass Zealot... Yeah, the Zealot could just run them over at this point. I know it looks like a lot of Quas, but Zealots are very tanky. Hierophant coming behind it as well. Benno thinking about what he wants to make next. Looks like it's just going to be more Kagrants that he's going to elevate her over. Yep, he's going to go ahead and scoop that up. All right, let's see what Benno has in store. He's got a lot of gas, so we could see the Lycizilisk strike again. Maybe this time before the Ardent Authority kicks in, if he wants to go for something like that. Something that Benno was trying earlier that I thought was kind of interesting is setting up like the forward wall or whatever. But Neblime made the same observation I was thinking. That what if you just take you don't expand, you make it look like you're going to, but then you go for some kind of crazy one base all in. I feel like that could be a Zerg strat that we might see in the future. He really wants to make the Kagrants here and transport them over instead of just building them. I don't really know why, but far be it for me to know what goes on in the mind of Benno, who is getting his Zorka's Shroud up. Before his expansion, yeah, maybe this time he is going to do exactly what I just outlined. He doesn't seem to be making any inroads or thoughts about expanding, right? And Shambler didn't get close enough to see if there was, in fact, a hatch coming or a hatch already there. He might have seen the edge of the Kagra, but that doesn't necessarily mean that much because maybe it's, like, being built, right? Now, he is going to go ahead and take the expansion after all, which I do feel like might be throwing away the only opportunity he could have for some early damage. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's over. It just means that, like, you give Shambler the favor the longer the game goes on. If Benno doesn't pull out some cheeky stuff later on in the game. I mean, there's only so much cheeky stuff you can do later in the game, basically. So he is going to go for the Vornath, Expository Zealot, exploring what's going on here for Lycizilisks. Ardent Authority again. Shambler's sticking to the same meta. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is the only Zerg I have to play in the group, so I might as well just go ahead and keep doing the same thing. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the worker count obviously favoring Shambler right now. When the Vornath comes, maybe he can go ahead and gun for a bunch of other units, but I feel like his super late expo and his unassuming tech, shall we say, and his low worker count are not helping him out here. Going for Zeths off the back of that hatching. Transferring some workers. I don't know. He doesn't need to transfer any workers, that's for sure, unless he's going for all gas, which I guess he could be doing. Yeah, he's mostly going for Vespene, it looks like. So he wants some sort of, like, Nathracor spam, probably. He doesn't know it yet, but he is up against the same sort of build. Could be going for a lot of Ovaleths for transport. And obviously, the Lycizilisk has been scouted by Shambler. So he's going to be aware of that and maybe now worried about that. Zealot will walk away unharmed, of course. As Zealots do often. A lot of money in the bank for Benno. He almost can afford tier 2. It would be a very fast one. But he needs to spend those minerals. Put down some hatches, take another base. He's doing a little bit of, typing. Don't look. Just block out the top right. They're gathering around the Zorius. The grandfather has a story for all of the grandchildren. Looks like Shambler will be thinking about moving out at this point. The power in his house is flickering. But he also looks pretty good for taking a third win here. Gone 1-for-1 against Neblime. Has the advantage in this game. Already beat Benno once before. If he wins the sort of pseudo best of 3 against Neblime, assuming he does indeed win this game, he would actually be winning the first place in his group. So Benno has a lot to play for here to deny that, to be spoiler to Clan USCM. Development continuing for the Shambler, and the Tier 2 structure, the Iral Iris, is just about to finish. Just about to gestate. Supreme Node gestated. That's a reference to the Zerg Advisor. Check it out by playing the Zerg tutorial, or Zerg in general. All right, we do have another synthetic sign-on nice and early here, so he is going to be favoring the Demiurge for now. 12 pairs of Nathracores were just created, and the Kalkir Pond is nearly complete. So we see what Benno is cooking. Mass Calculus, something we haven't seen in a very long time. He tried to get out a couple of them, and they performed pretty well considering their position, but obviously that was way too little, way too late in our first game on Maxiom. Seems to be a little bit better equipped now. Needs to move these. I don't know about mutating them right there. The problem is that Shambler can just walk forward, but it doesn't look like he wants to try to attack from that position. The Lycosilisks being somewhat defensive here. Only 5 Calculisks are being mutated right now. Needs to queue up a couple of additional ones. The Lycosilisks on Burrowing is maybe a little bit spooky for now. He does want to take that third base at some point. He is obviously down a base right now. But I guess if he swings in with the Calcs and wins a decisive military victory here, there's no splash damage for air or ground. So the swarming definitely going to play into his favor. He could easily, with some asterisks, overwhelm the Shambler's forward position. And if he's able to do that, then maybe he can even take a good gander down at sniping a Demiurge or something. So he does know that his opponent is sharking around. Could set up some defenses over here, and it looks like he will do so. Needs to reburrow that Lycosilisk. Oh, there you go. He's on it. Oh, I see. He wanted to go ahead and take this base over here, but it was occupied. Does he want to reveal what he has yet? No, it doesn't look like it. Still has a lot of workers. I mean, it doesn't look like he's very undersaturated in the main. So that feels like something that could have been rectified a while ago. The Zealot will indeed be bopped, but the expansion is not being waypointed in. Multitasking not being Benno's strongest suit here, but he's going to go ahead and mutate his circuits and maybe queue up some more military melee units, excuse me. Now the Acantors do outrange the Lycosilisks, and the Witness is here to detect. So as you can see, it's not looking good for Benno, but he has a lot more tools than he had last time. Namely, 14 Calculisks with 2 more on the way, and 11 pairs of Zephricores to try to overwhelm. I don't know what Shambler can do to actually kill this army when it happens. He's going to go ahead and commit to the attack. What does Benno want to do with his force? He's got a lot of money in the bank. I would love to see him queue up another round of units and obviously put down more production structures, but considering what he does have right now, which is not that many production structures, I still think he has a good chance to stay alive and extend play in this game. Here come the Calculisks. They are flying over, and they will ignore all of the anti-air and just destroy the Acantors. 2 of them going down. There's still 3 of them left. These Calculisks are starting to fall, though. Remember that he's within range of the Demiurge, and look at that. One of the Acantors staying alive. The Zerg units now being turned against their former master. And that is going to be the death push that puts the Shambler on group winning point. I see the vision from what Benno was trying for. but I can't say that his army decision was the best. Even if you don't, you discount the worry about not having that many units immediately available, it still feels to me like something that he could have done a little bit better was try to engage all at the same time. But the Calculisks flew over, got massively softened up, and focused down the Acantors, completely ignoring the Demiurge, which eventually they, were taken over. Not that that was super impactful anyway, because the ground army was still quite lethal. But Benno is going to go ahead and fall to 0-3. Most he can hope to do is win a best of 3 where he's down 0-2 against the last sort of the loser of this next match, so to speak. But I mean, we'll see. We will see how it goes. Going to be Paradise, selected by our resident champion, Neblime. He'll be taking on the Shambler. Just waiting on our players to ready up, and we will be getting into this exciting match. Now again, if Neblime wins here, he will force a tiebreaker for first place. And if the Shambler wins here, he will simply be in first place. I probably should have explained that before starting the game. Oops, but Neblime is in the top right and the Shambler is in the bottom right. We've got red versus purple, which is not exactly red versus blue, but you could try setting that if you wanted to. It just wouldn't work because I am allied to both players. But I could be allied to only one player, and then it would be red versus yellow. Can you believe that? Can you believe how crazy Cosmonarchy is? So let's see. Not going to be 6-gate this time around. Neblime thinking a little bit differently. Now, the Shambler has said before that he's not a fan of this map. I'm not really sure what his actual criticism of it is. I think maybe he was just losing on it. But besides that, maybe he does have some actual critique of it. It would be interesting to hear. And yet, that is why in the lobby, when he joined, after Neblime picked this map, he wrote, "Knew it." So I just want you guys to know at home that Shambler did indeed type before we even got into the game. Before he had even jumped in and picked his map. Picked his race, rather. Kind of wild. So his gateway's off to the side. We'll be rallying up towards the ramp there. So far, so good. Neblime gunning for it. All right, with Shambler reaching his opponent, he'll be like, "Oh, I see a worker. I'm so excited." And then he'll go up there and be like, "Oh, there's nothing here." It'll be a lattice after the gateway, so interestingly enough, Neblime... Oh, both of them going for gateway into lattice. So this is funny, because obviously before it was double gate into double gate, and then the difference was Neblime going lattice. And then he incorporated like Stargate and Rogue Gallery. He just did all sorts of stuff. And that was pretty cool. But the Shambler has been quick to adopt the lattice for golems, not for idols. Whereas Neblime has favored idols overall. Already starting to bank some Vespene. He doesn't have enough to actually make an idol just yet, so he's going to make the Vassal first. He's making an Ecclesiast in the meantime. His Legionnaire will indeed bop this Scribe eventually. Needs to actually make contact with it, and then he should be able to attack move it. Nice and easy. Shambler sees that it is indeed a lattice opener. What is Shambler making out of the lattice? His own Vassal. A second lattice dropped in the same spot. So Shambler is going to go ahead and reveal that he is sort of shifting away from the idea of a gateway army, at least as the cornerstone of his military. and the vassals will fight each other. Dude, I actually haven't seen vassal on vassal action in, I feel like, a long time. But they do indeed scout across. He sees a second vassal coming. Warden in his mineral line. Not so for the Shambler, but maybe we'll see him change that tune pretty soon. Golem on the way. Used in the chat. I was looking for the Gamba earlier, but I couldn't bet on my own Gamba. That was sad. Idol on the way. And I agree with what Dead Infested said. I think this map is pretty cool. I'm a fan of it. I'm glad that Biddy B brought it to us. 2 Legionnaires are pocketed and gonna go ahead and dive in after the military has already moved out. There are no static defenses over here, so this could cause some mild flummoxing. At least one worker going down here, another one pretty soon after that. What else does Neblime want to do with these? He's gonna fall back and get some shields. Rest of the army charging the ramp. But of course, Neblime is all the way safe and sound over here, so he's going to end up losing a worker, or 2, or maybe more than that. Our worker count is currently dead even, after so many workers have gone down for Neblime. But the problem is that Shambler has no army left. Virtually no army left, anyway. And these 2 Legionnaires actually escaped after getting 3 kills between them, which I assume must have been 3 workers. Vassal fight is obviously going to be 1 with the 2 that, as opposed to the 1. And now we have a move out on both sides. So even though the Shambler has more military in terms of his production structures, he is dramatically behind in terms of military elsewhere. And it looked like for a moment he was mining gas with like 5 workers, but I guess he's rectified that, or I was just losing my mind. Now we have some pretty heavy hitters coming out here, Dracodons, etc. I love the pocket pylon there to double power the Warden. All right, back over here. Of course, the Golem is going to go down nice and early focused. I think this might just be GG. I don't know how Shambler is going to be able to hold this. It feels like maybe he overcommitted up the ramp, got stymied, and his Warden never got set back up. And Idol going to get bopped almost immediately after it spawns. The Legionnaire sticking to it. And that will certainly be GG when the Golem falls and the Pylon is next. Rule number 1 of PvP, never get creative. What are you talking about, you goober? Why are you typing? Shambler is typing. I didn't even see any manifolds. But you know what? They're pretty good. Hit him up, spams them. Pretty good. Alright, that's his way of saying GG without saying GG, so we'll go ahead and give Neblime the dub. And the Shambler will... Huh? All that typing and and finally he ended it with a GG. But he is wrong. You are wrong, sir. Because now we need a tiebreaker here. At least let me actually run this through in my head. What happens here? Because if we do it the way that I was thinking, where Neblime and the Shambler both have 3 wins, Benno can't possibly be first place anymore. But can he be second place? I guess if Shambler wins, Neblime would be 3 for 2. But he would still already... Yeah, I think Benno's just out of commission entirely because of his 0-3 start. Yeah, okay. So Shambler, as I expected, would type, and of course would be a little silly about typing. So the typing was good. We love typing. Can't Benno, in theory, win 4 times in a row? The problem is, he's already lost 3 games, and once you hit 4 losses, you are out of the contention for first place. Give me 1 sec, I'm giving them the map pick. Oh, I still had the gauntlet pinned. Absolutely slapped, dude. What's up, Arbuz? Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Dude, Shambler can pick his own map. Surely he would. So Shambler has 2 choices here, right? He can pick Oblivion or he can pick Star-Shorn Sepulchre. And that is going to be Oblivion. Okay, I like this one. So Star-Shorn is a more macro-oriented map. And Oblivion, Shambler has played on, but Neblime has not really played any. So pretty sick. Pretty sick, nasty. So here we go. Neblime versus the Shambler. Forget my speech until after. So the loser of this will face Benno, and if Benno can chain together enough wins, he can secure second. So there we go. Mass Manifold, let's go. All right. GLH. Yeah. All right, let's go. Very funny. All right, we are jumping into things. We've got Neblime in the top left, and we have the Shambler in the bottom right. It'll be Mass Didact, apparently. Now, Oblivion is a map that hasn't really been played yet. We haven't seen that much. So. Let me gamble. True. Oh, wait, can I gamble? How do I do it? Oh, prediction started. And what do I do? Oh, I can't bet because it's myself. Okay. Who wins? Neblime or the Shambler? Vote in the Twitch chat if you like. If you have channel points. If you don't have channel points, you should bet so you can get some. That's like when my... there was a funny story where somebody I knew had... a series of points where he was going to be late on rent. And then he won a $500 bet, and he was like, hell yeah, I'm not late on rent. And all I could think of was, that's mildly dystopian. But you know what? You get what you pay for, I guess. We've got 1,000 points wagered onto Neblime. Big fan, big fan. I think we all know who has the community poll here. Everybody's a huge fan of that. By the way, it's really funny that the way that these 2 traded losses earlier has changed it up to give us a first place decider. It's pretty sick. Not something we normally see in this format. Even more rare and elusive, though. The first, I think it's the first time we're seeing this, but the first time, oh my god, the Shambler has the Pocket Scribe. Is he going to do a thing? I feel like that's too close. I don't think you can actually build anything over here. I guess maybe... No, it's too far away from that, too. Neblime's probably looking around for it. Like, where is it? All right, double gate into lattice here for the Shambler. It's a gate and a lattice for Monsieur Neblime. And the loser of this will face off against Benno if Benno wins 2 games in a row. I don't know. Is it 3 games in a row? I guess it is, yeah. So if he wins 3 games in a row, then he's good to go. He is second place. I feel like that's a very tall order, but you know what, Benno? I believe in you. At least get on the board, you know? I think you can do it. You can prepare some dirty cheese. If Shambler loses this game again, he'll have lost 2... What is that? Yeah, it's 2 out of 3 games that he played against Neblime, losing the best of 3, the informal best of 3. And, oh no, he's actually already lost 2 games. So yeah, he'll have lost 3 out of 4 games that he played against Neblime. He'll be very tilted. And then you can just 6-pool him or something, you know? Just saying. If Crank were here, he would give you some ideas, but he's not here. Full saturation here for the Shambler on the 1 base. Actually behind in workers a little bit. I wonder if he cut earlier at some point to afford a little bit more military. Doesn't seem like he's gone too much here. It's a healthy number of vassals, but otherwise it's idols. We actually don't have any idols here for the Shambler. Going for golems instead. Golem Legionnaire Ecclesias, so he wants the everlasting, power from that. At some point, we saw the worker die earlier too. Vassals kind of massing up in the top right, although a mass of 4 isn't really that many, but it's all right. So if you think about the damage that a vassal does, it's 6 damage. So 6 times 4. Listen, broadcast math is tough, but we all know what 24 is. It's almost 42, but it should just have been reconfigured a little bit. Now, the workers have 60, 55 effective HP. So it's not really an even number here. Oh, he could have picked that scribe, but the Ecclesiast's helping out pretty good there. Nice forward positioning as well, for that matter. But yeah, you can definitely imagine a world where if you math out the right number to one-shot a worker with vassals, it could be really, really painful. It is actually going to be manifolds from Neblime. He said he wasn't serious, but he's making a lot of them. What will the Shambler do against this? I feel like they'd actually be really good at focusing individual units. If you look at their statistics, they do have that 1 armor pen. So they'll be dealing, 7 damage to a golem? That's not too bad. Now, as these units are leaving, we are going to see a little bit of a tickle coming out from the vassals. They get 1 worker. It doesn't look like Shambler's too interested in coming back to this attack, so he's just going to go ahead and charge forward. He has the double pylon. He's going to use his reinforcements, the Ecclesiasts there, to deal with that. Nothing was had over here in the middle. Nobody was using the anchors. No, the manifold is still the same. Benno was asking if they had been reworked. I know they had a bad reputation, but let's see if it's true. Let's see if it's earned. Neblime, Hamster wanted the manifolds reworked desperately. All right, they are going to go ahead and dish out a decent amount of damage. The focus fire onto the golems is going to be pretty good at popping them. And more Legionnaires and Ecclesiasts are coming on in. The Ecclesiast's actually peeling pretty well. You can see the focus fire is actually on stuff not named the golem, but eventually it will end up falling, surely. His focus fire was really quite lax there, actually. This golem's still staying alive. And there you go. Clowned on by the manifolds, apparently. Only got Ecclesiasts left to show for himself. In fact, what is his damage? He has no damage. I just realized, I guess he was relying on sustain, because he has nothing that actually deals a concerted amount of damage. Whereas Neblime, he didn't have a great amount of sustain there, but the manifolds actually do pretty good DPS. Let's see if the focus fire can be good. That golem's staying alive quite a bit. All right, that's a dead warden, almost certainly. Some zealots coming out. Much needed front line here for Neblime. I mean, that's something that's true of all ranged units. And, I'm not even sitting here apologizing for the manifold. I don't know if it's any good. I've never really seen too many people use it, right? But absolutely, what you want for your ranged units is some sort of cover, right? So that you can keep them attacking for free, so to speak. All right, the Legionnaires are going to get cleaned up pretty easily here. The Golem going to go down as well. So it's just the Ecclesiasts here against each other. But the Manifolds, the Idols, especially the Idols dealing splash damage, definitely going to help out here, and that is going to force the Shambler back. He has no Nexus, so Neblime getting his expansion up is definitely pretty good. And what will it say about the Shambler's mental if he loses to Manifolds? More of them being made even now. Rogue Galleries added up as well. I can't believe it. I can't believe a man is using Manifolds. Manifolds! Well, he might have overstepped a little bit. His Zealot's not able to actually get to the front of the fight until it was maybe a little bit too late there. So now Neblime does need to tuck tail and run. He doesn't have that many units coming out from his production, and he doesn't really have that many workers over here either. He's going to see if he can use those scribes to maybe body block a little bit. They will indeed be focused down, but at the cost of the Legionnaires. That's actually not too bad there. It's Golem v Golem, but the fight doesn't last forever, surprisingly, actually. And again, when that front line dissipates, especially, there's not really any sturdy damage dealers for the Shambler even now. Obviously the Legionnaires can deal out some damage, but they are going to get focused down quite a bit. I like the pivot to Zealots, but I think a smaller number is not necessarily going to serve the Shambler too well. And now we've got some Vagrants for even more, instant hit damage dealing between them and the Manifold. I feel like they'll be in a pretty good spot. Ecclesiast taking the initial shots, not exactly the ideal target. Where's the focus fire? It's switched over to the Golem, and it will be brought down. A very wounded Zealot will not be able to escape, and actually a little bit of extra damage even dealt to that one on the way out. So very wounded now. Looks like that was a trade of like the Golem and 2 Zealots for 2 Manifolds. Oh, and one of the Ecclesiasts died too. Yeah, Shambler not trading super phenomenally. His Nexus is now complete. He's kept up in workers, so he can transfer over there to match, and he does have an embassy followed by, or a Stargate followed by an embassy here. Well, looks like I will actually have to use my control groups for my camera hotkeys for the expansions as well. I wasn't sure about that because this game was a bit razor's edge. And look at this, the Barghests are going to help the Manifolds and other such units that normally don't deal super well with armor. I mean, Manifold having 1 armor pen means, again, it deals 7 damage to the Golem, 7 damage to the Zealot while its shields are up, etc., etc. But I do like the idea of giving it a little bit more oomph with the Barghest. That is definitely going to be pretty potent. But remember that unit is fairly expensive. Oh man, Exemplars are coming. Barghests are definitely going to be good versus them. The Vassals are being added to the field as well. Now, does Shambler recognize the silhouette? The Shimmer is a Barghest. It's moving faster than a Witness would. What's he going to do about that? He's made his own Witness. Nearly complete. Exemplar also nearly complete, but falling back to a more secure battleground here. All right, I like where we're looking for Neblime. His comp is interesting. He's mixing in some sturdy frontline Zealots, good backline Drakidons, and of course adequate Manifolds and Idols for splash. And he also has those Vassal Barghest comps to try to chew through enemy units thanks to the armor penetration increase. Now the Witness is going to take a weird path in, so it'll see all of this stuff before they really hit. At least it'll see the production structures. It might even get a glimpse of the military here. We don't have a Witness for Neblime, so he has no way of detecting right now. No embassy either, is what I really meant to say. But of course, if you have no embassy, you have no Witness. Doing a little jig over here. Exemplar is also watching over the battlefield. You got more units streaming on in. Looks like the Air Force is actually going to be dispatched to get rid of these Wardens and maybe turn off the pylon power as well. You heard earlier, Shambler mentioned that his power was flickering. He might go dark. And well, as the third base comes online for Neblime and the Air Force is dispatched to the bottom right, Shambler will have a sixth sense to return home, but it looks like we are going to see a couple of extra workers here, and the power is indeed going to be tickled off here. Using that speed boost, thanks to the dying Vassals, might be able to pick this Gladius as well. Indeed, he's just going to go ahead and directly onto it. That cleans up the Gladius. The Idol is here for Splash, but it's actually, there's only 2 Idols here for Splash. He's even thinking about trying to pick that Exemplar, but unfortunately for him, his only uncloaked Barghest ended up getting sniped. But still, that's actually pretty good. He cleans the area of a Gladius before the stack can get out of hand. He's also put the Fear of Air into the Shambler, who is now putting down engrams, which are very expensive, but obviously quite potent in this situation. And he's denied mining time, and Shambler still hasn't reestablished his main base. You got to factor that in with the fact that even though Shambler has a worker advantage, Neblime just set up his third and is getting ready to move out across the map. In fact, he mostly has moved out across the map with his air army, and now he's going to go ahead and reassert control over the middle of the map. I like this forward positioning for this army here, especially if there's an idol mixed in with that. Doesn't look like there is, but some good initial hits to kill a couple of the vassals, only 4 of them. And without detection, you can't proactively pick off the bar guests. Still 2 of those bad boys mixed in, giving them 2 armor pen. Ooh, could we see an incisive strike onto the Gladius and the Exemplar? Oh, actually, that Gladius just got pulled away. That's a grave error that Shambler has not corrected. So he's losing his Gladius. He doesn't have another one coming. The Charlatan is out here to increase the damage, but the Engram is also in play, so you got to watch out for that. That gateway awkwardly placed for Neblime's intake. Means that the Shambler will breathe easy a little bit here, but maybe easy is the wrong word, as more and more Protoss for Neblime are hitting the field. He's long since abandoned the Manifold cause, but it didn't die. You know, it didn't suck. I feel like Shambler was, you know, it's easy to point out that maybe Shambler was behind for other reasons, but even now, he's obviously down a base. We've got Lanifex coming in as well. 12 o'clock being taken, Neblime going up to 4 bases before the Shambler has been able to secure a 3rd. His Witness hasn't really been that useful to him. Hasn't really scouted too much. Oh, a random Barghest is over here. Neblime's going to have to pull that away. Or it'll just die. That works too. That's kind of an expensive unit to lose. It's a decent amount of Vespene. All right. Neblime sharking forward to defend. But the Shambler is moving back towards the middle. Neither player really feeling too confident about moving forward. We do have, of course, the Nexus set up over there for the 3rd base, but Shambler is just behind the 8 ball. We got more workers waypointing to 12 o'clock. The game that Shambler beat Neblime in was, let's just say it was an interesting one with a lot of artisans, and I don't think that Neblime knew exactly what to do from that position. It seems like a very novel position, and you have to think about what you're going to transition into from that point onward. All right. Like ships in the night, but the scribes are going to reveal 12 o'clock is up and running, and that is an area where Shambler will be very interested in. Now here comes the counter push. Obviously there's some AoE here with respect to the idols. Shambler refocusing his army to try to deal with this attack force, but right now it's not actually happening just yet. In fact, he's kind of boxed in. I don't know if he can escape from this position. The Lanifex getting a lot of power from the Barghest, and they're even just going to go ahead and activate their disruption field, absolutely eliminating any aggressive power from this force. Micro could be a little bit better on the target selection, but it doesn't really matter. He's forced and routed Shambler's army. And with the 4th base operational, when you see that, surely you have to think to yourself, man, the eco is not looking too good. Trying his best to retreat. He will concede the middle of the map, setting up more defenses at the 3rd base, but a nice, easy angle with only 1 Warden protecting it. Maybe he just ignores that and goes straight for the jugular at the natural. Right now, Neblime is massing up his ground force and considering his next course of action. Should try to evacuate with those Barghests, and looks like he will be able to. But you gotta say that Neblime's position looking a lot better here. Shambler's basically sealed off the right-hand flank, but his air units are going to get caught and reduced in power. The ground flank coming in from the south. And here comes another attempt with those air units. Caught a little bit, drawing some of the aggro. Lanifex wounded. But I'm not so sure it's going to be enough. Yeah, I think at this point, Neblime is looking pretty solid. He can charge forward and try to really back this army against the wall. He's got some reinforcements coming, not so many. The Exemplars are off here to the side, and the Air Force is being rallied into that direction. Neblime on the other side, though, has his endgame tech already up and running. He has his gas caps happening. He is on that 4th base, that 1 base above Shambler. So even if his army does get cleaned up over here, Shambler needs to make something happen from a deficit, and I'm not so sure he's going to happen. We even have the Manifolds here for the group photo towards the end as they bust down the Nexus, sending Shambler back into only a 2-base state. And sure, his air units might not have been able to take out these Exemplar, and his ground force and his Lanifex may indeed be routed eventually. But it doesn't really matter if you wipe this. Oh man, 8 health on that Exemplar could even have killed that too. It's not an easy trade. It's not an and, you know, easy, oh, I wiped it up, I only lost the Nexus. No, the military is still in the doldrums. We still have vassals and land effects for the inevitable air push. And we're even thinking about maybe taking a 5th base at this point from the POV of Neblime. Now, he does have an Empress in the middle of the map. Thankfully, he's figured out that he has that Empress in the middle of the map, and now he can fall back. Okay, reestablishing 3rd. Shambler not known for giving up, even when it seems hopeless. And from where we're standing, it does. But Shambler doesn't necessarily have perfect scouting, so he doesn't exactly know what's going on. He's going to go ahead and make a bit of a desperation move, but Neblime has a Zealot blocking the 6 o'clock location. Shambler will shark up to the top right and see what he can make happen over here. A very minimal defense at the 12 o'clock, so that base could indeed be traded. But with nothing back at home, virtually nothing anyway, it feels like a good counterattack could end the game. That's if Neblime even wants to do that. He already has his Demiurges, he already has his Empresses, and Shambler hasn't found anything, so he still is not going to be going for anything there. Look at this! We get to see firsthand that Shambler did not know that Golems do not beat Zealots by themselves. So, another kill for our war hero. Vassal has been found at the, I guess you would call that the 4 o'clock position. The fate of all fools, indeed, my hierophant friend. So looking around for that Air Force on to the right. All right, yeah, cliff advantage here for Neblime. He's going to go ahead and use that extra range to pull on down everything. He hasn't stolen any units with his Demiurges, but at this point the count is higher for him, so he can definitely overpower what his opponent is cooking. More vassals, more land effects, and an Empress to boot. Let's see if it's going to be enough. He's going to go ahead and focus down the Exemplar, and it looks like there's only one of them left. Here's the disruption field for good measure. Could split him across and see how much more stuff he can do. Charging forward to get maximum control of his opponent's army with the Demiurges, and it simply cannot be stopped. Shambler doesn't have enough to focus fire everything, and it is going to be Neblime winning his group, just as he did in Acropolis number 1. This time, Shambler had a little bit more fight, but he's already losing his Demiurges. They worship a new master, and Neblime has done it again. Now. No GG. Who needs a GG when you've got Neblime to take you into town? 4-1, cementing himself as numero uno. Undisputed. Manages to make it happen. So he is going to be your winner, and Shambler will duel Benno for what could be our final game. It will, of course, be the 4-spawn map, Star-Shorn Sepulchre, made by the Shambler himself, that closes us out. That's assuming Benno loses the way that he has so far, but if he finds a way to extend play, then we go to Maxiom for a decider. Well, it's not really a decider exactly, but we go to Maxiom anyway. Ben Taberski in the chat representing Clan ASS. You ask what ASS stands for? It's the Anti-Shambler Society. I cannot believe it. Ready for our players to give ourselves the ready. Oh wait, wait, Sham, are you ready? I started a little bit too fast. I was a little bit too trigger happy on that. But it looks like Shambler's ready, so we're fine to get back into it. It's Benno in the top right, and it's Shambler in the bottom right. Dad's muscle. That's my response to that. Actually, you can do kind of cute things. Is it this? There you go. You can do that in Cosmonarchy. We have our very own alt codes that turn into emoji. Yes, in Neblime lies the truth, EUD in the chat, making reference to something that he was talking about in a recent video. And as I update the scores on the doors, remember that Benno needs to win a ridiculous number of games to secure himself second place. Otherwise, it will be Monsieur Shambler taking second place, which is, of course, the expected outcome. Winky face. Wow. Don't you know that believe has a lie in it, Shambler? All right, so we have an expansion nice and early here for Benno. Hatch first. It's not your average hatch first, because most of the time you see it on the ramp. Benno has been very disinterested of the Larvosk first opener. It's going to be a 2-gate. Shambler knows this time and time again. And actually, we have a fast Kagrant here. I wonder what that's for. Is he going to go into Larvosk after this? He's made an Ovolets. He's just going to transfer it down to help secure the ramp over here. Neblime in the chat mentioning that he couldn't tell what was happening. Dude, it was so easy to tell. What do you mean? There was only like 5 strobe effects happening. I'll probably end up recoloring the Worship reads to be green so that they don't stack on top of the Ascension reads. That definitely doesn't help things. All right, the Circuit is in play. In Cosmonarchy, as you can see, you can use this Ovoleth to transport these defensive cells. That's how you know it's profane. Yeah, something like that. I mean, green is a color that I was hoping to save mostly for the Ascozi, but that's all right. Here we are. Now, Shambler's going to scout that there's no pool. And this should immediately be an option for him to go. Yeah, he's just going to go with his Zealots. I don't know what Benno is going to do from this position, because he can't really make a perfect wall in time. Like, he could put down another Kagrant here and then maybe a hatch. No, even that wouldn't make a wall, right? He'd still need to plug it with something. And he doesn't have a pool coming. So he's going to have to defend the Zealots with his workers. Now, admittedly, one of them is very low, but still. All right, Benno, what's the plan? You're going to evacuate the workers? Okay, that's not the... I guess that's not... I mean, it's pretty bad, but it's not terrible, right? Only temporary lost mining time. He never unloaded this Kagrant, though, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Yeah. I don't know if Benno thought this plan through. Well, I guess he could transfer back to his main now. He's going to go ahead and long distance mine from the third, I guess. Even the Scribe is still in play. Dancing back and forth. Shambler already has the worker count. I can't believe it. I can't believe what I'm seeing, boys. This is how Group B comes to a close. With 7 idle workers and the hatch being attacked. He doesn't even realize he has this Kagrant. He could have dropped it in his enemy's base. Poor Benno. He wanted to try things. All right, well, we're migrating down to this natural as his main. I bet the Shambler never expected his map to be played in this way. You know, I'm actually a little bit scared. I think you can use the ramp with cliff advantage. Yeah, you can definitely do it over here. So, yeah, Benno isn't actually going to be able to harvest from the space very easily. Yeah, as soon as that happens, I think you just call GG right there. You've lost so much. Yeah, hashtag GG. It's over, my friends, my fellow Americans. Germany has fallen into the hands of the United States Cosmonarchs. Benno could not get it over the line. And that means that good old Neblime as first place, good old Shambler as second. And that concludes Group B. You know, kind of surprising that Neblime took it. I was honestly pretty sure that Shambler would have this one because he's been pretty good at PvP. Historically speaking, and in Acropolis #1, obviously. So I'm very interested to see what we hear in the interviews. So let's get ready for those. Hello, Shambler. Oh, wait, hold on.
Surprised I'm first.
Hello, Shambler. You're first to interview, even though you're not quite first to win. Can I ask you how you felt about the game on Derelict, first and foremost, the one that you defeated Neblime in?
I felt like I did pretty sloppy, honestly. I should have killed him a lot sooner, a lot quicker. But line effects were a wild card. They kind of threw me off balance. You know, people haven't had control necessary to really use them in a very long time, although I've always suspected that they were the future of TOS, at least in TVT and TVP. TVZ, there's just so much chaff, you know. It might not just be worth it at all. But yeah, it was every time I face Neblime, I think I've really been grinding, you know. If I'm facing the Neblime from last time, I got him, and then I'm not facing the Neblime from last time.
Right.
I'm facing Neblime V3, so good on him. He did well. He sharpened up a lot. I played some general games against him. You know, fucking Matador cheese and all this shit. And he was just getting bullied around whenever, you know, when my off race, you know.
Oh, okay.
And then, you know, like a 50-50 win rate against my off race, you know. And then in the PvPs, it was like, you know, like a 75-60 my way sort of thing, you know. And so he really either he was sandbagging me that whole time, you know, or he really sharpened up in this event. So kudos to him.
Yeah, I was honestly really surprised to see him looking so practiced. Now, the reason I asked specifically on Derelict is because I'm not sure that you figured it out. I mean, eventually you did see the artisans. Did you ever look back at the game to see exactly how many he made?
I don't know. I hate that map because I think the fact that you can't shoot the gases from the cliff if they're using flying workers is a little annoying. Or you have to, like, artistically, like, into the crevice with a Draconin or something. And I'm pretty sure that the flying workers can kill a single Draconin because you can't fit anything. I really don't like those corner bases, if I'm being honest. I look forward to when Derelict leaves the pool, which is ironic, considering, you know, it's the map I won against him.
Of course, yeah.
But, you know, artisans, they're a gambit. And again, that's why I say I'm getting sloppy, because I wasn't doing a good job of hunting those down and noticing that, hey, like, I'd walk across them like 5 times, and I went back and watched that, you know, just skimmed through, and I was like, oh, I saw them here, and I didn't do that on the minimap, you know. I saw them here, and I didn't do that, you know. And so that was pretty demoralizing to realize, oh, this whole game, this whole headache could have been avoided if I just, you know, did some scouting, and the scouting that I did do actually, you know, kept an eye on things, and registered the information that I sent everything out to get for me to begin with. That game should have been, you know, 15 minutes shorter.
I see. And how about the games where you were up against Benno very briefly? I feel like not necessarily too much to talk about, but he had some ideas. He was trying for the calculus play pretty fast. He had some very speedy tier 2s. Do you put much stock into that, or do you think that's a meta misread? How do you feel about his general, like, his game plan? Less so the execution, more so the strategy.
I mean, I was facing Krankendau for Z practice, and it was versus Krankendau that I learned that you actually have to go a Cantor before for Embassy. Because lurker pushes are actually very deadly.
Yeah, he did try a couple of those, to your credit, so you had the tools already to defeat that.
Yeah, like, that's what I was playing against. I was expecting, you know, sort of Krankendau play. I'm like, well, you're making these air units. And it's like, I don't care, because Draconin Ecclesias deals with most Zerg air, as long as, you know, the Zerg air is not overwhelming, you know, because Zerg air is very fragile, and it doesn't last in a fight, you know. It's more of a support thing for the ground army. Like, you bring the Gorger cores in as a flanking unit, and that's like one of the tankiest Zerg air units there is. So if they can't really stand in a fight, what threat, as long as I'm positioning myself correctly, is a bunch of, you know, tier 2 flyers that toss an arm and a leg in gas while I'm bulking up in this big, beefy army of Draconins. So I appreciate the tier 2 rush. he makes too many circuits and he's not going greedy enough for it. But I agree that what Zerg should be doing is be rushing to that tier 2 and getting specifically a Spire, a Muteth, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Rock. And getting Patathalors to snipe Demiurges. Those are vital. Lurkers for general defense, but you need to start cutting off on those. And then I think the answer to the Demiurge Cantor thing, let me think for a second. You don't want to tank. You don't want melee in general, if I'm being honest. I think that's where it's going to be Muta air, and you're just abusing the immobility of the Protoss army, hitting their outlying pieces, and then using the Patathalors to slowly pick apart an enemy. It's rough. I definitely think like drops and stuff should be incorporated into that. It's a rough game right now for Zerg, but I think it's playable because what Benno failed to show is that actually Protoss, as I was saying before, a lot of these Zergs are green.
Yes.
Back in the tourney, I was saying all these Zergs are green. They don't understand you can actually bully around Protoss. And finally, some of them are starting, like Krankendau, are starting to understand that. I've been playing a lot of matches with Krankendau. I hope he does well in his segment. I don't know if he's played already.
Yeah. But, he actually took first over ECalipso and Art of Turtles. So.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, he didn't lose a single versus Protoss. So maybe to your point, he's figured it out.
Yeah, he finally connected the dots that Zerg can actually really bully Protoss around in the early game, and Protoss can't really muscle their way around on the map like you think they would. So you can just get this base advantage, and sure, the Protoss will eventually break out with the Cantors. They will eventually be very unapproachable thanks to Demiurges stopping your bread and butter melee spam. But I think that the game for Zerg is that in that window is that you have to get enough of an advantage that you can start making vast swaths of artillery that, while less efficient than what the Protoss is fielding, you've already gained such an edge that you can contend on even ground with sheer firepower and sniping. And it's a very intensive play style that someone like Benno I do not think who's more reserved and cautious is not. I'm not going to say not capable. Obviously, anyone's capable if you just practice, but is not really inclined towards.
Yeah.
It takes a certain mindset. That's why. That's the sort of mindset that I developed, playing, is that I'm poking around, I'm feeling for things, and which is why this whole Zerg shift all of a sudden being very aggressive it feels very foreign and alien to me, is that, I actually have to hole up in my base now. I can't go out and look for opportunities to take things. It's because I'm playing a different race. I'm playing Protoss, and the Zergs I was facing before didn't understand the power they had in the early game to begin with. So I was being given a false impression that I have this ability to play my usual style when I don't. And I was glad that Krankendau instilled that, taught me that lesson before this event. Because if I had gone into blind with this and tried to play my usual thing, I would have been fucked. Even against Benno, he probably would have taken a couple games off me before if it wasn't for that. So.
Okay, so crediting Crank for the practice. Interesting. Got some cross-clan pollination going. Obviously, he is from not America, and therefore he can't necessarily represent USCM too well. But, he seems to be doing pretty well for himself. I'm a big fan of him. A very passionate man about the project, so always nice to have more of those on our side. Well, Shambler, you have secured second place, which is, I actually don't know the exact prize breakdown, but it's more than $30, I think, especially after all the donations. So you'll be getting that in the mail at some point, maybe after the games tomorrow or something. And I am happy to welcome you to yet another tournament and see you play again. I think some really interesting games were played today across both groups, and I appreciate your participation as always. And of course, I hope to see you again in the near future when it comes to tournament play. I don't know when the next one is actually going to be, and I'm pretty sure the next one will be an underclass one, but maybe after that, or maybe you'll even join me on the cast or something. Who knows? We'll get crazy with it. We'll see what we can do.
Oh, that would be. I'm definitely open to the idea.
All right, there you go. Well, Shambler, thank you again, and GG's.
GG.
And let's talk to the man of the hour. We have the man from the Man Down Under. It's Neblime. What's up, dude?
Did you say the man from the Man Down Under? Who's
Yeah,
the man?
Isn't that your dad?
I guess, yeah. The Man Down Under. What does he look like? What kind of mythical figure is he?
I think he's got a Moyai head.
Right. The Man Down Under is probably like Crocodile Dundee to you Americans, isn't it?
No, I don't even know who that is. Sorry.
You don't even know who that is?
Sorry.
I don't think it's a good representation at all, but I just assume all Americans.
Isn't Steve
get
Irwin
everything.
Australian? Can't he be the
Yeah,
man?
he is.
Yeah, okay,
He
he was the Man Down Under.
Fair.
All right.
Yeah, he's the real Man Down Under, but all Americans get their knowledge of Australia from Crocodile Dundee, not from Steve Irwin.
Ah,
Sad to say.
okay. All I know is don't pull out the manta ray or whatever. That's what I learned. So
Yeah, I guess.
you are the champ once again. How does it feel to just perpetually be on top? Were you worried in any of the games besides Derelict, which obviously you lost? Did you have any squeaky bum time moments? Were you feeling like everything was smooth sailing? Talk to me about how you felt about all of these matches in general.
Well, I was pretty close to losing to Benno, I have to say, which I didn't expect.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The thing with the 6 gate is it's not meant to be a cheese defense. I want to pressure him, so it's actually bad when you're up against an early pool because you don't have a lot of scribes.
It was
to defend,
beautiful.
right?
It was a map by Vixen, dude. It was Fata Morgana, and it was 6 gate
That
versus
frickin' map,
6
dude.
pool. 6
That
pool.
freaking map. What are we doing?
I know.
Get it out of here. How long has it been in the pool, dude? Get that map out of here.
Just for one tournament, really. So
Well, that's too long in my opinion. I'm not a fan. Everyone bullies that map, and I'm one of them too. Look, I think it was a pretty good choice by Benno, all things considered. Honestly,
Yes.
just try and pull that out, especially on that map. Right? I should have known when he picked that map that something was up. But yeah, I mean, I was able to get a single Dracodon out. Once you get a single Dracodon out, it's over. As
if
you
he
saw.
didn't, yeah, like the thing is, he just kept going for quads, and all I could think of in my head was, Benno, you have like these 6 quads, just keep them alive and then spam Zeth. But he'd never made another
Well, I
worker.
wonder.
He was on 5 workers the whole game, so he
Did he
didn't
not
have
see
any.
the grand final? Like, why didn't he come with the Circuf? Would have been probably game over.
Oh yeah, that could have been.
I
it.
think so. I mean, I don't know. I'd have a Zealot out, right? But I have so few scribes to actually fight on the map with. I think it's still better than it is against a normal opening. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I wonder how that actually maths out. But you know what? It was still exciting. It was a cool moment. You gave us some pretty interesting games. I got to ask you about Derelict. The fact that you went for the mass artisan. Did you maybe hit the sauce too hard on that? Like, it felt like maybe you went too deep on the mass artisan and you didn't have that much.
I have some regrets.
skill.
I have some regrets.
Talk to me.
You know, I feel like if I just played a safe game, it would have been better. But, you know, I wanted to try it. The first game went pretty well, so I thought, all right, let's try this. It's not like that's the first time I've done that, by the way. In some practice games, I've been doing similar things, especially on Shambler's map with the flying bases as well.
Yes, yeah.
But I think Grand Library was not a good choice. And probably going for my own Synthetic Sunod after he was already ahead in Demiurge was also probably not a good choice. I don't know.
Yeah, we were looking for artillery at that point, it felt like, but, you know.
Well, the thing about Demiurges is like they're going to win at range. The only thing you can do is get on top of them, or like I was trying to do, get my own Demiurges. So you can't make like Architects or something. That's not going to be a go. Like I think in retrospect, I needed some kind of gas-heavy option because you know how much gas I got.
I know,
but that's
yeah.
a problem I have. Since I've been learning to play Protoss, I can't spend my gas. I'm used to Zerg, where I'm like, oh, I have 2,000 gas, no problem. That'll be gone in like 1 minute. Now as Protoss, I'm like, how do I spend this 500 gas? I want to make more Zealots or something, you know? So
right,
it's something I'm struggling with for sure.
Chat wanted to
maybe
listen. You also had a worker packed in his base for most of the game. Chat wanted a proxy Monument of Sin so bad.
Oh, that's stayed alive? I just assumed he killed it.
No, eventually you sent a scout and it did die, but it was like, you know.
Oh, that one. Yeah. I thought it died. That was for scouting. I have to use it to scout because that's a huge advantage in that case.
Yeah.
As you can see, I didn't use it very well. Oh, tell me what happened on Oblivion, by the way. I thought I checked the spot for the sneaky scribe. Where did that come from? The one in my base.
It was all the way in the top. There's like a pocket there.
Yeah, in the top right? I thought I sent my Legionnaire in there, but I guess not.
It was in the in between your main and your natural, like basically directly north of that. Yeah.
I know the spot. I know the spot, and I thought I sent a Legionnaire in there. Damn, I guess I must have retasked it.
Yes, I'm not sure what happened. Or maybe you did kill it. I don't know. I can't remember. Did he actually get a scout off? Because I wasn't watching your base.
Yeah, he did. Well, he didn't see. I don't think he saw the Vassal come out, which is the key thing. Look,
yeah.
And the game on Oblivion, I was really thinking I want to go like Mass Vassal Barghest from the beginning,
Uh-huh.
but I sort of held off on that a bit because of how it went with him attacking. And
You
like, I
actually
thought,
made manifolds, though, you mad lad. You were trying to, what, like, I was just thinking, like, this is the first place decider, dude. Is he just going to tilt him before the game versus Benno and see what, give Benno, serve
I'm
him
not
up
gonna
on
lie.
a silver platter?
there was definitely an element of that where he's like, "Don't make manifolds." I'm like, I wonder why he said that. So I thought I'd try it and
Okay.
see if there's like something to that, you know. And they're pretty good. They're not terrible. I do wonder if I made more idols, it might have been better, just because I would have built up the sort of critical mass splash sooner. But I think they did fine.
I
So
think they're a
never
bit
here nor
better
there.
versus the golem than the idol is, mostly because of like damage density. And
That's
stuff,
true.
You know?
That's very true.
Um,
Although I have to say, Shambler did not have the critical mass of golems you need. The thing about golems is they always just get better the more of them you have.
Yeah.
So it's not really any good to run in with like, one of them in
Well,
the comp or anything like
We've
that.
seen your
You have
storm
to-
shenanigans with the golems.
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
That's
You didn't
really
even
cool.
see the real
I know,
shenanigans
yeah.
because of the desync. It was beautiful, man. You missed out.
Yeah.
At any rate, I think
From Jack. What a cool
Yeah.
guy. Honestly, it must be like actually joyous to play against Jack, because when you find something
definitely.
like that, he just types
Definitely.
the funniest reaction.
yeah, and like every time you ask him if he's ready, he comes back with something different, right?
Oh, of course. Does he do that in
Yeah.
practice games too?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. Nice.
About the golems, right? I think that you have to have like 4 of them all crammed together to run in. You don't want to come in with just like 1 in support. I mean, it's not bad. Fine to have like a support golem in there, but it's just not as efficient as if you have them all crammed together. You can really do a lot.
Of course, yeah. Especially if there's any like, if you happen to be fighting against idols or any other sort of like localized splash, you kind of can't control that as the other player. When you're trying to focus down, you're just going to be healing them because you're going to do some incidental splash, right? So
Yeah, absolutely.
it's definitely pretty good versus that particular thing. It's funny because you make golems from the same structure you make idols. So it's like, oh, my opponent's going idols, I guess I'll make golems.
Yeah, well, that's something I've been thinking about as well. Is if you go mass vassal, right, you want idol to counter it also.
Yeah.
So there's this weird thing where the lattice sort of like counters itself.
Yeah.
Gateway sort of, there's like always a build unit you could be building from the gateway that would suffer from some kind of lattice unit, but the lattice has all the answers within itself as well. That's why I think you really want to go for the lattice and the gateway as the Protoss opening. The only downside is if you have 2 gateways or more, you can make a lot more Legionnaires and attack in. But I think from what we've seen, it's not that hard to hold your ramp. I don't think the Mass Legionnaire is going to stay around, other than like a surprise move. I really think it's perfectly feasible to just hold.
Yeah, it seems pretty good. I mean, I'm always grateful when we have like the mono battle strats sort of go by the wayside, because even though they can be exciting initially, it's like that is an easy way for the game to feel like it's getting old. You know what I mean? If it's like has to
True.
be that way. So definitely somebody who I like the creativity that we saw here. Now you were obviously snoozing during the first group, so you missed out on some of the action there.
I don't even know the result, dude.
Shall I not spoil? I mean, it doesn't really. It's not really that big of a deal. I don't need to spoil it to tell you this, but I will say that there were some very interesting games where Zerg were building interesting compositions to specifically in some versus Protoss contexts. So, and we saw a lot more.
Zerg?
We saw. Let's see. Did we see tier 3 Zerg? I mean, if I have to ask the question, probably not. I was just wondering if by technicality I
I
can
mean,
say.
the Steph story left, I've already seen. In
Yes.
That epic game Jack and I had that desync, they were used to really powerful effects. So I'd be
Really?
interested to see them more. I shouldn't be telling the Zergs this, because if I get into late game in the tournament, I'm going to have a hard time.
Oh, well,
against
they
them.
are. I mean, you got to remember that it's literally full heal. Like, I mean, full damage conversion. It's not half. It's full. So
I know.
if you're dealing, 6 damage, you get 6 damage back. It's actually very potent. So
I got to use a Demiurge to get one of my own. Now.
I know. And I mean, like the Sasirvaleth isn't the most mobile unit. It's also pretty expensive. It's not very durable. So I think you combine all those factors. It's kind of an easy sitting duck to snipe. But
So that all
we'll
that
see
to
how it
say,
goes.
we didn't see them today, though.
Yeah, we did not see tier 3 Zerg today, so I can say that.
Oh, well,
there
that's
were
all right.
some
There's always
long
tomorrow.
games. There were some long games, but we didn't see some.
My
tier
boy
3.
Jack, I'm sure he's going to rush straight to tier 3.
I hope
those
so.
Ultra Cores out.
I hope so. Yeah, dude, I want to see more of those. I want to see more Archons and all sorts of crazy stuff. So,
Yeah, Archon's so underrated, dude. They're so good.
and I also have to say that in general, I feel like I could have. I was actually thinking that Shambler would be able to come up on top in this particular group, mostly because like you're not really on paper supposed to be able to go from winning a tournament as Zerg to switching to Protoss and looking, maybe unconvincing might be a fair way to describe it. And yet it's like Shambler said, maybe you were just sandbagging the whole time, dude. Like, because you're coming in here and looking a lot more confident. I feel like what people have to do when they're sizing up Neblime is they have to say, he's going to practice in a very different way in some ways than what he plays. Like, it doesn't mean that he's not going to use similar strategies, but like the demeanor of your game changes when it's a tournament game. Would you say that's a fair characterization?
Definitely, but that's also to say, in practice games, I'm always trying my hardest. I'm never like going.
Oh,
easy.
sure, yeah. Not actually sandbagging, right? But like maybe more willing to, try something more on the crazy side. Although that Derelict game still had that. So.
I was going to say, I did make 2 embassies, so I don't know. Look, I think I have to say something very general here, and I think an element of it, is maybe you yourself and Shambler looking at it like, oh, he switched to Protoss, he won't get the free wins as OP Zerg. I mean, I think if you look at it that way, you're just putting up a mental wall to yourself to try and actually learn how to play against someone if you have a reason they're beating you. You know what I mean?
A reason other than something that's actually related to skill and
other than
stuff,
what did you do in the game?
Yeah.
How did you play?
Yeah. So the reason I was saying that was I would just say that looking at the games, I mean, I know that you're very easy, very quick to credit people that you play against, but the way in which
the funny thing.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Well, it's also happening with EUD. I practice against people and they teach me how to beat them, I just play lots of games. And you notice Shambler didn't go for an Ardent. We played a game where he went Ardent. It wasn't very good on Oblivion, and I played games where I rushed for Vassals and it didn't really work, from the very beginning, by the way.
Yeah.
And so that's why I wasn't trying that, that kind of thing. So we did eliminate some possibilities in practice games we already played.
I see. Okay. How did you feel about the group draw? Were you surprised that you were in a group against Shambler?
Well, I have to admit, actually, now that I've said all that, I kind of agreed with you that I was thinking, Shambler might be tough because I've just switched to Protoss. So I was glad it wasn't EUD, of course, or...
Well, you vetoed it, so it couldn't have been.
Yeah, of course. Well, you told me, though, that scheduling is king, so...
It is, technically,
it was still possible.
But he didn't have any availability on today anyway, so I sorted you into this.
Look, I did think PvP was going to be tough, and look, I don't want to be mean, but I did kind of just discount Benno.
Switching to Zerg seems pretty crazy. I mean, even if it was...
Yeah...
Even if
I'm not a fan.
His Protoss, I was surprised by that switch to Zerg at the last second.
Look, Biddy B did this. Shambler kind of technically did this as well. Now Benno's doing it. Stop switching just before the tournament, guys. Practice a race, get good at that race, then bring your skill. I want to see that. I don't want to see the half-baked attempts,
Mm-hmm.
And if Shambler didn't switch to Protoss, who knows what would have happened last Acropolis.
He did make it all the way to the grand finals, so it's hard to say for that.
I'm kind of unsatisfied with the matches we had,
Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah, maybe as Terran he would have figured something out with Terran. I mean, he would have been him and Newt alone until EUD rocks up. So
he put a lot of effort into Terran, right? Then at some point just gave up, switched to Protoss, and it's like, oh, okay. Like you say, he managed to beat everyone else, but I was not pleased to face this Protoss. Instead, I would have rather, had the full experience of the Terran. I mean, hopefully he switched to Protoss now. Of course, having played it in the other tournament, he's been playing it long enough. I think he's definitely going to be bringing something fearsome.
Yeah.
But, I
think everybody is mostly undecided. If they're at all thinking about race switching, I think until Acropolis 2 starts you hear the rumblings of the gauntlet, it's going to be a while before people decide, okay, what race do I actually want to play? Because Shambler always courts playing Zerg. He off races his Terran, so he still plays it sometimes. So, it's not something that he's completely, unexperienced with. By the way.
Of course, I can do no wrong. Switching after the tournament, totally 100% fine. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, well, you won, so you can do whatever.
I am beyond reproach.
The only sad part is that I think... Oh, wait, no. Thinking about it here, if you're switching to Protoss, and say you do win Acropolis number 2, I have one more proposition for you. Will you switch to a SCSI for Acropolis number 3? That's the real question.
Hey, if it's out, I will 100% switch if I win. If I don't win as Protoss, I'm staying Protoss. I'm staying Protoss until I win.
Okay.
But if I win and a SCSI is ready, then 100%. I'll make that pledge right now.
There it is. All right, on the record. Okay, well, I'm sure everybody will remember to hold you to that. Going up into the next set, I guess we can switch gears to talk about the other groups. We have Group C and Group D waiting. Mystery Meat, unfortunately, dude, he was so close to coming back for Group C, but he unfortunately did lock himself out of his own apartment. That's a forehead move and a half. So,
so it's not even his internet? He's actually just locked out of his house now?
Yeah, he can't get back in, so he's sleeping over the parents for now until Tuesday.
Oh, far out.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate. So we will have a wild card guess, coming back in there for that. We'll see who
Is
wants
there going
to
to be
pop
like
in.
some games to decide that, or you're just going to pick?
It really depends on availability. I've got a couple of people who are popping in and checking us out. And hey, would you look at that? It looks like we, if Neblime loses, I'll play a Scuzzy, says the Shambler. Hey, you just sent in money again. What are you doing, Goober?
Oh yeah, I want to update the prize pool. I mean, actually, can I do that now that I've already won? Because there's other people. There's other people
this
still
is technically
to enjoy.
You're disseminating this amongst the other winners and
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because I want to do that in general. If I win, I'll donate. So my opponents have a reason to let me win. You see?
I see. Yeah, if you want to increase the size of the pie,
that's right.
Do that.
Just take it easy.
Yeah.
Well, Shambler, I'll hold you to that then. So one of us is going to be a Scuzzy for sure. Does that to say if I win, you won't? Because I mean, not that I have anything against mirrors, but it would suck if it's like, well, just because a Scuzzy's new and interesting, everyone's playing a Scuzzy, so we only get to see one matchup. Which may be what happens.
It might be. I mean, it is going to be the new hotness on the block, right? So I don't know. I think that's probably a really big concern of how do you even do that exactly? So if we do, we drop this new race, and then how many people are actually going to want to play the old races? Those are boring. Everybody knows.
Yeah, right. That is what I'm thinking, honestly. And honestly, that's how I feel about it. If I'm not committed to prepare for one tournament or another, I'm like, well, fuck, why would I play the old stuff? I want to explore the new stuff.
Yeah, for a period of time, it'll flood the proverbial ladder, which may be a real ladder by that point. Who knows? But
and some people talk about, right, when they're first starting, it's like, how do I remember all these goddamn units? You just have to play a lot of games. So for a Scuzzy, it's going to be like that. We're just going to immediately want to get in and play 100 Scuzzy games so we know all the units.
Which is honestly good, because not only will you learn the units, but you'll figure out this is actually how you play this race. Because, at least with the other races, there's corollaries to StarCraft 1 and even a little bit to StarCraft 2. There's some connection that you can make about, okay, well, Zerg like to take a lot of bases, and Terran like to creep forward with mech, and Protoss like to do bullshit stuff with other ridiculous units. And, that's the kind of stuff you can kind of apply, but there's not going to be that same mapping for a Scuzzy. You can't really link anything, because it's not quite like that. So, maybe there's going to be some aspects of this is kind of like a race in this obscure RTS game. And,
so when are you publishing the tech tree, man? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. I mean, hey, we're going to be, the funny thing is, okay, to get to level with people, there's 3 big things that need to be resolved for the Scuzzy to enter into sort of full development, if you want to call it that. One of them is the iScript extension, which is by far the biggest one, and it's also almost done. And at that point, I'll just immediately start going back to doing those tech tree concept streams that I used to do all the time. So that'll be very exciting. And then eventually, fleshing out the tech tree. I'll get at least to tier 1 and most of tier 2 done before we start probably implementing the race itself. But we can start implementing it as soon as the iScript stuff is done. At that point, the next technical hurdle will be related to adding more weapon entries, so we can actually have weapons for all them. Obviously, that's pretty important. We might be able to do some sort of jerry-rig system where it's internally does a different system than what we have right now. But for now, the path to that looks like it's just going to be a little bit of a difficult one, but still one that we know what to do. And then after that, it's just going to be hooking up the UI part, right? Which is giving them a custom console so that they have their own art. And then hooking up the idea that in StarCraft, there's not really a defined concept of an extra race. So they only randomize, for example, between Terran, Zerg, and Protoss and stuff, and making it so that the game actually understands that there is another race to randomize into. That's going to be the next thing after all of the other stuff that I mentioned. So, basically just actually getting their implementation done. But, that stuff goes down, those boxes get checked a lot faster than you would think from me explaining them. So definitely expect to see a movement on that in the month of June. And we're probably back to Scuzzy development by then, I would say. So pretty exciting stuff. But,
sounds like you got your work cut out for you.
As usual. Listen, I only have to add 50 more units to the game, Neblime. It can't be that hard.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Imagine Blizzard sitting down developing StarCraft. They're like, all right, we've got something 55 units in total. Man, this is going to be hard work.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I'm pretty confident in my ability to make something pretty interesting. Of course, it could be very, very silly at first, and maybe it even will be, but that's why you guys got to spam the games when they come out, obviously. So pretty cool stuff. Now, Group C and Group D, though, despite the wild card that we don't know who's going to be joining them, it's already looking pretty cool, right? It's Hamster and Hit 'em Up, both of which have signed up as random in Group C. And
I'm not a fan of the random, man.
I know. Well, hey, you're not in that group, so you're fine, right?
Yeah, but it also bleeds into what I was saying as well, actually, that you're not going to bring as high a level of any one race, which is not as interesting to me. But I also don't like the fact that the game can be severely impacted by what race you get. I think it's not a good thing.
Because of the scouting? I mean, if you factor in the four-spawn maps, too, I mean, that could even amplify it further, right?
Look, consider, for example, you roll a Zerg, you don't know what your opponent is. I mean, you know me, in Zerg, I think 7-pool's pretty good, but you don't have that option. You just straight up don't versus random, because if you go 7-pool versus Terran or Protoss, you almost certainly lose, right? That's just one example. And I feel like there's a lot of restraint on that all over. And that really, actually, ironically, you'd think it would be the opposite. It limits the variations you're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine at a high enough level, we would end up seeing people going for safe builds. We saw this in ASL even, if people have watched Flashes run too. So people going
But
for,
you could also
just
see quite
flipping.
clearly
Yeah.
how much of an advantage it was for him to be random. Like a huge advantage. Obviously, like the level of play is difficult across multiple races, but you can see, that was obviously the downside, but the upside was enormous.
Yeah, you don't need to be Flash level godlike as he is at Terran at the other races in order to win. If you roll another race, the fact that it's cloaked is already an advantage, right? It's not
exactly.
revealed, so.
And I think this is the same problem in Cosmonarchy, so I'm not a fan of you allowing it, to be honest.
Well, I don't really. I think it's yet to be determined. I think the full random matchup is absolutely insane, and that's going to be pretty exciting. However,
I suppose you can at least say it's fair if it's random.
If they're both random. Maybe we'll get a third player who goes random. Who knows? But I do think, though, that
I've got a friend called Neblime. He plays random. He's a New Zealander. Get him in.
Yeah, get him in. I am a little interested because, like, you saying that made me think. Maybe I could be open to the idea of your race being revealed when you load into the game.
I think that's a fine way to do it. If you do that, random doesn't really mean much. It's just like you could just roll a dice and pick for yourself. But I'm fine with
that
too.
lets the game do that for you, essentially, right? But that does take away. Like, part of the reason why people like going random is because of the fact that it's difficult to scout, so to speak. And I think,
of course,
the game moves slower than StarCraft 1 does, but it's not slow enough that it doesn't make a significant impact. So I'd like to monitor what people do about it if it gets to the point where a lot of people are being random, or even like there's a couple of players that always go random or whatever. I'd like to see what they're actually going to do with that. Although Hit 'em Up in the chat, as you can see, is saying that he's going to announce his race anyway.
That's true.
So,
he does just call it.
Yeah. So it's a little bit different then if you do that. But if we were to get to a point where people weren't announcing their race and weren't using it as a glorified, race pick, like dice picker or whatever, dice roller, then that's a different story, right? That's a little bit different. Maybe we should see and keep track on that and see if it's.
Well, there is still an element of preparation, right? That you've got to prepare for all three possible races you could be playing.
Yeah. That's something where you're kind of straining what the opponent is going to be dealing with. So yeah, it's a great spectacle. It's a question of if is it competitively.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to casting it. Of course, I'm just glad I'm not playing against it.
Yeah, right. Of course. Now, going over to Group D, do you have any particular thoughts? Obviously, D64, your main man nemesis, the guy you think is going to take everything.
Yeah, he's like Newt Mark II, because I was thinking, like, good God, Newt's going to eliminate me from Acropolis. Obviously, it didn't work out that way, but I still want to emphasize that he was definitely a severe threat. And I wasn't wrong, was I? That once I dealt with him, it was a pretty easy run to the finals and victory. So I'm still going to use that term that, he's like the new incarnation of Newt. Stronger, faster, better. He's just the best player of Cosmonarchy right now, there's no doubt.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I know Leviathan and Calypso can take games off him pretty often, but I think that EUD just has the better mechanics from what I've seen. And we'll see. We'll see if he can work out. He hit him up in chat. He disagreed. Well, I know, like I said, I know you win against him pretty often. 80%, he says. But I think EUD has potential to like work things out even better than he has now. We will see.
Anyway, then we got Jakielewski, and look, man, you know, he's my boy. I'm very sad. When I saw the groups, I immediately messaged him like, oh, you're against EUD. And this is sort of my fault because I vetoed EUD, so I sent him over to take out Jakielewski. Look, Jakielewski plays hard. Like you say, he's a constant source of joy, but I gotta say, he can't take on EUD. He just can't.
Really?
I can't lie to the
faith
people.
in your boy.
It's 4-0 for EUD, dude. There's just no way.
Even
There's
against
just no
you
way.
don't think Night Fox has something cooking up?
No. I'm sorry, but the Zerg are screwed. It's going to be a Zerg versus Zerg knife fight.
Okay.
And, you know, I think Jakielewski has a better handle on sort of the theoretical stuff and the openings, but Night Fox is a bit more aggressive and tactical. So it could go either way there.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm pretty curious because I feel like, first of all, the Night Fox returning after saying, "Oh, I don't have enough time to get good. I'm out of here," and then he comes on back anyway because he still wants to play.
Yeah.
We bring him back to us, and he joins up for the tourney. I do appreciate that, of course. But Jack, I will say, okay, there's a little known fella who you may have or may not have played against named Jarl Storm, who plays Zerg. He's a Top Ramen's buddy, and they've played the game together a good amount. And unfortunately, Top Ramen was on travel during this event, so he was not able to make it. But I wanted to point that out because Jarl Storm is relatively new. I don't know how good he actually is, but he has fashioned some mean Zerg versus Terran openers, and he's just killed the EUD outright in like 3-4 minutes. So, like,
Oh, I didn't know that.
this is this is the kind
opening.
of stuff. So it's like using the new Vornath cost to get the Vors out.
Oh, that's
earlier and
Arbuz?
stuff.
Yeah.
No,
Is
no,
that the same guy?
Arbuz is a Protoss player, different guy.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I played in Protoss, but I don't know who's switching around. So different guy, Jarl Storm?
Yeah, Gerald Storm's a different guy. He's been here a little bit longer. So, you know, I'm just saying, man, I've seen a couple of games, and he looks pretty... If other Zergs can kind of data mine that or intuit that or try that, and it is up against, you know, the bio quarry that we sometimes see from EUD, it could be a pretty big deal. Could be
Okay, people calling into doubt. Well, people being hit up. Calling into doubt my statement that EUD is the best.
Mhm.
Oh, okay, no, he's just memeing. Never mind. Look, like I said, I know hit him up beats him, but I still don't think that actually says that he's not the best player all round. But we'll see. I mean, I've got to see hit him up play as well.
Yeah. I'm interested in that, man. I actually think tomorrow is going to be really hype, and I'm happy to have you with me for I think all of Group C and some of Group D. You said so.
Should be. I mean, the thing about Group D is it just depends how long the game goes. You know, I can probably swing it.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see if EUD just stomps everybody nice and fast like you're predicting. It could be a quick end. None of the groups have gone very easily for the winners, mind you. We had the first place tiebreaker here. We had Krankendau and ECalipso duking it out at one point in Group A. Well, actually, at multiple points in Group A, and then AOT also doing his best there. So, you know, it's just one of those things where you look at the fact that the way that those groups went, all of the players scoring matches, you know, unfortunately Benno didn't end up getting on the board, but everybody else scoring matches and making it a close race for either first or second. It feels like Cosmonarchy's level of play continuing to go up, and I am a big fan of that. So thank you to all of our players today, and thank you, Neblime, for hanging out for an extended interview, doing a bit of prediction work, and like you said earlier, committing to do some casting, committing to switch to a SCOZY. You know how it goes.
Is that a fucking
Appreciate
crow?
that.
Yeah, for sure.
And appreciate the follow. We will have more games tomorrow. We're going to be going live at 6 p.m. Eastern, running for about the same amount of time as this stream, 6 hours, because we got 2 more groups to go. And that'll be Group C at 6 p.m., Group D at 9 p.m. if you are indeed in the Eastern time zone. Otherwise, adjust your clocks. But we will be back, and we will have more Cosmonarchy for you. GG's and thanks. Peace.